Section 60 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 60. Chapter 195. The Aristocratic Villain and the Low Miscreant. On the northern side of the Thames there is no continuously direct way along the bank for any great distance. To walk, for instance, from London Bridge to Vauxhall Bridge, one would be compelled to take many turnings, and deviate materially from the course shaped by the sinuosity of the stream. But on the southern side of the Thames one may walk from the foot of London Bridge to that of Vauxhall without scarcely losing sight of the river. In this latter instance the way would lie along Clink Street, Bankside, and Holland Street to reach Blackfriars Bridge, the Commercial Road to Waterloo Bridge, the Belvedere Road and Pedlar's Acre to Westminster Bridge, and Stangate, the Bishop's Walk, and Fore Street to reach Vauxhall Bridge. This journey would not occupy nearly so much time as might be supposed ere a second thought was devoted to the subject, and yet how large a section of the diameter of London would have been traversed! A portion of the path just detailed is denominated Pedlar's Acre, and it lies between Westminster and Hungerford bridges. Adjoining the thoroughfare itself is an acre of ground, which is the property of the parish, and is let as a timber yard. Tradition declares that it was given by a pedlar to the parish on condition that the picture of himself and his dog be preserved in stained glass in one of the windows of Lambeth Church, and in support of this legend such a representation may indeed be seen in the south-east window of the middle aisle of the church just mentioned. Nevertheless, one of those antiquaries whose sesquipedalian researches are undertaken with a view to elucidate matters of this kind, of valueless labour, has declared that the land was bequeathed to the parish in the year 1504 by some person totally unknown. Be the origin of the grant and the name of the donor as they may, there is such a place as Pedlar's Acre, and it is to a public house in this thoroughfare that we must now request our readers to accompany us. Seated in a private room on the first floor was a gentlemanly-looking man of about 36 years of age. His face was decidedly handsome, but it had a downcast and sinister expression little calculated to prepossess a stranger in this person's favour. There was also a peculiar curl, more wicked than haughty, about his lip, that seemed to speak of strongly concentrated passions. The deep tones of his voice, the peculiar glance of his large grey eyes, and the occasional contraction of his brow denoted a mind resolute in carrying out any purpose it might have formed. He was dressed with some degree of slovenliness, as if he had not leisure to waste upon the frivolity of self-adornment, or as if his means were not sufficient to permit that elegance of wardrobe which could alone stimulate his pride in the embellishment of his person. A glass of steaming punch stood untouched near him. It was 6 o'clock in the evening, and he was evidently waiting for some one. His patience was not, however, put to a very severe test, for scarcely had 5 minutes elapsed after his arrival when the door opened and the Resurrection Man entered the room. "Good evening, Mr. Vernon," he said, as he carefully closed the door behind him. Then taking a seat, he observed, "I hope I have not kept you waiting." "Oh, never mind that," exclaimed Vernon impatiently. "Have you any good news to communicate?" "I am sorry to say that I have not.
I called this morning upon the clerk of the parish church where your brother was married, and tried him in all ways." "And he refused," said Vernon, with an angry tone. "He refused," answered Tidkins. "He is timid and old, and after having first entertained the subject, at length backed out of it altogether." "Because you did not offer him enough," cried Vernon, savagely. "Because you did not show him gold. You are only lukewarm in this affair. You are afraid to risk a few miserable pounds in the business. This is not the way to conduct a grand project of such a nature. It is true that I am fearfully embarrassed for funds at this moment, but if you had acted with liberality, if we eventually succeeded, you must be well aware that my generosity would know no bounds." "Mr. Vernon," said the Resurrection Man, coolly, "if you have nothing better than reproaches to offer as the reward of my exertions in your behalf, we should do well to separate at once. I was not niggard in my offers to the clerk. I spread 50 golden sovereigns before him, told him to take them, and promised as much more when he had done the job. But he hesitated, reflected, and at length positively refused altogether." "And you really believe there is no hope in that quarter?" said Vernon, anxiously. "None. If the old clerk would ever agree to serve us, he would have consented this morning. I know the man now. He is too timid to suit our purposes. But let us look calmly at the whole business, and devise another mode of proceeding," added the Resurrection Man. "You are still determined, by some means or other, to get possession of the estates of your elder brother?" "My resolution is even increased by every fresh obstacle," replied Vernon. "I have two powerful objects to accomplish, revenge and ambition. Lord Ravensworth has treated me with a cruelty and a contempt that would goad the most meek and patient to study the means of vengeance. Our late father always intended the ready money, of which he could dispose, to come to me, because the estates were entailed upon my brother. But my father died suddenly and intestate, and my brother, although he well knew our parents' intentions, grasped all, gave me nothing. No, I am wrong," added Vernon, with exceeding bitterness of tone and manner. "He agreed to allow me £500 a year, as a recompense for the loss of as many thousands." "And you accepted the offer?" said the Resurrection Man. "I accepted it as a beggar receives alms sooner than starve," continued Vernon. "I accepted it because I had nothing. I had not the means of existence, but I accepted it also as an instalment of my just due, and not as a concession on the part of his bounty. My habits are naturally extravagant. My expenses are great. I cannot check myself in that respect. Thus am I perpetually obtaining advances from my brother's agent, and now I have not another shilling to receive until next January." "Nearly a year!" exclaimed the Resurrection Man. "But if you was to call on the agent—" "Absurd!" ejaculated Vernon. "Have I not told you that my brother believes me still to be in the East, still travelling in Turkey? So long as he supposes me far away, I can carry on my projects in London with far greater security. In a word, it is much safer that my presence in this country should remain a profound secret. He will die shortly. He must die. He is daily, steadily parting with vitality. He is passing out of existence by a sure, a speedy, and yet an inexplicable progression of decay. Of his death, then, I am sure, and when it shall occur, how can suspicion attach itself to me, since I am supposed to be abroad, far away?" "You are certain that your brother is hastening towards the grave?" said the Resurrection Man. "The great obstacle, the greatest, I mean, will be thereby removed. Suppose that Lady Ravensworth should be delivered of a boy, would it not be equally easy—" "Yes, it would be easy to put it out of the way by violence," was the rapid reply. "But then I should risk my neck at the same time that I gained a fortune. No, that will not do. I could not incur a danger of so awful a nature. The infant heir to vast estates would be jealously protected, attentively watched, surrounded by all wise precautions. No, it were madness to think of practising aught against its life. Could not the same means by which, even though at a distance, you are undermining the life of your brother?" "No, no," replied Vernon, impatiently. "It is not necessary that I should explain to you the precise nature of the means by which I succeed in effecting Lord Ravensworth's physical decay. Suffice it to state that those means could not be applied to a child." "Nevertheless," continued the Resurrection Man, "you must have an agent at Ravensworth Park. For if, as I suppose, your brother is dying by means of slow poison, there is some confidential creature of your own about his person to administer the drugs." "I have no agent at Ravensworth. I have no confidential creature about my brother's person. And I have so combined my measures that Lord Ravensworth is actually committing suicide, dying by his own hand. Another time I will expound all this to you, for to you alone have I communicated my projects." "Have you not explained yourself to Greenwood?" demanded the Resurrection Man. "I thought you told me, the last time we met, that he knew you well, and knew also that you are in England." "I was acquainted with him some 4 or 5 years ago, when he was not so prosperous as he is, or as he appears to be, at present," replied Vernon. "But having been abroad since that time, until my return last week, I had lost sight of him, and had even forgotten him. It was not a little provoking to run against him the very first day of my arrival in London, and though I endeavoured to avoid him, he persisted in speaking to me." "You are not afraid that he will gossip about your presence in London?" said the Resurrection Man. "He promised me most faithfully to keep the fact a profound secret," returned Vernon. "And will he not advance you a small sum for your present purposes?" demanded Tidkins. "I called on him last evening in consequence of the suggestion contained in your note. I requested a loan for a particular purpose, but he refused to oblige me," added Vernon, his brow contracting. "I wish that I had not so far humbled myself by asking him." "No matter for that," said Tidkins. "We are wandering from our subject. Here is the substance of the whole affair. Lord Ravensworth will soon be gathered to his fathers, as they say, but in the meantime Lady Ravensworth may have a child. If it is a daughter, you are all safe. If it is a son, you are all wrong. I don't know how it is, I'm not superstitious, but in these matters, where a good fellow like yourself is within reach of a fortune, and whether you are to get it or not depends on the sex of an expected infant, in such cases, I say, the card generally does turn up wrong. Now if the child should be a boy, what will you do?" "I cannot consent to abandon the plan of bribing the clerk to destroy the leaf in the register," answered Vernon. "Pshaw! The project is bad. I told you so all along. See how the matter would stand," continued Tidkins. "Lord Ravensworth dies and leaves, we will suppose, an infant heir, a son. Then you suddenly make your appearance and demand proofs of your brother's marriage. The register is searched, a leaf is missing. It is the one which contains the record of the union celebrated between Lord Ravensworth and Miss Adeline Enfield. Would not this seem very extraordinary? Would it not create suspicions that Lord Ravensworth may not have died fairly? No, your project, Mr. Vernon, will never do. It is baseless, shallow, childish. It is unworthy of you. If you persist in it, I shall wash my hands of the business. If you will follow my advice, you shall be Lord Ravensworth before you are a year older." Vernon could not conceal a sentiment of admiration for that man who thus dexterously reasoned on his plans, and thus boldly promised that consummation to which he so fondly aspired. "Speak, Mr. Tidkins," he said. "We have met to consult on the necessary course to be adopted." "Let us come, then, boldly to the point," continued the Resurrection Man, sinking his voice to a whisper. "Rest patiently for the confinement of Lady Ravensworth, which, you have learnt, is expected to take place in 6 weeks. the issue is a girl, you need trouble yourself no more in the business, but calmly wait till death does its work with Lord Ravensworth." "And if the issue be a boy?" said Vernon, gazing fixedly on his companion's countenance. "It must be put out of the way," answered the Resurrection Man in a low but stern tone, "and you may trust to me that the business shall be done in such a manner as to endanger no one's neck." "You imagine that it can be done?" said Vernon, hesitatingly, but still with that kind of hesitation which is prepared to yield and to consent. "I do not speak upon thoughts and imaginings," replied Tidkins. "I argue on conviction. Leave the whole affair to me. I have my plan already settled, and when the time comes, we will talk more about it. For the present," continued the Resurrection Man, drawing a bill stamp from his pocket and handing it to his companion, "have the goodness to write the name of Ravensworth at the bottom of this blank. I shall not use it until you are really Lord Ravensworth, when the signature will be your proper one." Vernon cast a hasty glance over the bill, and observed, "It is a 25 stamp." "Yes, to cover £3,000, returned the Resurrection Man. "That will not be too much for making you appear in a rich man. Besides, I intend to advance you a matter of £50 at once, for your immediate necessities." "And if I should happen to fail in obtaining the title and estates of Ravensworth," said Vernon, "this document would enable you to immure me in a debtor's prison." "Ridiculous!" ejaculated Tidkins, impatiently. "In that case your name would not be Ravensworth, and it is the name of Ravensworth which I require to this bill. As for throwing your person into a prison, what good would that do me? A dead carcass is of more value than a living one," he added in a muttering tone. Vernon did not overhear this remark, or if he did, he comprehended not the allusion, but he signed the bill without further hesitation. The Resurrection Man consigned it to his pocket-book, and then drew forth a purse filled with gold, which he handed to his companion. Vernon received it with a stiff and haughty inclination of the head. His necessities compelled him to accept the succour, but his naturally proud feelings made him shrink from its source. Having so far arranged the matters which they had met to discuss, the aristocratic villain and the low miscreant separated. Vernon returned to his lodging in Stamford Street, and the Resurrection Man proceeded into the Westminster Road, where he took a cab, saying to the driver, "Golden Lane, St. Luke's." End of section 60.
Section 61 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 61. The Old Hag and the Resurrection Man. The Old Hag, who has so frequently figured in former portions of our narrative, had latterly become more prosperous, if not more respectable, than when we first introduced her to our readers. From having been the occupant of only one room in the house in the court leading from Golden Lane, she had become the lessee of the entire dwelling. The commencement of this success was owing to her connection with Lady Cecilia Harborough in the intrigue of the living statue, and from that moment affairs seemed to have taken a new turn with her. At all events, her business increased, and the sphere of her infamy became enlarged. She would have taken another and better house in some fashionable quarter, and recommenced the avocation of a first-rate brothel-keeper, the pursuit of the middle period of her life, but she reasoned that she was known to a select few where she was, that the obscurity of her dwelling was favourable to many of the nefarious projects in which her aid was required, and that she was too old to dream of forming a new connection elsewhere. It would be impossible to conceive a soul more diabolically hardened, more inveterately depraved than that of this old hag. In order to increase her resources and occupy, as she said, her leisure time, she had hired or bought some half-dozen young girls, about 10 or 12 years old. Hired or bought them, whichever the reader pleases, of their parents, a consideration having been given for each, and the said parents comforting themselves with the idea that their children were well provided for. These children of tender age were duly initiated by the old hag in all the arts and pursuits of prostitution. They were sent in pairs to parade Aldersgate Street, Fleet Street, and Cheapside, and their special instructions were to practice their allurements upon elderly men, whose tastes might be deemed more vitiated and eccentric than those of the younger loungers of the great thoroughfares where prostitution most thrives. A favourite scheme of the old woman's was this. One of her juvenile emissaries succeeded, we will suppose, in alluring to the den in Golden Lane an elderly man whose outward respectability denoted a well-filled purse and ought to have been associated with better morals. When the wickedness was consummated and the elderly gentleman was about to depart, the old hag would meet him and the young girl on the stairs, and, affecting to treat the latter as a stranger who had merely used her house as a common place of such resort, would seem stupefied at the idea of so youthful a creature having been brought to her abode for such a purpose. She would then question the girl concerning her age, and the reply would be under 12, of course. Thus the elderly voluptuary would suddenly find himself liable to punishment for a misdemeanor, for intriguing with a girl beneath the age of 12, and the virtuous indignation of the old hag would be vented in assertions that, though she kept a house of accommodation for grown-up persons, she abhorred the encouragement of juvenile profligacy. The result would be that the hoary old sinner found himself compelled to pay a considerable sum as hush-money. We might occupy many pages with the details of the tricks and artifices which the old hag taught these young girls, and of a surety they were subjects sufficiently plastic to enable her to model them to all her infamous purposes. Born of parents who never took the trouble to inculcate a single moral lesson, even if they knew any, those poor creatures had actually remained ignorant of the meaning of right and wrong until they were old enough to take an interest in the events that were passing around them. Then, when they missed some lad of their acquaintance, and, on inquiry, learnt that he had been sent to prison for taking something which did not belong to him, they began to understand that it was dangerous to do such an act, but it did not strike them that it was wrong. Again, if by accident they heard that another boy whom they knew had got a good place, was very industrious, and in a fair way to prosper, they would perceive some utility in such conduct, but would still remain unable to appreciate its rectitude. Most of the girls whom the old hag had enlisted in her service had been born and reared in that dirty warren which constitutes Golden Lane, Upper Whitecross Street, Playhouse Yard, Swan Street, and all their innumerable courts, alleys, and obscure nooks, swarming with a ragged and degraded population. Sometimes, in their infancy, they creeped out from their loathsome burrows, and even ventured into Old Street, Barbican, or Beach Street. But those excursions were not frequent. During their childhood they rolled half-naked in the gutters, eating the turnip parings and cabbage stalks which were tossed out into the street with other offal, poking about in the kennels to find lost halfpence, or even plundering the cat's meat man and the tripe shop for the means of satisfying their hunger. This mode of life was but little varied, unless, indeed, it were by the more agreeable recreations of particular days in the year. Thus, for instance, November was welcomed as the time for making a Guy Fawkes, and carrying it round in procession amidst the pestilential mazes of the warren. August gave them Oyster Day, to be signalized by the building of shell grottos, which were an excuse for importuning passengers for alms. And the December season had its Boxing Day, on which occasion the poor, ragged creatures would be seen thronging the doors of the oil shops to beg for Christmas candles. These had been the only holidays which characterized the childhood of those unfortunate, lost, degraded girls whose lot we are describing. Sunday was not marked by cleanlier apparel, nor better food. If it were singled out at all from the other days of the week, the distinguishing sign was merely the extra drunkenness of the fathers of the families. Good Friday brought the little victims no hot-cross buns, nor Christmas Day its festivities, nor Shrove Tuesday its pancakes. They had no knowledge of holy periods nor sacred ceremonies. No seasonable luxury reminded them of the anniversaries of the birth, the death, or the resurrection of a Redeemer. No in physical privations and moral blindness had they passed their infancy, and thus having gone through a complete initiation into the miseries and sufferings of life, they were prepared at the age of 10 to commence an apprenticeship of crime. And the old hag was an excellent mistress. Were there a university devoted to graduates in wickedness, this horrible wretch would have taken first-class degrees in its schools. Thus be it understood, up to the age of 10 or 11, when those poor girls were transferred by their unfeeling parents, who were glad to get rid of them, to the care of the old woman, they had scarcely ever been out of the warren where they were born. Now a new world, as it were, dawned upon them. They laid aside their fetid rags, and put on garments, which appeared queenly robes in their eyes. They were sent into streets lined with splendid shops, and beheld gay carriages and equipages of all kinds. Hitherto the principal gin shop in their rookery had appeared the most gorgeous palace in the world in their eyes, with its revolving burners, its fine windows, and its meretriciously dressed bar-girls. Now they could feast their gaze with the splendors of the linen drapers and jewelers' establishments on Ludgate Hill. Their existence seemed to be suddenly invested with charms that they had never before dreamt of, and they adored the old hag as the authoress of their good fortune. Thus she established a sovereign dominion over her poor ignorant victims through the medium of their mistaken gratitude, and when she told them to sin, they sinned, too, before they even knew the meaning of virtue. Such was the history, not of one only, but of all the young girls whom this atrocious old hag had bought from their parents. To most of our readers, the details of this description may seem improbable, nay, impossible. The picture is, alas, too true. Poor fallen children, the world scorns you, society contemns you, the unthinking blame you. But, just heaven, are ye more culpable than that community which took no precaution to prevent your degradation, and which now adopts no measures to reclaim you? As for ourselves, we declare most solemnly that we believe no age to have been more disgraced than the present one, and no country more culpable than our own. In this age of Bibles and country of glorious civilization, in this epoch of missions and land of refinement, in this period of grand political reform and nation of 10,000 philanthropic institutions, in the middle of the 19th century, and with all the advantages of profound peace, and, what is worst of all, in that great city which vaunts itself the metropolis of the civilized world, there are thousands of young children whose neglected, hopeless, and miserable condition can only be looked upon as an apprenticeship calculated to fill our streets with prostitutes of finished depravity, to people our jails, hulks, and penal colonies with villains familiar with every phase of crime, and to supply our scaffolds with victims for the diversion of a rude and ruthless mob. It was 9 o'clock in the evening, and the old hag was seated in the same room where we have before frequently seen her. She was, however, surrounded by several additional comforts. She no longer burnt turf in her grate, but good Wall's End coals. She no longer placed her feet on an old mat, but on a thick carpet. She no longer bought her gin by the quartern or half-pint, but by the bottle. She sweetened her tea with lump sugar instead of moist, and in the place of a stew of tripe or cow heel, she had a joint cooked at the bakehouse, or a chicken boiled on her own fire. Her select patrons had contributed much towards this improvement in her circumstances, but the luxuries in which she could now indulge were provided for her by the prostitution of her young victims. She was now dozing in her armchair, with her great cat upon her lap, but even in the midst of her semi-slumber, her ears were awake to the least motion of the knocker of the house door, that sound which was the indication of business. Thus, when, true to the time appointed in his note, the resurrection man arrived at the house, not many moments elapsed ere he was admitted into the hag's parlour. "So you have discovered the address of Catherine Wilmot," said the hag. "Where does she reside?" "No matter where," returned the resurrection man. "It is sufficient that I can communicate with her, or bring her up to London when it suits me. I have come now to have a full understanding with you on the subject, and if we play our cards well, we may obtain a round sum of money from this girl. That is, supposing she is really the child of the Harriet Wilmot whom you knew." "There can be no doubt of it, there can be no doubt of it," exclaimed the old hag, rocking herself to and fro. "She is the daughter of that Harriet Wilmot whom I knew, and whose image sometimes haunts me in my dreams." "But what proofs have you of the fact?" demanded the resurrection man. "It will not suit me to take any more trouble in the matter, unless I know for certain that I am not running a wild goose chase. I shall not tell you how I came to know Harriet Wilmot 17 years ago, nor anything more about her than I can help," said the old hag resolutely. "I was, however, well acquainted with her. I knew all about her. With her own lips she told me her history. She was for some time engaged to be married to a young man, young at that period, at Southampton. His name was Smithers. Circumstances separated them before the realization of their hopes and wishes, and she came to London with her father, who soon afterwards died of a broken heart, through misfortunes in business." "Broken heart!" exclaimed the resurrection man contemptuously. "Who ever died of a broken heart? But never mind. Go on." "Harriet was alone in the world, an orphan, unprotected, and without friends or resources," continued the hag. "She was accordingly compelled to go out to service. A wealthy gentleman saw her and fell in love with her, but I shall not tell you all about that. No, I shall not tell you about that. Harriet's was a strange fate, a sad fate, and I do not like to think of the part I acted in some respects toward her," added the old woman, shaking her head, as if it were in regret of the past. "Go on," said the resurrection man. "If you have got anything unpleasant in your memory, all the shakings of heads in the world won't drive it out." "Alack, you speak the truth, you speak the truth," muttered the old woman. "It was the blackest deed I ever committed. I wish it had never occurred. It troubles me very often, and when I cannot sleep at night, I am constantly thinking of Harriet Wilmot." "What is all this to lead to?" demanded Tidkins impatiently. "I shall not trouble you with many more of my reflections," said the hag. "Harriet became a mother. She had a daughter, on whom she bestowed the name of Catherine. 3 or 4 years afterwards I lost sight of her, and never beheld her more. From that time all traces of herself and her child were gone until last year, when the murder of Reginald Tracy's housekeeper placed the name of Catherine Wilmot before the public. That name immediately struck me. The newspapers said she was 16 years old, precisely the age that Harriet's daughter must have been. Then the name of Smithers was mixed up in the proceedings which ensued. I saw it all. Harriet must be dead, and Smithers had adopted her child as his niece. But to convince myself still further, I went to the Old Bailey. I saw Catherine in the dock. You might have knocked me down with a feather, so strong was the resemblance between the young girl and her deceased mother. I came home. I was very ill. Methought I had seen the ghost of one whom I had deeply, deeply injured. And now you have so far forgotten your remorse that you are desirous to turn your knowledge of Catherine's parentage to a good account," said the resurrection man, with a sneering laugh. "But how do you know that she is not well informed on that head already?" "She cannot be, she cannot be," answered the old hag. "She would not bear the name of Wilmot if she was. Besides, I have since ascertained that her mother died when she was only 4 years old, and therefore Catherine was too young to receive any revelation from her parents' lips. No, I have good reason to believe that Catherine knows nothing of her paternal origin. I am now perfectly satisfied, from all you have told me, that Catherine Wilmot is the daughter of the Harriet whom you knew," said the resurrection man. and as you seem so positive that she is unaware of many important particulars concerning her birth, I will proceed in the business you have proposed to me." "Where is she living?" inquired the old woman. "If I tell you that," said Tidkins, "what guarantee have I got that you will not post off a loan to her, extort the purchase money for your secrets, and chouse me out of my reglars? Look you, I have been at the trouble and expense of finding her out, which you never could have done, and I must go halves with you in the produce of the affair." "So you shall, so you may," returned the old woman, "but I will not speak to her in your hearing. I don't know how it is that I have a strange, superstitious awe in connection with all that concerns Harriet Wilmot's memory and the existence of her child. I cannot help the feeling. I cannot help it." "By Satan!" exclaimed the Resurrection Man, darting a furious glance upon the hag, "you are either a drivelling fool, or you are deceiving me. You entertain compunction about these Wilmots, and yet you purpose to obtain money from the girl. Now is this consistent? Take care how you play with me, for if I catch you out in any of your tricks, I will hang you up to your own bedpost as readily as I would wring the neck of that damned old cat." "You shall see whether I will deceive you, you shall see," cried the old hag, with some degree of alarm. "Arrange the business as you will, so long as I may have speech of Catherine without being overheard. But you shall be present when she pays me for the secret which I have to communicate. Let that be the understanding, and I am agreeable," observed the Resurrection Man. "Will it suit you to go a few miles out of town with me tomorrow?" "Is it to see Catherine?" inquired the hag. "What the devil else do you think I want your company for?" cried Tidkins. "To take you to dine at Greenwich or Blackwall, eh? Not quite such a fool as that. However, tomorrow morning you may expect me at 7 o'clock. "It is not light at that hour," observed the hag. "I prefer the dusk of either morning or evening," answered the Resurrection Man. "It suits me better, because I have a few enemies in London. But as I was saying, I shall call for you at 7 tomorrow morning. A friend of mine, one Banks of Globetown, has a covered spring cart and a capital bit of horseflesh. He will drive us to where we have to go in no time. So don't keep us waiting, as the vehicle will be at the bottom of the lane by 6:45. The old hag promised to be punctual, and the Resurrection Man took his departure from her den. End of section 61.
Section 62 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 62. Ellen and Catherine. Turn we now to the farmhouse of the Bennets near Hounslow, the residence of Catherine Wilmot. The morning was dry and beautiful, one of those mornings which sometimes cheer us towards the end of January and give us a short foretaste of the approaching spring. It was 9 o'clock when the door of the farmhouse opened and two young females came forth to enjoy the fresh air of a charming day. These were Ellen Munro, for by her maiden name must we continue to call her, as she herself maintained it for the present, and Catherine Wilmot. Never had Ellen appeared more beautiful, nor Catherine more sweetly interesting. They had evidently been conversing on a subject which gave them pleasure, and they were both intent on continuing the same delightful topic during their walk. The subject of that discourse had inspired Ellen with emotions of pride as well as of joy. She walked with a dignity and yet an elegance of motion which denoted the vigour of that vital system which was so highly developed in her voluptuous style of beauty. The generous and noble feelings of the heart shone in the light of her deep blue eyes, and in the animation of that countenance where the fair and red were so exquisitely blended. They were indicated, too, by the expression of that short and somewhat haughty upper lip, which belonged to the classic regularity of her features, and in the dilation of the rose-tinted nostrils. Ellen was a finer and far lovelier creature than Catherine, but the latter was characterised by more of that tender sensibility and touching interest which physiologists deem the development of the intellectual system. The eyes were intensely expressive, and over her features a soft, pale, and modest light seemed to be shed. Her figure was delicate and slight, and contrasted strongly with that luxuriant expansion which constituted the fine and not less symmetrical proportions of Ellen. "I shall really experience deep regret on leaving your dwelling place, dear Catherine," observed Ellen, as they entered a hard and dry pathway leading through the fields. "For even at this season it possesses many attractions superior to the vicinity of a great city." "In the warmer months it is a beautiful spot," returned Catherine. "But you will not leave me to-day. Consider, you have only been here a few hours." "Since yesterday morning," exclaimed Ellen with a smile, "and in that time we have formed a friendship which may never, I hope, be interrupted." "Oh, never," said Catherine warmly. "It was so kind of you to come and find me out in my seclusion, so considerate to make me acquainted with all those wonderful events which have occurred to my benefactor." "Nay, neither kind nor considerate," again interrupted Ellen. "Richard's letter, dated from the city of Abrantani on the 10th, and received by my father the day before yesterday, enjoined him to send me to see you, to make your acquaintance, to assure myself that you are well and happy, and to communicate to you tidings which Richard feels will be welcome to all his friends." "Oh, welcome indeed!" exclaimed Catherine, with grateful enthusiasm. "How much do I owe to him, and how worthy is he of that rank which has rewarded his grand deeds! Such a man could not long remain a humble individual. His great talents, his noble heart, his fine qualities, were certain to elevate him above the sphere in which he was born." "And now will the name of Markham go down to posterity," said Ellen proudly, "and the glory which Richard has thrown around it will be to some degree shared by all who bear it. Oh! this was prophesied to me but a little while ago, and yet then how far was I from suspecting that the realisation of the prediction was so near at hand, especially, too, as that prediction was not uttered with any reference to Richard, but to another, that other alluding to himself." Catherine cast a glance of surprise towards her companion, whose last words were unintelligible to her; and Ellen, apparently recollecting herself, hastened to add, "But I was speaking of matters which are yet unknown, yet strange to you. Think no more of my observations on that topic. There are times when the soul is lost and bewildered in the contemplation of the world's strange events and marvellous vicissitudes, and such has often been the case with me during the last few days. 'Twas on the 16th of January that we received the letter which imparted us the tidings of Richard's first exploit, the capture of Estella. Oh, how sincerely I prayed for his success, and yet I trembled for him. My father, too, had some misgivings, but we endeavoured to reassure each other, mutually concealing our fears. 2 or 3 days afterwards we received the news of his triumphant entry into Villa Bella. Another interval of a few days, and we had a letter from him, giving us a brief account of the Battle of Piacere. Our fears were almost entirely dissipated by the tidings of this glorious achievement, and if any doubts yet lingered, they were completely dispelled by the news of the great victory of Abrantani. Oh, how well has he earned that coronet which now adorns his brow! How well does that proud title of Marquis become the great, the generous, and the good! Would that his struggles were over, and that the civil war was put an end to in Castelcicala?" exclaimed Miss Wilmot, for the news of the great victory beneath the walls of Montoni were yet unknown in England. "I have no fears for the result," said Ellen. "A conqueror has he hitherto been, and a conqueror will he remain. Heaven itself prospers him in this undertaking. The wide dispensations of Providence are apparent throughout his career in the Grand Duchy. Had the first expedition, which landed at Ossore, succeeded, there were great chiefs, Grachia and Morosino, who would have taken the lead in the state. But the enterprise failed, and those patriots were numbered with the slain. The idea of releasing from their captivity his companions in that fatal affair led Richard to the attack of Estella. He succeeded, and he stood alone at the head of the movement. There was not a chief amongst the patriots to dispute his title to that elevated situation. Yes, the finger of heaven was assuredly visible in all those circumstances which led to my benefactor's greatness," remarked Katherine. "Methinks that when I see him again, I shall be strangely embarrassed in his presence. Instead of addressing him by the familiar name of Mr. Markham, my lips must tutor themselves to breathe the formal words, 'My lord,' and 'Your lordship,' and—" "Oh, you wrong our noble-hearted friend, our mutual benefactor," interrupted Ellen. "Rank and distinction, wealth and glory cannot change his heart. He will only esteem them as the elements of an influence and of a power to do much good." The young ladies paused in their conversation, because two persons were approaching along the pathway. A man, muffled in a large cloak, and with a countenance of cadaverous repulsiveness scowling above the collar, advanced first, and behind him walked a female, whose bowed form denoted the decrepitude of old age. There was an interval of perhaps a dozen yards between them, for the woman was unable to keep pace with the more impatient progress of the man. "Is this the way, young ladies, to Farmer Bennet's?" when he was within a few feet of Ellen and Katherine. "It is," replied Kate. "You may see the roof appearing from the other side of yonder eminence. Mr. Bennet is not, however, within at this moment. He has gone to a neighbouring village on business, and will not return till 2 o'clock." "Then you know Farmer Bennet?" exclaimed the Resurrection Man, for he was the individual who had addressed the young ladies. But before Katherine could give any reply, an exclamation of astonishment broke from the lips of Ellen, whose eyes had just recognised the countenance of the old hag. "Well, miss, do I have the pleasure of meeting you once more?" said the detestable woman, with a leer comprehensively significant in allusion to the past. Then, as her eyes wandered from Ellen's countenance to that of Katherine, she suddenly became strangely excited, and exclaimed, "Ah, Miss Wilmot!" "Is this Miss Wilmot?" demanded the Resurrection Man, with an impatient glance towards Katherine, while he really addressed himself to the old hag. "My name is Wilmot," said Kate, in her soft and somewhat timid tone. "Was it for me that your visit to the farm was intended?" "Neither more nor less, miss," answered the Resurrection Man. "This person," he continued, indicating his horrible companion, "has something important to say to you." "Yes, and we must speak alone, too," said the hag. "No!" ejaculated Ellen, hastily and firmly. "That may not be. I am Miss Wilmot's friend, the friend, too, of one in whom she places great confidence, and whatever you may have to communicate to her cannot be a secret in respect to me." And, as she uttered these words, she glanced significantly at her young companion. "Yes," said Kate, who understood the hint conveyed in that look, although she was of course entirely ignorant of the motives of Ellen's precaution. "Yes, Whatever you may wish to communicate to me must be told in the presence of my friend." "But the business is a most delicate one," cried the Resurrection Man. "Oh, I have no doubt of that," exclaimed Ellen, with a contemptuous smile, which the hag fully comprehended. "Do you know this young lady?" asked the Resurrection Man, in an undertone, of the old woman, while he rapidly indicated Ellen. "I know that young lady well," said the hag aloud, and with a meaning glance. "I know you well, do I not, Miss Munro?" "I am not disposed to deny the fact," replied Ellen coolly; "and I can assure you that my disposition is as resolute and determined as you have always found it to be. Therefore, if you have aught to communicate to Miss Wilmot, say it quickly, or come with us to the farm, where you will be more at your ease. But remember, I do not quit this young lady while you are with her." "You will repent of this obstinacy, miss. You will repent of this obstinacy," muttered the hag. "It may be so," said Ellen. "Nevertheless, menaces will not deter me from my purpose." "If you thwart me, I can proclaim matters that you would wish unrevealed," retorted the hag, but in a whisper apart to Ellen. "Act as you please," exclaimed this young lady aloud, and with a superb glance of contemptuous defiance. "Your impertinence only convinces me the more profoundly of the prudence of my resolution to remain with Miss Wilmot." The hag made no reply. She knew not how to act. Tidkins was not, however, equally embarrassed. He saw that Ellen was acquainted with the old woman's character, and that she entertained suspicions of a nature which threatened to mar the object of his visit to that neighbourhood. "Miss Munro," he said, "for such I learn is your name, I beg of you to allow my companion a few moments' conversation with your young friend. They need not retire a dozen yards from this spot, and your eye can remain upon them." "No," returned Ellen, positively. "Your companion shall have no private conference with Miss Wilmot. Miss Wilmot's affairs are no secret to me. She has voluntarily made me acquainted with her past history and her present condition, and she cannot now wish me to remain a stranger to the object of your visit, however delicate be the nature of that business." "I am desirous that Miss Munro should hear your communications," added Kate. "I will not speak to Miss Wilmot in the presence of witnesses," said the old hag. "Then we have nothing farther to prevent us from returning to the farm immediately," exclaimed Ellen; and taking Katherine's arm, she turned away with a haughty inclination of her head. "Neither need we remain here any longer, Mr. Tidkins," said the hag. "Tidkins," repeated Ellen, with a convulsive shudder, for the name reached her ear as she was leading her young friend homeward. "Tidkins," she murmured, the blood running cold in her veins. "My God! what new plot can now be contemplated?" And she hurried Katherine along the path, as if a wild beast were behind them. "Do you know those people?" asked Miss Wilmot, alarmed by her companion's tone and manner. "Unfortunately," replied Ellen, in a low voice and with rapid utterance, "unfortunately, I can attest that the woman whom we have just met is the vilest of the vile, and the mention of that man's name has revealed to me the presence of a wretch capable of every atrocity, a villain whose crimes are of the blackest dye, an assassin whose enmity to our benefactor Richard is as furious as it is unwearied. Come, Katherine, come, hasten your steps. We shall not be in safety until we reach the farm." And the two young ladies hurried rapidly along the path towards the dwelling, every now and then casting timid glances behind them. But the Resurrection Man and the old hag had not thought it expedient to follow. End of section 62.
Section 63 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 63. Chapter 198. A Gloomy Visitor. As soon as the two young ladies had reached the farmhouse, Ellen addressed Catherine with alarming seriousness of manner. "My dear friend," she said, "some plot is in existence against your peace. That fearful-looking man and that horrible old woman are perfect fiends in mortal shape." "But what cause of enmity can they entertain against me?" asked Catherine, drawing her chair close to Ellen's seat with that sweet confidence which a younger sister would have been expected to show towards an elder one. "I never saw them before in my life, to my knowledge, and I certainly never can have injured them." "You are rich, and that is a sufficient motive to inspire the man with designs against you. You are pretty, and that is a sufficient reason for inducing the woman to spread her nets in your path. The man," continued Ellen, "has more than once attempted the life of our generous benefactor Richard. And that old hag, Catherine, is a wretch who lives upon the ruin of young females." At this moment Mrs. Bennet entered the room, and, observing the disturbed countenances of Ellen and Catherine, she felt alarmed. Ellen immediately communicated to her the particulars of the adventure just related, and concluded with these observations. "The person of the man was previously unknown to me, but Mr. Markham had made me familiar with his name. Thus, when I heard that name breathed by his infamous companion, I recognized in him the monster of whose crimes my benefactor has related so dread a history. As for the woman," added Ellen after a moment's hesitation, "she has been pointed out to me as one of those vile wretches who render cities and great towns dangerous to young females. Indeed, she once practised her arts upon me. Hence I am well aware of her true character." Mrs. Bennet was dreadfully frightened at the incident which had occurred, but, like Catherine, she was somewhat at a loss to conceive what possible object the two bad characters, whom Ellen so bitterly denounced, could have in view with respect to her young charge. The trio were still conversing upon the mysterious occurrence when Farmer Bennet entered the room. Of course the narrative had to be repeated to him, and he was much troubled by what he heard. The dinner was served up, but none of those who sat down to it ate with any appetite. A vague and uncertain consciousness of impending danger or of serious annoyance oppressed them all. The table was cleared, and Mrs. Bennet had just produced a bottle of excellent home-made wine to cheer their spirits, as she said, when the servant entered to announce that a person desired to speak to Mr. Bennet. The farmer ordered the individual in question to be admitted, and the servant, having disappeared for a few moments, returned, ushering in an elderly man dressed in shabby black, and wearing a dingy white cravat with very limp ends. "Your servant, ma'am, your most obedient young ladies," said he. Then, starting with well-affected surprise, he ejaculated, "Ah, if my eyes doesn't deceive me in my old age, that's Miss Kate Wilmot, werely and true." "Mr. Banks!" said Catherine, in a tone expressive of both surprise and aversion, for she remembered that the undertaker used to call upon Smithers to purchase the rope by means of which criminals had been executed. "Yes, my dear, my name is, as you say, Banks, Edward Banks, of Globe Lane, London, furnisher of funerals on new and economic principles. Good deal coffin, 8 shillings and 6 pence. Stout oak, 35 shillings.
patent funeral carriage, £1.11, first-rate carriage funeral, mutes and feathers, £4 4, Catholic fittings." "Really, sir," exclaimed Mr. Bennet impatiently, "this is not a very pleasant subject for conversation, and if you have come upon no other business than to recite your prospectus—" "A thousand apologies, sir, a thousand apologies," interrupted Mr. Banks, calmly sinking into a seat. "But whenever I see a few or many mortal vessels gathered together, I always think that the day must come when there'll be nothing more than blessed carcasses, and then, Mr. Bennet," added the undertaker, shaking his head solemnly and applying a dirty white handkerchief to his eyes, "how pleasant to the virtuous feelings must it be to know where to get the funeral done on the newest and most economic principles." "Katherine, do you know this person?" inquired the farmer, irritated by the intruder's pertinacity in his gloomy topic. "I have seen him 3 or 4 times at Mr. Smithers' house in London," was the answer. "But Mr. Banks well knows that I never exchanged 10 words with him in my life." "Then you do not come to see Miss Wilmot?" demanded Mr. Bennet, turning towards the undertaker. "No, sir, no," answered Banks, heaving a deep sigh. "Did you not perceive, sir, that I was quite took and unblushed when I set my venerable eyes on the blessed countenance of that charming gal? But pardon me, sir, pardon me, if I am somewhat long in coming to the pint. It is, however, my nature to ramble when I reflects on the pomps and vanities of this wicked world, and nature is nature, sir, after all, is it not, ma'am?"
Here he turned with the most dolorous expression of countenance towards Mrs. Bennet. "I really do not understand you, sir," was her laconic reply. Nor more she did, good woman, for it was not even probable that Mr. Banks quite understood himself. "Now, sir, will you have the goodness to explain the nature of your business with me, since it is with me, no doubt, that you have business to transact?" said the farmer, in a tone which showed how disagreeable the undertaker's whining nonsense was to him. "Something tells me that this man's visit bears reference to our adventure of the morning," whispered Ellen to Katherine. "Do not offer to leave the room. Let us hear all he has to say." Katherine replied by a meaning look, and then glanced with suspicious timidity towards Banks, who was again speaking. "My business isn't to be explained in a moment, sir," said the undertaker, "and I must beg your patience for a little while." "Go on," exclaimed the farmer, throwing himself back in his seat and folding his arms with the desperate air of a man who knew that he could only get rid of a troublesome visitor by allowing him to tell his story in his own way. "You're in mourning, ma'am, I see," observed Mr. Banks, turning towards Mrs. Bennet. "Ah, I remember that vexatious affair of the rector of St. David's. Pray, ma'am, who undertook the funeral of your blessed defunct sister?" "Sir!" exclaimed Mrs. Bennet, tears starting into her eyes. "No offence, ma'am, no offence. Only I should like it to be known in these here parts that Edward Banks of Globe Lane, London, undertakes on new and economic principles, and doesn't mind distances. S'pose, sir," continued this most disagreeable visitor, again addressing the farmer, "s'pose you come to me some fine morning and says, 'Banks,' says you, 'my dear wife has just become a blessed defunct.'" "This is too much," ejaculated Mr. Bennet, starting from his seat. "Have you or have you not any business to engage my attention?" "I'm coming to the point, I'm coming to the point this moment," said Banks. "Pray sit down for a few minutes. I shan't engross much more of your valuable time, for time really is valuable in this sublunary sphere." And the undertaker shook his head so mournfully that worthy Mrs. Bennet could not help thinking he was a very good and humane, though somewhat a prosy individual.
"When we look around us and behold how many benighted creatures live in total recklessness for the future, without putting by in an old stocking or anywhere else a single penny towards buying a decent coffin, it's enough to make one's hair stand on end. But I see you are growing impatient, sir. Well, perhaps my feelings does carry me away. Still, I don't mean no harm. Howsomever, business is business, as coffins is coffins, or carcasses is carcasses, and so here's to business in a jiffy."
With these words, Mr. Banks drew from his capacious coat pocket a brown paper parcel, about a foot long, 3 inches wide, and as many deep. Then he began, with most provoking deliberation of manner, to unroll the numerous folds of paper in which the precious object of so much care was wrapped, and while he thus aroused the curiosity of his spectators to the utmost, he continued talking in a more lachrymose style than ever.
"There is duties which we owe to heaven, and there is duties which we owe to our fellow creatures. To heaven, ma'am, we owes a obligation of virtue. To our fellow creatures we owes respect and decency when they're no more. Virtues, ma'am, is like the white nails on a black cloth-covered coffin. The more there is of 'em, the stronger is the coffin, and the better it looks. Vices, ma'am, is like the knots in a common deal coffin. The more there is of 'em, the weaker is the coffin, and the worse it looks. I'm now going to show you, ma'am, and you too, sir, and you also, young ladies, a object of the deepest interest to us poor mortal vessels. I've wrapped it up in this wise 'cause I've patented it, and this is the only model I've got. When once it's generally known, the whole world will thank me for the invention, and posterity will remember with gratitude the name of Banks of Globe Lane, furnisher of funerals on new and economic principles. You see, the parcel is getting smaller and smaller, 'cause the blessed object was as well wrapped up as a young babby. However, here's the last fold. Off with the paper, and there's the concentrating focus of all interest."
As Mr. Banks wound up with this beautiful peroration, he disengaged from the last fold of paper a miniature model of a coffin, about 8 inches long and wide and deep in proportion. It was covered with black silk, and was studded with innumerable white nails. But as he placed it, with a glance of almost paternal affection, upon the table, the farmer started up, exclaiming,
"I have already put up with your insolence too long. What does this unwarrantable intrusion upon my privacy mean? Speak, sir. Have you anything to say to me?" "I am now coming to the point at length," answered the undertaker, but little abashed by this rebuff. "In one word," he continued, producing a small memorandum book and preparing to write with the pencil, "in one word, I want you and your family to let me put down each of your names." "For what?" demanded Bennet impatiently. "For a patent silk-covered, silver-nailed, indestructible, wood-seasoned coffin," was the calm reply. "It's warranted to keep as good as new till you want it." Mr. Bennet fell back into his seat, completely stupefied by this extraordinary announcement. Mrs. Bennet cast horrified glances at the undertaker, as if she thought he was mad. Ellen cast a look of deep indignation on the individual who had produced this excitement, and Katherine started on her seat, exclaiming, "What have you done, Mr. Banks? Mrs. Bennet is fainting." This was really the case. Such an effect did the sudden display of the coffin and the cool demand of patronage made by the undertaker produce upon one whose mind had not yet quite recovered from the severe shock occasioned by the murder of her sister. "Water, Katherine! Quick!" exclaimed the farmer, hastening towards his wife. Kate instantly hurried from the room to fetch water, while Ellen, on her part, proffered the necessary attentions to the fainting woman. Mr. Banks was thus for a moment forgotten, and this was exactly the condition of things that suited his purpose. Hastily thrusting the model coffin into his pocket, he seized his hat and hurried from the parlour, closing the door behind him. In the passage he met Kate, who was hastening back to the room with a jug of water in her hand.
"1 moment, only 1 moment, as you value the memory of your deceased mother," whispered Banks, speaking more rapidly and with less whining affectation than he had done for many years. "Take this note, read it in private. Its contents deeply concern you and your blessed defunct parent. If you breathe a word concerning it to a soul, you will forever lose the opportunity of knowing who was your father." Banks thrust a note into the girl's hand and hastily left the house. The words which he had uttered produced, as might naturally be supposed, so strange an effect upon Katherine. That sudden allusion to her mother took her so much by surprise, and then that mysterious mention of her father increased her bewilderment to such an extent that she mechanically grasped the note with a mixture of awe and gratitude, and, prompted by the same impulses, thrust it into the bosom of her dress. All this was the work of scarcely a quarter of a minute, and the moment she had thus received and concealed the note, she re-entered the parlour, where the aid of the fresh water soon brought Mrs. Bennet to herself. "Where is that scoundrel?"
cried the farmer, now finding leisure to think of the cause of his wife's sudden indisposition. "He's gone," returned Katherine. Then, seating herself near the window, the young girl fell into a profound reverie.
"Gone!" ejaculated Bennet. "But it is better that he should have gone, or I might be tempted to do him a mischief."
"That man came hither with some sinister design," said Ellen. "From the first moment of his appearance, my suspicions associated his visit with the adventure of the morning."
"But what object could he have?" cried the farmer. "He seemed only anxious to intrude himself as long as possible."
"Perhaps he was waiting for an opportunity to speak to Katherine alone," observed Ellen. "He certainly appeared to be talking against time." "Yes, dear friends," exclaimed Katherine, rising from her seat and advancing towards those whom she thus addressed. "That man did desire to speak to me alone, and he succeeded in his object. Pardon me if for a few moments I hesitated whether to obey his solemn injunction of silence, or to communicate the incident to you who wish me well. But the words which he spoke and the earnestness of his manner bewildered me. It, however, only required a short interval of sober reflection to teach me my duty." Katherine then repeated the words that Banks had whispered in her ears, and produced the note which he had thrust into her hand. "You have acted prudently in revealing these particulars, dear Kate," said Ellen. "A man who is compelled to effect his purposes by such low devices as those employed by him who has just left us cannot mean well."
"Let us hear the contents of the letter," cried Farmer Bennet. "We may then, perhaps, see more clearly into the mystery."
"Read it, Ellen," said Kate. "I must confess to a profound curiosity to become acquainted with its contents." Ellen accordingly opened the note and read as follows: "Silence and secrecy, if you respect the memory of your deceased mother. Be not deluded by the advice of Miss Monroe, who has her own reasons for prejudicing you against me. I am well acquainted with all the particulars of your birth. I can impart facts that it behoves you to learn. You will bitterly repent any distrust in this matter. Have you no inclination to hear more concerning your mother's history than you can possibly now know? Would you not go far and sacrifice much to glean something with regard to your father? This evening, at 7 precisely, I shall be at the foot of the hill where I met you just now. If you come alone, you will learn much that nearly and deeply concerns you. If you appear accompanied by a soul, my lips will remain sealed. The female you saw just now. I have so far my own reasons for counselling you against that wicked woman, said Ellen indignantly, inasmuch as I would save you from danger. But if you really believe that there can be anything serious in this promise of important communications, I should advise you to meet that female, for precautions can be adopted to protect you from a distance.
Catherine glanced inquiringly towards the farmer.
I see that you are anxious to meet this woman, Kate, said he, after a pause, and it is natural. She promises communications on subjects that cannot be otherwise than dear to you. Miss Monroe and I can keep watch at a distance, and on the slightest elevation of voice on your part, we will hasten to your assistance.
This project was approved of even by the timid Mrs. Bennet, and Catherine Wilmot anxiously awaited the coming of the appointed hour. End of section 63. Section 64 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 64, Chapter 199, The Orphan's Filial Love. The evening was calm, fresh, and dry. The heavens were covered with stars, and objects were visible at a considerable distance. A few minutes before the wished-for hour, Catherine, Ellen, and the farmer reached the hill at the foot of which was the place of appointment. Then Kate left them and proceeded alone, while her two friends hastened by a circuitous route to gain a clump of trees which would enable them to remain concealed within a distance of 50 yards of the spot where Kate was to meet the old woman. The young girl pursued her way, her heart palpitating with varied emotions, vague alarm, exalted hope, and all the reawakened convictions of her orphan state. She reached the foot of the hill, and in a few minutes beheld a human form emerging, as it were, from the obscurity at a distance, the dim outline gradually defining itself into a positive shape, and at length showing the figure of the old woman whom she had seen in the morning. "You have done well to obey my summons, miss," said the hag, as she approached the timid and trembling girl. "But let me look well on your countenance. Let me be satisfied that it is indeed Catherine Wilmot." Then Kate turned towards the moon, and parted the light chestnut hair which clustered around her countenance, so that a pure flood of silvery lustre streamed on all the features of that sweetly interesting face, a sight too hallowed for the foul-souled harridan to gaze upon. It was as if the veil of the Holy of Holies in the Jewish temple were lifted before some being fresh from the grossest pollutions of the world. "Yes, I am satisfied," murmured the hag. "You are Catherine Wilmot, the Catherine whom I saw and recognized this morning. I feared lest your artful friend, Ellen Monroe, less timid than yourself, might have come to play your part." "Wherefore should you speak ill of Miss Monroe?" inquired Catherine mildly. Malicious allusions to my friends will not serve as a passport to my confidence."
"Well, well," said the hag, "we will speak no more on that subject. It was for other purposes that I sought this interview. Tell me, miss, do you remember your mother?"
"I remember her, with that faint and dim knowledge which consists only of many vague and dubious impressions," replied Kate, in a deeply plaintive tone. "I was but 4 years of age when God snatched her from me, and it was not until I was old enough to feel her loss that my memory began to exert itself to the utmost to recall every incident which I could associate with her kindness towards me. For kind she must have been, because every reminiscence which my mind has ever been able to shadow forth concerning her fills my heart with grateful tenderness and love. Oh, I have sat for hours in the solitude of my own chamber, endeavouring to fix the volatile ideas which at times flash through my memory in reference to the past, until I have seemed to connect them in a regular chain, and then I have fancied that at the end of the vista of years through which my mental glances retrospected, I could define a beautiful but melancholy countenance, the mild blue eyes weeping, and the lips smiling sweetly over me, the gentle hand smoothing down my hair and caressing my cheeks, and all this in a manner so touching, so plaintive, so softly sorrowful, that the picture fills my soul with sad fears lest my mother was not happy. And there have been times, too," continued Kate, tears trickling down her cheeks, "when it appeared to me that I could remember the fervent tenderness with which my mother clasped me in her arms, fondled me, played with me, did all she could to make me laugh, and then wept bitterly because my infantine joy was so exuberant. Yes, these and many other things of the same kind have I pondered on and treasured up as holy memories of the past. And then the dread thought has suddenly flashed to my brain that I have been merely worshipping the images of my own fond creation. At such times I have gone down upon my knees. I have prayed that these ideas might really be reflections of the long-gone truth, bright reflections which had been cast in the mirror of my mind during the days of my infancy. Oh, it would grieve me sadly. It would wring my soul with anguish. It would fill my heart with desolation, were I to be led to the fearful conviction that all those pleasing, painful glimpses of my mother's presence and my mother's love are not the reminiscence of reality, but the creations of a fond and credulous imagination."
"Your memory has not deceived you, miss," said the old woman. "Your mother fondled and caressed you, smiled and wept over you, in the manner you have described."
"Oh, thank you for that assurance!" exclaimed Katherine, forgetting, in the enthusiasm of her filial but orphan love, all her late repugnance to that old woman. "Again I say, thank you! You know not the consolation you have imparted to me. Oh, were it possible to recall from the tomb that dear mother who fondled and caressed me, smiled and wept over me, I would give all the remainder of my life for one day of her presence here, one day of her love. When I think that she is really gone forever, that no tears and no prayers can bring her back, oh, it seems as if there were an anguish in my heart which no human sympathy can ever soothe. But you knew my mother then?" added Kate suddenly. "You knew her, did you not? Oh, tell me of her! I could never weary of hearing you speak of her."
"Yes, I knew your mother well," was the answer. "I knew her before you were born."
"And was she happy?" demanded Katherine, trembling at the question she thus put, for fear the reply should not be as she would wish it.
"She knew happiness, and she was also acquainted with sorrow," said the hag. "But that is the lot of us all. That is the lot of us all."
"Poor mother!" murmured the young girl, with a profound sob. "It is then true that, in my infancy, I saw her weep as well as smile? Wherefore was she unhappy? Was she betrayed and neglected? But, oh, I tremble to ask those questions which—"
"To explain the cause of her sorrows would be to tell you all her history," answered the old woman. "And ere I can do that, I have some questions to ask you, and some conditions to propose."
The hag hesitated. Yes, even she, with her soul so hardened in the tan pits of vice as to be on all other occasions proof against the dews of sympathy, even she hesitated, as if softened by the ingenuous and holy outpourings of that young orphan's filial love. "Speak! Say quickly what you require of me," exclaimed Katherine, "and hasten to tell me of my parents, for in your letter you spoke of both my father and my mother." As Katherine entertained not the slightest recollection of her father, all her thoughts had ever been fixed on the memory of her mother. But when she coupled the two names together, when she found her lips pronouncing the sacred denominations of father and mother in the same breath, there arose in her soul such varied and overpowering emotions that she dissolved into a violent agony of weeping. But that efflux of tears relieved the surcharged heart of the orphan, and, composing herself as quickly as she could, she exclaimed, "Speak, good woman! Name your conditions! I am rich, and they shall be complied with, so that you hasten to tell me of my parents."
"Did your mother leave no papers behind her? No letters? No private documents of any kind?" inquired the old hag.
"Nothing. Nothing save the fragment of a note which she commenced when in a dying state, and which death did not permit her to finish," answered Katherine.
"And that fragment, did it suggest no trace?"
"Stay, I will repeat its contents to you," exclaimed Katherine. "The words are indelibly fixed upon my memory. Oh, how were it possible that I could ever forget them? Those words ran thus: 'Should my own gloomy presages prove true, and the warning of my medical attendant be well founded, if, in a word, the hand of death be already extended to snatch me away thus in the prime of life, while my darling child is—' There," continued Katherine, "is a blank occasioned, alas! by the tears of my poor mother. 2 or 3 lines are thus obliterated, and then appears a short, disjointed, but a most mysterious portion of a sentence, written thus: 'And inform Mr. Markham, whose abode is—' There's not another word on the paper," added the orphan.
"Markham, Markham," repeated the hag, as if sorely troubled by some reminiscence. "She mentioned the name of Markham in the letter she wrote on her death-bed. Young lady, did you ever hear more of that Mr. Markham?"
"Inquiries were instituted at my mother's death," replied Kate; "but the Mr. Markham alluded to in the note could not be discovered. The name, the very name, however, seems to be of good omen to me, for one of that name, who is now a noble of exalted rank and the commander of a mighty army in a foreign land, has been my best friend, my benefactor, my saviour. Yes, it is to Richard Markham."
"Ah, now I comprehend the cause of your intimacy with Miss Monroe," said the hag hastily. She resides with her father at the house of Mr. Richard Markham. And so," she continued in a musing tone, "and so that same Mr. Richard Markham is your friend, your benefactor."
"Oh, what should I have been without him?" ejaculated Katherine. "When I was involved in that fearful situation, of which you have no doubt heard, he was the only one who came to me and said, 'I believe you to be innocent.' May heaven ever prosper him for that boundless philanthropy, that noble generosity, which induced him to espouse the orphan's cause. Yes, to him I owed the development of my innocence, the unravelling of that terrible web of circumstantial evidence in which I was entangled. He employed an active agent to collect evidence in my favour, and the measures which he adopted led to the results which must be known to you."
"It is then as I thought," said the old woman, scarcely able to subdue a chuckle of delight. "You know but little concerning your mother, and nothing relative to your father."
"And it is to receive precious communications on those points that I have met you now," exclaimed Katherine. "Let us lose no more time. My friends will grow uneasy at my prolonged absence. Speak, in the name of heaven, speak on a subject so near and dear to my heart."
"Listen attentively, young miss, to what I am about to say. Listen attentively," returned the hag. "Now do not be alarmed at my words. You will see that I am disposed to act well towards you. The man who was with me this morning," and here the old woman cast a rapid glance around, and lowered her voice to a whisper, "that man is a bad one, and he knows I am acquainted with all that concerns your parentage. He is avaricious, and desires to turn my knowledge to a good account."
"I understand you," said Katherine. "He requires money. But are you influenced by him?"
"I cannot explain all that, miss. Attend to what I choose to tell you, or may tell you, and you will act wisely," returned the old woman. "He is a desperate man, and I dare not offend him. He wants money, and money he must have. Money he must have."
"How much will satisfy him?" asked Katherine. "And if I procure the sum that he needs, will you then tell me all you know in connection with my parents?"
Wait a moment, miss," said the hag. "I am but a poor, miserable, wretched, oppressed, starving creature myself."
"Again I understand you," interrupted Katherine, unable to subdue a tone expressive of contempt. "You declare yourself to be the possessor of a secret which nearly and dearly concerns me, and you intend to barter it for gold. But if I meet your demands in all respects, if I satisfy that man who exercises such influence over you, and if I reward yourself, what security can you give me that you are really acquainted with those particulars which you offer to communicate? What guarantee can you show that this first concession on my part will not be followed by increased demands on yours?"
"I will convince you of my good faith," was the old woman's ready reply. "Give me wherewithal to satisfy that man, and the reward you intend for me need not be bestowed until I have told you all I know."
"How much will that man require?" asked Katherine, wearied by this mercenary trading in matters which to her appeared so sacred.
"Give him £100. You are rich, and can well afford it, for report says that you inherited the fortune of Reginald Tracy," exclaimed the hag.
"And for yourself?" said Kate, impatiently.
"Alack! I am a poor, starving old creature," was the answer. I am miserable, very miserable. Give me wherewith to make my few remaining days happy, as I shall be able to show you great sources of comfort in the news I have to impart."
"Listen, now, to me," said Kate, after a moment's hesitation. "I will give you that sum of £100 to enable you to satisfy the man of whom you speak. And afterwards, if your communications should really and truly prove a source of comfort to me, I will reward you with a liberality surpassing your most sanguine expectations. But alas, some delay must take place ere I can procure the funds from the solicitor who has my affairs in his charge, and, oh, I shall know no peace until your lips reveal those secrets which are to prove such sources of comfort to me." There was a temporary pause. The old woman seemed to be reflecting upon the orphan's words, and the young girl herself was rapidly conjecturing of what nature the promised revelations could be. But how vain were all her attempts to assign a satisfactory solution to that enigma which the hag, like some horrible sphinx, had set before her. During this prolonged interview, the early loveliness of the evening had yielded to one of those sudden variations peculiar to our island climate at that season of the year. The sky had become overcast, the moon no longer poured forth a flood of sweet silver lustre to light up the innocent countenance of the maiden, or to mock with its chaste halo the wrinkled expression of the foul hag.
"But perhaps your solicitor may refuse you the advances which you need," said the old woman at length.
"No, he will not cast an obstacle in the way of aught which is to contribute to my happiness," answered Katherine. "I have seen him but twice, and inexperienced as I am in the ways of life, I feel confident that he possesses a kind and generous heart. Oh, if Richard, I mean the Marquis of Estella, were in England now, I should not be compelled to wait many hours in suspense for the want of this money which you require."
"The Marquis of Estella!" exclaimed the hag in astonishment. "Who is he? And what connection can he have with you?"
"Have you not heard or read the news, which have doubtless appeared in all the London journals?" inquired Katherine. "Those glorious news?"
"Alack, dear miss, I never read a newspaper," said the hag.
"Then you are ignorant that the Richard Markham, of whom we have been speaking, is a great noble, a peer of a foreign realm, that the coronet of a marquis has been conferred upon him for his gallant deeds."
"Well a day, this world sees strange ups and downs," interrupted the hag. "Ah, miss, lose no time in satisfying that man who was with me this morning, and I will tell you a secret that will be well worth all the gold you will have to give for its purchase. But what was that noise? Did you not hear something?"
"It seemed to me that there was a rustling along the path," replied Katherine, in a hasty and timid whisper. "Oh, you would not do me any harm? You have not been deceiving me? My God, how cruel would it be to lead the orphan into danger by the allurements of fond hopes respecting the memory of her parents."
"Silence, miss! Listen!" said the hag in a subdued but earnest tone. "I mean you no harm."
Then they both held their breath, but all was still. Not a sound met their ears, save the low murmur of the breeze which had sprung up within the last few minutes.
"It is nothing," observed the old woman. "But why should you mistrust me?"
"Pardon me if I wrong you," returned Kate. "You are a stranger to me, and although you may mean to serve me, your proceedings are conducted with so much mystery, so much secrecy, that I must be forgiven if vague suspicions—"
I know it, I know it.
interrupted the old woman, and after a short pause she added, "Yes, I will ensure your confidence, miss, and then you will understand my sincerity. That man who was with me this morning discovered your place of abode at my desire. He demanded to be present at our interview, but I refused, for reasons of my own. I assured him I would speak to you alone, or not at all. I was therefore compelled, this morning, in his presence, to insist on having none by to overhear the business that made me seek you. And the same reason forced me to stipulate that you should meet me this evening unaccompanied by any of your friends. For if I had permitted one to be present at our interview, then there was no reason to exclude another, and that man might have insisted on being a witness as well as any companion of yours." "If that be the only reason for this mystery," observed Katherine, considerably relieved by the old woman's explanation, "you cannot object to Miss Monroe accompanying me on the next occasion of our meeting." "No," answered the old woman, "that may not be, for the man who is to be satisfied with money will watch me at a distance when we meet again. But afterwards, at any future interview that may be necessary, Miss Monroe may accompany you." "I understand you," said Kate. "Tomorrow evening I will meet you again, here, and at the same hour. I shall then doubtless be prepared to give you the amount necessary to satisfy that man's avarice, and his interference will be disposed of. It will afterwards remain for you to satisfy me, and for me to reward you." "Agreed, young lady, agreed," answered the old woman. "We have now no more to say, except," she added, as a sudden thought struck her, "except that, should the man insist on speaking to you tomorrow evening, you need not tell him that you have any intention of bestowing a separate recompense on me." "I hope that he will not dare to approach me," said Katherine, indignantly; "and were he to force his disagreeable presence upon me, I should scarcely permit myself to be catechised by him." "'Tis well, miss," returned the hag, apparently well pleased with the resolute manner of the young orphan. They then separated. The old woman went one way, and Katherine proceeded direct to the clump of trees where Ellen and the farmer were concealed, for it was now so dark that there was no fear of the direction she took being observed. It may be naturally supposed that Ellen and Mr. Bennet were deeply anxious to be made acquainted with the particulars of an interview concerning which they had some few misgivings. On the return of the trio to the farmhouse, they found Mrs. Bennet very uneasy on Kate's account. The appearance of the young maiden reassured the good-hearted woman, and Katherine then gave a detailed account of all that had passed between herself and the hag. The impression produced was, that there was really a legitimate foundation for the old woman's proceedings, and that she was actually possessed of secrets touching Kate's parentage. The agreement that the recompense was only to be awarded to her after she had made the promised communications was considered a proof of good faith, and Kate's promise to supply the sum demanded in the first instance to satisfy the avarice of the Resurrection Man met with the approval of her friends. "To-morrow, then," said Kate, "I must repair to London and procure the necessary funds from Mr. Wharton. You will accompany me, Ellen?" "That journey is not requisite," observed the farmer. "Mr. Wharton would demand an explanation of the business for which the money is intended, and he would only view it with the calm and severe eye of a lawyer. He might even go so far as to insist upon having those persons arrested as extortioners. He might not fully appreciate your filial anxiety, Kate, to risk every chance to know more of the authors of your being.
I can well comprehend your feelings, and after all, the venture is but £100, for the old woman is to make her revelations before she receives a recompense. No, you shall say nothing to Mr. Wharton on the subject. I am going to London to-morrow, and on my return I will supply you with the sum required."
It is needless to say that Katherine expressed her gratitude to Mr. Bennet for his goodness, and Ellen readily promised to stay at the farm for a day or two longer, until the pending mystery should be cleared up. Mr. Bennet, moreover, undertook to call at Markham Place, with a note from Ellen to relieve Mr. Monroe of any anxiety which he might feel on her account, as her absence from home would be protracted beyond the time originally contemplated. End of section 64. Section 65 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 65, Chapter 200, A Maiden's Love. The two young ladies had now retired to the bedchamber which Kate occupied at the farm, and which Ellen shared with her during her visit. The respective characters of those two charming creatures were then incidentally contrasted and powerfully set forth, each in its peculiar phase, by means of occurrences apparently trivial to a degree, but which were nevertheless significant in the eyes of those who closely observed the nature of the human mind. While Ellen was disrobing herself, she stood, in all the pride of her glorious beauty, before the mirror, in the reflection of which she also arranged her long, luxuriant hair, previously to retiring to rest. But Katherine, in the semi-obscurity of the remotest corner, laid aside her vestment, nor did she once think of approaching the glass. Whence arose this discrepancy, this pride on the one hand, and this bashfulness on the other? It was that Ellen had been placed in those circumstances which had taught her the value and led her to appreciate the extent of her almost matchless charms. Her lovely countenance had served as a copy, and her exquisitely modelled form as a pattern for artists and sculptors. During her brief dramatic career, she had been the object of unceasing adulation, and when she forced Greenwood to espouse her, the splendour of her beauty had disarmed him of the resentment which he would otherwise have experienced in being compelled to sacrifice for her all his hopes of a brilliant matrimonial alliance. Hers was the pride of a loveliness which had produced her bread in the hour of her bitter need, which was perpetuated in great works of art, which had elicited the heartfelt admiration of many suitors of rank and name, and which was still in all the freshness of health and youth. Still that pride was never obtrusive, not even conspicuous, for it was attempered by a natural generosity, an innate loftiness of soul, which rendered her as adorable for her disposition as she was desirable for her beauty. Katherine had long languished in a condition which compelled her to retire from observation. While she dwelt with the late executioner, she was glad to be able to shroud herself from public view. She was always neat and cleanly from principle, but not from pride. The germinations of self-complacency had been checked in their nascent state, though not completely obliterated, and now, if they were slightly expanding in the genial atmosphere of the improved circumstances which surrounded her, it was with a legitimate growth, such as no female mind should remain unacquainted with. For a certain degree of proper pride is necessary to woman, to preserve her self-esteem, and to maintain her soul so happily poised that it may not fall into overweening confidence on the one side, nor into an awkward and repulsive reserve on the other. That chamber scene would have made a fine and deeply interesting subject for the pencil of the artist, who would have delighted to shadow forth the variety of the female character. Here the glorious loveliness of the wife who dared not avow that sacred name. There the retiring beauty of the young virgin. But Catherine had not altogether escaped the influence of that blind deity who exercises so important a control over the destinies of us mortals. How this happened we must leave her to describe in her own artless manner. "I've been thinking, dear Kate," said Ellen, as she stood combing her long and silky hair, on which a lamp's reflection in the mirror shed a bright glory. "I have been thinking that this is a dull and lonely place for you. Mr. and Mrs. Bennet are very kind and amiable people, but it will not be suitable for one whose worldly prospects are so good as yours to remain in this solitude. You are literally buried here. I am almost inclined to take you with me to Markham Place for a short time, when the business with that old woman is decided. I am sure Richard would be pleased with such an arrangement." "I should like to be with you, Ellen," was the reply. "But, for the present, I must remain here," added Catherine, with some little hesitation. "Oh, no, you must come with me to Markham Place," exclaimed Ellen, "and the change of scene will please you. Besides, I have a secret to tell you, Kate." "A secret?" repeated the maiden. "Yes, a secret that will surprise you," continued Ellen. "I shall reveal it to you now, but you must not mention it to any one here, for particular reasons which I cannot explain to you at present. What would you think if I were to tell you that I am married?" "You married?" exclaimed Catherine. "Then why are you still called Miss Monroe?" "There are certain circumstances which compel me to keep my marriage a secret. When you come to Markham Place, as you must, you will see my father, but never in his presence, nor in that of Richard when he returns home, may you speak of me as a wife. And now do you know why I have told you this? Because, as I am determined that you shall come and pass at least a few days with me, you will see my child." "Oh, Ellen, are you indeed a mother?" cried Catherine. "Are you not devotedly attached to your child? Do you not fondle, play with it?" "I am never wearied of its little company," answered Ellen. "It is a boy, and named after our mutual benefactor, Richard. And now you know my secret. But tell me, Kate, wherefore you wish to remain pent up in this secluded dwelling? Has some happy youth in the neighbourhood touched your heart? You do not answer me. I cannot see where you are, but I'll wager that you are blushing. Oh, if there be any truth in my suspicion, let it be revelation for revelation. We are friends, and you may confide in me." "I know not how to answer you, Ellen, and yet—" "And yet you have a secret," returned the young wife, laughing. "Oh, yes, you have a secret, and you must make me your confidant." "I am willing to tell you all that relates to this foolish affair," said Catherine, "but that all is very little." And she hesitated, suffused with blushes even in the nook whither Ellen's eyes were not directed. "Nay, continue," exclaimed Ellen. "I perceive that you are about to interest me with the commencement of a charming little love tale. Seriously speaking, Kate, you will lose nothing by entrusting your secret to one who may be enabled to give you some useful counsel in a matter which is of far greater moment than young persons of our sex are induced to believe." "I will conceal nothing from you, Ellen," returned Katherine, in a low and timid tone. "It was only at the commencement of last week that I was rambling in the neighbourhood, on as fine a day as this one has been, when I met a young gentleman who was crossing the same field as myself, but in an opposite direction. The path was very narrow, and he stood on one side to allow me to pass. I bowed in acknowledgment of his politeness, and he raised his hat. The glance that I threw upon him was of course only momentary, and I passed on. I thought no more of the incident." "He is doubtless very handsome," said Ellen, laughing. "All heroes of such romantic adventures are." "Nay, hear me to the end," continued Katherine, "for since I have begun this silly tale, I may as well terminate it. The following day was fine, and I walked out again, as indeed I always do when the weather will permit. I was proceeding through the same field." "The same field," observed Ellen slyly. "Oh, I can assure you, my dear friend, that you do me an injustice by the suspicion which your words imply," exclaimed Katherine. "I had totally forgotten the trifling incident of the preceding day. But I chose that path. It was the same which we took this morning, because it was dry and hard. To my surprise, I again met that gentleman, and when he made way, as before, to let me pass, he looked at me with an attention not rude, but still earnest. Our eyes met, and I passed hastily on. I felt myself blushing, I knew not why, to the very verge of my forehead, and yet I had done no wrong. I had glanced towards him as I acknowledged his politeness in stepping aside to allow me to pass, and it was by accident, at least on my part, that our eyes thus met. When I became more composed, I was angry at having been annoyed with myself. I then found myself involuntarily reflecting upon the handsome countenance, for he is handsome, Ellen, of which I had only so hasty a glimpse. I must admit that I thought of him more than once during the remainder of that day. "Love at second sight, we must denominate it," observed Ellen with a smile. "I will hazard a guess that the next day was fine, for the weather is usually favourable in such circumstances, and that you unwittingly found yourself rambling in the same path." "Oh, Ellen, I am afraid that I was wrong, but all happened as you have described," said Kate, in a soft and melancholy tone, "and I obeyed some impulse for which I could not account. I candidly confess that I wondered, as I walked along, whether he would be there again, and when I did not perceive him, I experienced a sentiment of vexation. At length he appeared at the extremity of the field. He drew nearer and nearer. I felt ashamed of myself. It suddenly struck me that he must suppose I came thither on purpose to see him again. I never thought so little of myself. No, not even when I was pointed at as the presumed relative of an executioner. I turned abruptly round and began to retrace my way towards the farm. I reached the low stile on the brow of the hill. At that moment I heard steps behind me. I cannot describe the sensations which I then experienced. A few short seconds of pleasing, painful suspense. Ere a minute had elapsed, the stranger stood by my side, and with a low bow he extended his hand to assist me in crossing the barrier. My head seemed to swim round, and I mechanically gave him my hand. He held it but for an instant as I passed into the next field, and yet he pressed it gently, very gently. Still he pressed it. I know not whether I bowed or hurried abruptly on. I was so confused. And during the remainder of that day you pondered on the incident, observed Ellen. Oh, how well you seem to divine all my thoughts, all my emotions, exclaimed Katherine. Love has the same emblems, the same symbols throughout the world, answered Ellen, and it also has the same unvarying worship. Of the true nature of the great God there are many conflicting opinions, and different nations offer up their adoration in different manners. But to that blind deity whom we call love, there is only one incense, and that is common to all humanity. Then it was not wrong on my part to experience those emotions which I have explained to you, said Katherine, with the most amiable naivety. Wrong, dearest girl? Oh, no, exclaimed Ellen. That heart must be a cold, a callous, a worldly-minded one, which never feels those most beautiful and holy of all sympathies. But go on with your narrative, Kate, for I feel convinced that you have seen your handsome lover since the day mentioned. I will tell you how we met again, said Katherine. On the following day I did not stir abroad. I wished to take my usual ramble, but I feared that I should be doing wrong to incur the chance of meeting him again. As I was sitting at the parlour window, he passed. I was so taken by surprise, he appeared so unexpectedly. Oh no, I am deceiving myself, I am deceiving you. He came not altogether unexpectedly, for I had found myself wondering more than once whether he would again revisit this neighbourhood. He passed the window then, as I have said, and I did not turn away until it was too late. He saw me, he seemed pleased, he bowed, and I slightly responded to his salutation. Then I retreated from the window, and did not approach it again during the rest of that day. The next day was wet and gloomy, and I felt persuaded that I should not see him. Will you blame me if I say that I was vexed at this circumstance? Would you believe me if I declared that I treated it with indifference? But my annoyance was soon dissipated. He passed the house at the same hour as on the preceding day. He was wrapped in a long military cloak, and when he saw me, he bowed with the same courtesy as heretofore. But methought he smiled, as if with satisfaction at seeing me. And now you will say that I am a vain and foolish girl, but, dearest Ellen, I am faithfully detailing to you all that occurred, and all the emotions I have experienced. Proceed, Katherine, said Ellen. I become deeply interested in your narrative. The next day was fine once more, and I felt indisposed for want of exercise, continued the maiden. I accordingly walked out, but in another direction. How I trembled at the slightest sound which resembled a footstep! How my heart beat when a bird flew past me! But my alarms, if I can honestly so call them, were without foundation. I beheld not the stranger that day. On the ensuing one I walked out again in the same direction, and, lost in thought, I rambled to a considerable distance. But at length I turned homewards once more, and when in sight of the farm, I suddenly beheld the stranger advancing towards me across a field. He was pursuing no direct path. My heart beat violently, for something told me that he was coming that way only on my account. In a few moments we met. He bowed. I returned his salutation. He suddenly took my hand and pressed it. I hastily withdrew it, and passed rapidly on. This mute declaration of love is truly romantic, said Ellen, laughing as she threw herself, half undressed, into an easy-chair, and began to unlace the boots which enclosed her pretty feet. Catherine had emerged from her nook, and was sitting on the side of the bed which was farthest removed from Ellen, and there, veiling her blushes behind the curtain, the young maiden continued her artless narrative. "I know not how it was," she said, "but that gentle pressure seemed to remain upon my hand. I can even feel it now, when I think of it. Is not this very foolish, Ellen? But you wish me to tell you everything, and therefore you must expect to be wearied with my frivolous details." The incident which I have just related made a profound impression upon me. The image of the stranger was constantly present to my memory throughout that day. I fancied that there was something sincere, and yet extremely respectful, something fervent, and yet quite inoffensive, in his manner towards me when he seized and pressed my hand. But I have forgotten to give you some idea of his appearance. He is young, tall, slight, and of a dark complexion. He seems to be of a foreign nation. His eyes are black and animated, and on his lip he wears a small moustache. His gait is elegant, and his manners are evidently those of a polished gentleman. "And his name?" said Ellen. "He has doubtless communicated that." "He has never spoken a word to me," answered Catherine, with the most ingenuous seriousness. "We have not exchanged a syllable. I think, indeed, that I have already been sufficiently imprudent in allowing him to touch my hand. Still, I could not have prevented him. He took it so suddenly." "And you have not exchanged a syllable?" exclaimed Ellen. "But it is as well that matters have remained where they appear to be. I will, however, give you my advice presently. In the meantime, continue your narrative." "I have little more to say," answered Catherine, with a sigh. "On the following morning I met him once more. That was 3 days ago, and he accosted me evidently with the intention of speaking. But I hurried on, and he stopped. When I was at some distance, I cast a rapid glance round. He was still standing where I had left him. He saw that I threw that hasty look behind me, but no, I cannot tell you the indiscretion of which he was guilty. It pains me to think of it, and perhaps he himself is conscious of his impropriety, for I have not seen him since." "What, in heaven's name, did he do?" asked Ellen, surprised by the thoughtful seriousness of her young friend's manner. "Do you wish me to tell you?" exclaimed Catherine. "Well, I must confess all. He kissed his hand to me." "Were I not afraid of wounding your feelings, I should laugh immoderately, Kate," said Ellen. "Here I was on the tenterhooks of expectation, awaiting some truly mortifying disclosure, and I find that the only fault which your swain has committed is a delicate and mute declaration of his attachment. But to speak seriously once more, if you really entertain any sentiment of interest in behalf of this handsome stranger, you must allow time and circumstances to serve you. These romantic meetings, dear Catherine, are calculated to fill your young heart with hopes which may be cruelly disappointed. If he really experience a tender feeling towards you, he will find means to make it known in a more satisfactory, if not more intelligible manner. Then will be the proper time for your friends to ascertain who he is. For the present I cannot, as I wish you well, counsel you to incur the chance of meeting him in that wild way again. I am glad you have imparted this secret to me. It shall be sacred. But, oh, I am too intimately acquainted with the world to treat lightly or neglectfully a matter that may so nearly touch, that does perhaps already to some extent concern, your happiness. More than ever do I now desire that you should pass a few days with me at Markham Place. If your stranger really wishes to know more of you, if his views be honourable and his pretensions feasible, he will soon institute inquiries at the farm regarding you. Mr. Bennet will then know how to act. In the meantime, there is no necessity to mention the affair to either him or his wife." The tender interest of the subject had so completely absorbed all other ideas in the mind of Katherine, that, no longer under the restraint of the extreme bashfulness which had driven her into the obscure part of the chamber in order to lay aside her vesture, she had emerged from the concealment of the curtain, and gradually approached nearer and nearer towards Ellen, while the latter was affectionately offering her counsel. The scene was now a most touching one. In the large armchair reclined the young wife, her luxuriant hair, not yet arranged for repose, flowing in shining waves over her ivory shoulders and forming a dark curtain behind her arching neck, the dazzling whiteness and graceful contour of which were thus enhanced with an effect truly enchanting, while a stray curl of the glossy hair, detached from the mass behind, and more fortunate than its companions, fell on the glowing bosom which was without shame revealed in the sanctity of that chamber. And, standing meekly before the young wife, with downcast eyes and blushing cheeks, was the young virgin, her white arms supporting the loosened garments over her bosom in that sweet attitude of modesty which so many great masters have loved to delineate in their marble representations of female beauty. It seemed as if Venus, the queen of love, were enthroned in the voluptuous negligence of the boudoir, and had suddenly assumed a demeanour befitting her sovereign sway, while she tutored one of her attendant graces in some lesson whose importance demanded that unusual seriousness. "And now, dearest Katherine," added Ellen, after a moment's pause, "I have given you the best advice which my humble capacity allows me to offer, and I think so well of you that I feel convinced of your readiness to follow it." "I should be unworthy of your good opinion, I should despise myself, were I to hesitate a moment what course to pursue," returned Kate; and yielding to the generous emotions of friendship, she threw herself on the bosom of her whom she had made the confidant of her young love. "And you will consent to pass a short time with me at Markham Place?" said Ellen, embracing her affectionately. "I will follow your counsel in all things, dear Ellen," replied the maiden, weeping from emotions of gratitude and love. "Human nature has no essence more pure. The world knows nothing more chaste. Heaven has endowed the mortal heart with no feeling more holy than the nascent affection of a young virgin soul. The warmest language of the sunny south is too cold to shadow forth even a faint outline of that enthusiastic sentiment. And God has made the richest language poor in the same respect, because the depths of hearts that thrill with love's emotions are too sacred for the common contemplation. The musical voice of love stirs the source of the sweetest thoughts within the human breast, and steals into the most profound recesses of the soul, touching chords which never vibrated before, and calling into gentle companionship delicious hopes till then unknown. Yes, the light of a young maiden's first love breaks dimly but beautifully upon her as the silver lustre of a star glimmers through a thickly woven bower, and the first blush that mantles her cheek, as she feels the primal influence, is faint and pure as that which a rose-leaf might cast upon marble. But how rapidly does that light grow stronger, and that flush deeper, until the powerful effulgence of the one irradiates every corner of her heart, and the crimson glow of the other suffuses every feature of her countenance. End of section 65. Section 66 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 66, Chapter 201. The Handsome Stranger. Disappointment. On the ensuing morning, Farmer Bennet departed early for London. After breakfast, Ellen said, with a significant smile, "The weather is fine, Kate. Let us take advantage of it. Your country air does me so much good." Catherine blushed, and then smiled also, but she offered no objection to the proposed walk. The toilette of the young ladies was soon complete, and they sallied forth on their little excursion. "Mr. Bennet has promised to call at Markham Place," observed Ellen. "I have written a note to my father, stating that I shall return tomorrow, or next day at latest, and I have intimated my intention of bringing you with me. I most sincerely hope that some fresh tidings have been received from Richard." "And in that wish I earnestly partake," said Catherine. "But wherefore do you choose this path?" she added in a tremulous tone, and with downcast eyes. "Because it is the most pleasant," answered Ellen, laughing. "It seems, moreover, that your handsome stranger was determined to seek you in one direction as well as in another; and if he be in the neighbourhood this morning, rest assured that he will see you, whichever way you may pursue. Love has as many eyes in this respect as Argus. I am with you, dear Kate. You have a companion, and there is no indiscretion in even taking this very path where you have on most occasions met your unknown. Besides, should he be here today, I am anxious to catch a glimpse of him. Tomorrow or next day you will leave this vicinity of pleasant memories, at least for a time, and—" "Ellen, Ellen!" murmured Kate suddenly, and she caught her companion by the arm. "Ah, I understand. Compose yourself, Catherine. Compose yourself," was the rapid reply. "It would be improper to betray any emotion. See, he is approaching slowly. In the name of heaven, compose yourself." And, in effect, a handsome young man, with a dark complexion, fine and expressive eyes, and graceful figure, was advancing in the opposite direction, but he came slowly, as if anxious to keep some favourite object as long in view as possible. How the pulse of the maiden's young heart quickened as she beheld her unknown lover approaching. And now the handsome stranger came near, and Catherine drew close to her companion, as the timid fawn relies for protection on the stately deer. The look of the stranger was cast for a moment upon Ellen, but not the bright glance of her eye, nor the rich colouring of her cheeks, framed as they were in masses of glossy hair, nor that symmetry of swelling bust, delicate waist, and matchless proportions of a finely moulded form. Not this assemblage of charms induced the stranger to dwell for more than an instant on Catherine's companion. No, it was to Catherine herself that his eyes reverted with adoring glance, and though he gazed fixedly upon the retiring maiden, yet there was something so respectful in his manner that it was impossible to take offence at it. He made way for the two ladies, and raised his hat as they passed. Catherine returned the salutation without turning her eyes towards him. "Your stranger is not only handsome," observed Ellen, when they were at such a distance as to incur no danger of being overheard. "But he is also of an appearance so respectable, so superior, I had almost said noble, that I cannot for a moment suppose his intentions to be dishonourable. At the same time, why does he not address you? He might, without impropriety, have taken advantage of my presence to speak to you; and, to tell you the truth, it was to afford him such an opportunity that I brought you in this direction. We need not record the conversation that ensued. The reader does not require to be informed that its principal topic was the love of the young maiden, a theme on which she was naturally pleased to speak, and in the discussion of which Ellen indulged her, not, however, with the view of fanning the flame of incipient passion, but with the affectionate motive of warning her against the encouragement of hopes which might never be fulfilled. The walk was prolonged until 2 o'clock, when the young ladies retraced their steps to the farm. Mr. Bennet had not yet returned from London. Dinner was, however, served up. The fresh air had given Ellen an appetite, but Katherine ate little, and was somewhat pensive. Indeed, the maiden had sufficient to engage the meditation of her young mind. The evident impression which the handsome stranger had made upon her, and the hope that evening would bring her the much desired information relative to her parents, divided her thoughts. But of what nature would the old woman's secrets prove? In what manner were they to be a source of comfort to her? It will be remembered that Smithers had made her acquainted with certain particulars relative to her mother, and the sad inference had been that Katherine was of illegitimate birth. Would the tendency of the old woman's communications be to clear up this mystery in a manner satisfactory to the young maiden? As yet all was doubt and uncertainty, and conjecture was vain. It was about 4 o'clock when the farmer made his appearance. He entered the parlour, where Ellen, Katherine, and Mrs. Bennet were sitting with a countenance expressive of supreme satisfaction. "I have glorious news for you, young ladies," he exclaimed, "and indeed all who know Mr. Markham—I beg his pardon, the Marquis— must be rejoiced." "Oh, what of him?" ejaculated Ellen and Kate, as it were in one breath. "Patience for a moment," said the farmer. "Here is a letter from Mr. Monroe to you, miss," addressing Ellen, "and that will explain everything yet known of the affair." Ellen hastily tore open her father's note, and began to read its contents aloud. January 29th, 1841. You will be supremely delighted, dearest Ellen, to hear the joyful tidings which I am about to communicate. This morning's newspapers publish a telegraphic despatch from Toulon, stating that a grand and decisive battle took place beneath the walls of Montoni on the 23rd. Richard was completely victorious. The Austrian army was routed with tremendous loss. The Grand Duke fled, and the capital was delivered. Our dear benefactor is safe. The steamer which conveyed these tidings to Toulon left Montoni in the afternoon of the 24th, at the moment when Richard was entering the city as the regent of Castelcicala. Nothing more is known at present, but this is enough not only to reassure us all, but to fill our hearts with joy. My blood glows in my veins, old as I am, when I think of Richard's grand achievements. To what a proud height has he raised himself, second only to a sovereign! As I looked forth from the casement ere now, and beheld the 2 trees on the hill-top, I could not avoid a sorrowful reflection concerning Eugene. What can have become of him? Heavens! "Dearest Ellen, are you ill?" exclaimed Katherine, seeing that her friend suddenly turned ashy pale. "No, Kate, it's nothing. The abruptness with which we have received these tidings—" "Yes, you are unwell," persisted Katherine, and she hastened to procure water. Ellen drank some, and the colour slowly returned to her cheeks. "I am better now, Kate," she said. "Do you terminate the perusal of my father's letter?" Katherine, perceiving that her friend really seemed to have revived, read the remainder of the note in the following manner: "I fear that he will not be enabled to tell so glorious a tale as his younger brother, even if the appointment be really kept on his part. But enough of that. You speak of bringing Miss Wilmot to pass a few days at the place. I entirely approve of the project, if the excellent people with whom she is living, and of whom Richard has spoken to us so highly, be willing to part with her. I must not forget to mention that poor Whittingham is nearly crazed with joy at Richard's success. You remember his extravagant but unfeigned manifestation of delight when we received the tidings of the Battle of Abrantani and its results. Then the worthy fellow danced and capered madly, exclaiming, 'Master Richard a Marquis!' all day long. But when I read him the telegraphic despatch this morning, he took his hat and kicked it all round the room—a new hat too, until it was battered into a state beyond redemption, shouting all the time, 'Here's a glorious cataplasm!' meaning catastrophe, no doubt. 'Master Richard a Marquis and a Regency! I'll get drunk to-night, sir. I haven't been intoxicated for many a year, but I'll get drunk to-night, in spite of all the teetotalers in London. Thank God for this glorious cataplasm!' And he rushed out of the room to communicate the news in his own way to Marian. But conceive my surprise when I presently heard the report of firearms. I listened, a second report followed, a third, a fourth. I became alarmed, and hastened into the garden. There was Whittingham, firing a salute with his old blunderbuss, and Marian's new plaid shawl was floating by way of a banner from the summit of a clothes-prop fixed in the ground. Poor Marian did not seem to relish the use to which her Sunday shawl was thus unceremoniously converted, but all the satisfaction she could obtain from Whittingham was, 'It's a glorious cataplasm, Master Richard's a Regency!' And away the old blunderbuss blazed again until the salute was complete. I do really believe the excellent-hearted old man intends to illuminate the place this evening, and I shall not interfere with the ebullition of his honest joy. I write this long letter while Mr. Bennet partakes of some refreshment. Trusting to see you and your young friend tomorrow or next day at latest, I am, dearest Ellen, etc., etc." It is unnecessary to state that the news from Montoni diffused the most lively joy amongst the party assembled in the parlour of the farmhouse. Ellen speedily recovered her usual flow of excellent spirits, and expressed her sincere satisfaction at that remarkable elevation on the part of Richard which had excited the enthusiasm of her father. Mr. and Mrs. Bennet offered no objection to the proposal that Kate should pay a visit to Markham Place. On the contrary, though grieved to part with her, they considered that change of scene could not do otherwise than benefit her. And now the appointed hour for the meeting with the old woman drew near, and Mr. Bennet provided Kate with the necessary funds for her purpose. Shortly before 7, the farmer, provided with a brace of loaded pistols, and Ellen repaired to the same hiding-place which they had occupied on the preceding evening, and, with a beating heart, Katherine hastened to the spot where she expected to encounter one who had promised to reveal secrets so nearly concerning her. The old woman did not, however, make her appearance. The minutes passed slowly away, and still she came not. Catherine's anxiety was intense. Half an hour had elapsed. Still there was no sign of the hag. The young maiden waited until past 8 o'clock, and at length she suddenly perceived 2 persons advancing towards her at a little distance. For a moment she felt afraid, but the farmer's voice speedily reassured her. Ellen and he were alarmed at Catherine's prolonged absence, and had come to seek her. Finding that the old woman had not made her appearance, they began to view the entire affair with some suspicion, and Kate was compelled to return with them to the farm, a prey to the most cruel disappointment. "If the old woman was prevented, by any unforeseen circumstance, from meeting you," said the farmer, "she will communicate with you early tomorrow. Perhaps we may be favoured with another visit from her emissary, Mr. Banks, but should he come, I shall take good care that he treats us to a sight of no more model coffins." During the remainder of the evening, Kate was pensive and melancholy, nor could all Ellen's affectionate endeavours wean her from her sorrowful thoughtfulness. They retired to rest early, and Katherine rose next morning with the hope of receiving tidings from the old woman. But hour after hour passed without gratifying her wish. Ellen purposely delayed their departure for London, to afford a fair opportunity for the arrival of any intelligence which the old woman might forward. But 3 o'clock came, and still all was blank disappointment and mystery in respect to the affair. Then Kate herself saw the inutility of tarrying longer, and having taken an affectionate farewell of Mrs. Bennet, the young ladies were accompanied by the farmer to Hounslow. There they obtained a conveyance for the capital, and Mr. Bennet saw them depart in safety. End of section 66. Section 67 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 67. Chapter 202. The Princess Isabella. We must now succinctly record a few incidents which occurred at the mansion of Prince Alberto in the vicinity of Richmond, from the period when Richard bade adieu to Isabella ere his departure for Castelcicala in the month of October 1840 until the end of January 1841, that is, up to the date at which we have brought our narrative in the preceding chapter. The Princess Isabella declared, at her farewell meeting with Richard, that wild hopes and exalted visions filled her imagination when she contemplated the enterprise on which her lover was about to embark. So well did she read the true character of our hero, and so elevated was her opinion of his high qualifications, that she felt persuaded he only required an opportunity to open for himself a grand and brilliant career. Her boundless affection for Richard Markham aided her not only in fostering these convictions, but also in shadowing forth and defining the elements of a glorious success and rapid rise on the part of one to whom her first and undivided love was given. But when she tore herself away from his last embrace, when she breathed the mournful word farewell, and then separated from the generous, the high-minded, and handsome young man who possessed her heart, Oh, how acute was the anguish that filled her soul! For some minutes, when he was no longer in sight, all her golden dreams and glorious visions fled from her imagination. She strove to recall them, as a drowning person in the dark hour of night struggles to gain the surface of the waters once more, to catch another glimpse of the bright stars above. But hope seemed to have yielded to blank despair. The Princess, however, possessed a firm mind, and when the primal burst of anguish was over, she wrestled with her gloomy imaginings until she gradually triumphed over their mournful influence. Having purposely prolonged her walk homewards, in order to compose herself, Isabella did not re-enter the mansion until she had collected her scattered thoughts and had wiped away the traces of her tears. Her father had all along discountenanced the expedition to Castelcicala so far as he was concerned, although he could not do otherwise than wish it success. Indeed, as he himself had intimated to General Grachia, he would no doubt have joined in it had he been differently situated. It was therefore with feelings of admiration that the Prince had from the first heard of Markham's enthusiasm in the constitutional cause, and at that period he frequently found himself dwelling attentively upon all the good points in Richard's character which had once made our hero so welcome a guest at the mansion. As for Isabella's mother, this princess was more than ever favourable towards Markham, for she saw in his present conduct nothing save a profound devotion to the cause of her illustrious husband, and a laudable ambition to render himself worthy of her daughter's love, that love which was no secret to the parents of the amiable girl. When Isabella returned to the drawing-room after her interview with Richard, her still melancholy demeanour attracted the notice of her affectionate parents. "Where have you been, Isabel?" inquired the Prince, eyeing her attentively. "My dear father," was the instantaneous reply, "I went for my usual walk in the adjacent fields, and I met Mr. Markham." "Ah!" exclaimed the Prince, a little impatiently. "I do not pretend that it was accidentally on his part," continued Isabella, in a tone expressive of the pride of truth, "because he is the last person in the world to sanction duplicity of any kind. It was, however, accidental in reference to myself, for I knew not of his intention to seek an interview with me this day." "But you have met," said the Prince, in a softening voice, and with a manner which denoted how justly proud he was of the upright mind of his daughter. "We have met, dear father," answered Isabel, wiping away a tear, "and we have separated. Perhaps," she added in a faltering tone, "never to meet again. Oh, be not angry with him, nor with me, my dearest parents, especially not with him." "No, we are not angry, my child," said the Princess of Castelcicala hastily. "Indeed, for my part, I wish that Mr. Markham had come to wish us all farewell, but perhaps he will write." "I did not refuse his request on that subject," murmured Isabella, casting down her eyes and blushing. "Oh no, I could not. And now, my dear parents, you know all. If I have done wrong, I am deeply grieved, but my conscience tells me that I have not outraged the devotion and love that I owe to you." The Prince made no reply, but the expression of his countenance was not severe, and the Princess of Castelcicala embraced her daughter affectionately. From that time the mansion contained 3 anxious hearts, for the exiled family was deeply interested in the results of the expedition to Castelcicala. Who then can depict the disappointment with which the tidings of the fatal affair of Ossor were received at the end of November in that dwelling? The Prince and Princess perceived in the failure of the enterprise a deep blow to their own cause in the duchy, inasmuch as it was calculated to afford the supporters of the Grand Duke an excuse for heaping opprobrium on the name of Alberto, whom they would point out as the instigator of the invasion. And Isabella was overwhelmed with grief by the mystery which at that period enveloped the fate of Richard. Several days of heart-breaking suspense elapsed. The colour forsook the maiden's cheek, and her countenance became expressive of a deep melancholy. Nor was this terrible uncertainty concerning Richard's fate the only cause of affliction which she was now doomed to experience. Her father was so profoundly affected by the failure of the expedition, and the evils which he believed would result to his own interests in many respects, that he became ill, and was soon unable to leave his bed. Then how assiduous was the poor girl to her parent, while her own heart was often well nigh breaking. The Prince grew irritable and impatient, and even reproached his daughter for fretting on account of one who, as he declared, had helped to hurry the constitutional cause, a cause that might have triumphed in time, to a most ruinous catastrophe. But Isabella bore all this without a murmur, and as her father grew more harsh, her attentions towards him were redoubled. In her mother's kindness and sympathy the afflicted maiden found a consolation, but she could with difficulty bear up against the agony of suspense and alarm which she experienced on account of her lover. At length, about a week after the receipt of the fatal tidings connected with the Battle of Ossore, Whittingham called at the mansion, and placed in Isabella's hand a letter from Richard. "He lives! He lives!" were the maiden's first words of reviving hope. "Heaven be thanked! He lives!" But Isabella's joy was speedily overclouded once more, for she saw, by the guarded manner in which he wrote, and by the omission of his signature, that her lover was in danger. Nevertheless, where there is life there is hope, as the proverb says, and, somewhat consoled by his conviction, she was less miserable than before. And now came another tedious interval of suspense, the wretchedness of which was enhanced by the increasing indisposition of the Prince. At length, at the expiration of about 3 weeks, the Princess Isabella received a letter from Signora Viviani, the nature of which, as already known to our readers, was not extremely well calculated to reassure the affectionate girl relative to her lover. It was true that she was informed of Richard's safe arrival at Pinalla, where he was in the society of kind friends, but vague and torturing fears were aroused by the fact that he himself had been unable to write to her. Again was there a weary interval of silence, but this was suddenly broken in a manner calculated to reawaken all the bright hopes which Isabella had once entertained relative to the future greatness of Richard Markham. On the 16th of January, the news of the glorious exploit at Estella reached the mansion of the exiled family in England, and inspired the young Princess with the most enthusiastic feelings of admiration towards him whom she loved so fondly, and of whom she had always thought so well. "Oh, why am I bound to this bed of sickness?" exclaimed the Prince, when Signor Viviani's letter narrating that event was read to him. "Why am I not permitted to hasten to my native country and take part with that gallant youth? No consideration of policy or delicacy should now restrain me, for the Austrian is in the land, and every true Castelcicalan should draw the sword and fling away the scabbard." "Compose yourself, dearest father," said Isabella, enraptured at the manner in which he had spoken of her lover. "Excitement will only delay your recovery, and something tells me that Castelcicala will soon demand your presence." But the Prince could not tranquillize his mind. The thraldom of a sick-bed had become more intolerable to him than ever, and although he now ceased to reproach his daughter, his irritability of temper painfully increased. 3 days afterwards, letters were received at the mansion, announcing Richard's entry into Villabella. Then the colour came back again to the cheeks of the charming Italian maiden, and her eyes shone with all their wonted brilliancy. Forgotten were her recent sorrows, gone was her agonizing suspense, banished was the memory of her cruel doubts. Her lover was already a hero, and hope was once more enthroned in her heart. The Prince now began to perceive the absolute necessity of avoiding the excitement of useless repinings at that illness which still chained him to his bed. Richard's letters told him how the inhabitants of Villabella had shouted the thrilling words, "Long live Alberto!" and the Prince was inspired with hopes the extent of which he did not seek to conceal. 4 days elapsed, and when the postman was again descried by the watchful Isabella advancing through the shrubbery towards the mansion, how quickly beat the hearts of the illustrious exiles! Yes, there were letters from Castelcicala. Never were sealed documents more quickly torn open. And, oh, what joyous news did they contain! The victory of Piacere! Isabella's feelings found vent in tears. She was so happy that she wept. "These are indeed glorious tidings," said the Prince, raising himself upon his pillow. Then, after a moment's pause, he exclaimed warmly, "Richard Markham is a hero!" Ah, how touchingly grateful was the glance which Isabella cast upon her father through her tears, to thank him for that generous sentiment relative to one in whom she felt so deep an interest. Another short interval now occurred, and then fresh letters came, bringing farther tidings of success. The battle of Abrantani was a worthy sequence to that of Piacere. "Oh, my beloved Isabella!" now exclaimed the Prince, pressing her to his heart, "can you forgive me for the reproaches I have so unjustly, so wantonly uttered relative to Richard Markham?" "Think not of the past, dearest father," answered the maiden. "The present is so full of joy and hope and glory that we should not feel wearied of contemplating it." "And whatever may be the result of this contest," observed the Princess of Castelcicala to her husband, "you will always acknowledge that Richard is a hero." "He is a young man whom the greatest sovereign in the world might be proud to claim as a son," ejaculated the Prince enthusiastically. Isabella pressed her mother's hand tenderly for having obtained this most welcome avowal. The health of Prince Alberto now rapidly improved, and in a few days he was enabled to leave the couch to which he had been confined for many weary weeks. And Isabella, oh, all the charming carnation tinge had come back to her cheeks, and her eyes were brilliant with the purest rays of happiness and hope. Her fondest dreams, her brightest visions, were all but realized. Her lover was accomplishing those grand destinies of which her mental vision had caught glimpses ere his departure from England, and the world was already busy with his name. And now, too, was that name ever upon the tongue of her father, who pronounced it with admiration and respect. A few days after the arrival of the intelligence of the decisive victory of Abrantani, the newspapers acquainted the illustrious Italian family with the fact that the Committee of Government at Montoni had bestowed the title of Marquis of Estella upon the youthful commander-in-chief of the armies of Castelcicala. Oh, with what joyous feelings, with what ineffable emotions of enthusiasm did the charming Isabella read aloud to her parents that account of her lover's elevation, an elevation which, as he himself had felt convinced, must remove one grand obstacle that had hitherto existed in the way of their happiness. And how did her young heart beat and her bosom heave when her father exclaimed, in an emphatic tone, "Yes, Richard is now a marquis, and may take his rank among the proudest peers in the universe. But there is a higher grade which he yet may reach, and it will be a happy day for us all when I shall say to him, 'Receive my daughter as the reward of your achievements, and become a prince.'" Isabella threw herself at her father's feet, and pressed to her lips the hand which she also moistened with her tears. She endeavoured to murmur words of gratitude for that most welcome assurance, but her heart was too full. She could only weep. It was a most touching scene, and perhaps never had that exiled family experienced more perfect happiness than on this occasion. But the sentiment was soon destined to give way to new fears and fresh anxieties. It was well known that Montoni was besieged by an immense Austrian force, and the English newspapers, in commenting upon the position of the Constitutionalists, declared that though the moral effects of so decisive a victory as that of Abrantani must be very great, there was nevertheless much room to doubt whether the Marquis of Estella would be able to assemble an army sufficiently strong to march to the relief of the capital. Prince Alberto trembled as he read these observations, because he not only comprehended their justice, but was also well aware that the fate of Castelcicala could be alone decided by a pitched battle between the Austrians and the Constitutionalists. He endeavoured to conceal his misgivings from his wife and daughter, but they saw what was passing in his mind, and thus all was still anxiety and hope, uncertainty and fervent aspiration at the mansion of the Prince. Thus did a few days pass, and Alberto suffered a slight relapse in consequence of the nervous state of doubt in which he was plunged. All his hopes, all his interests, all his prospects were at stake. If the Constitutionalists were successful, a crown awaited him. If the Austrians triumphed, the Grand Duke Angelo had pledged himself to adopt a scion of the imperial family of Vienna as the heir to the throne. Thus Prince Alberto hovered between a glorious elevation or a fatal fall. The Princess, his wife, entertained sanguine hopes that a campaign so successfully begun would terminate in triumph, and Isabella called every argument to her aid to convince her father and mother that all must end well. Nevertheless, poor girl, she also had her intervals of doubt and alarm, and many were the tears which she shed in secret as she prayed for the safety of her lover. And now how eagerly was the arrival of the postman looked for every day! How anxiously was the presence of the newspaper awaited! At length, on the morning of the 29th of January, all doubts were cleared up, all uncertainties terminated. The illustrious family was seated at the breakfast table, a mere ceremonious mockery, for they were unable to eat a morsel. Presently a servant entered, and presented the morning paper to the Prince. Alberto opened it with a trembling hand. His wife and daughter watched him attentively. Suddenly he started. His eyes were lighted up with their wonted fires, a flush appeared on his pale cheek, and he exclaimed in a fervent tone, "O God, I thank thee!" He could say no more. His emotions nearly overpowered him, weakened as he was by a long illness. Isabella caught the paper as it was falling from his hands. One glance was sufficient. It told her all, for there, conspicuously displayed at the head of a column, was the following glorious announcement: Castelcicala. Total defeat of the Austrians. Deliverance of Montoni. The French government have received the following telegraphic despatch from Toulon. The Castelcicalan steamer Torreon has just arrived. The Austrians were completely routed on the 23rd. Montoni is delivered. The Grand Duke has fled. The Marquis of Estella entered the capital at 3 o'clock on the 24th. He has been appointed regent until the arrival of Alberto I. The Torreon left while the cannon were saluting the presence of the Marquis. "Let me be the first to congratulate your Serene Highness on this glorious result," exclaimed Isabella, falling at the feet of her father and pressing his hand to her lips. "No, not on your knees, dearest Isabel," cried Alberto, now Grand Duke of Castelcicala. "But come to my arms, sweet girl, and you also, beloved companion of my banishment," he added, turning towards his wife, who was nearly overcome by these sudden tidings of joy. "Come to my arms, for we are no longer exiles. We shall once more behold our native land." How sweet were the caresses which those three illustrious personages now exchanged! How unalloyed was that happiness which they now experienced! And, when they were enabled to compose their feelings so far as to discourse upon the triumphant results of the constitutional cause, the name of Richard Markham was not forgotten. End of section 67.
Section 68 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 68. Ravensworth Hall. In the immediate neighbourhood of Kilburn, on the gentle acclivity rising towards Willesden Green, stood a noble mansion in the midst of a spacious park. Everything about that vast structure, within and without, denoted aristocratic grandeur combined with exquisite taste. The adjunction of no modern buildings had spoilt the antique and time-honoured appearance of Ravensworth Hall. The hand of the mason, when repairing the ravages of years, had successfully studied to preserve the effect of the beautiful Elizabethan architecture. Thus the splendid mansion, with its numerous gables, its tall chimneys, its picturesque belfry, its immense windows with small diamond-shaped panes, and its ample portals approached by a flight of 20 steps, seemed well adapted for the residence of a peer who could trace his family back to the epoch of the Conquest, and who preserved as much feudal state and grandeur as modern systems and habits would permit. It was the 1st of February, and as early as 6 o'clock on that morning, before it was light, Ravensworth Hall was a scene of bustle and excitement. Some grand event was evidently about to take place. The chimneys belonging to the kitchen and servants' offices in the rear of the building sent forth dense columns of smoke, which seemed to imply that extensive culinary preparations were in progress. The butler, a venerable old man with hair as white as snow, but with a stately portliness of form that was scarcely bent by age, was busy in selecting the choicest wine from the immense stock of which he was the guardian. The female domestics were early employed in preparing the grand apartments of the mansion for the reception of a brilliant company. Windows were cleaned, coverings removed from the velvet cushions of chairs and sofas, heavy hangings and curtains arranged in the nicest folds, so as to display the richness of their texture to the best advantage, and china ornaments carefully dusted. Lord Ravensworth rose earlier than he had done for some weeks, for before the clock struck 8 he descended from his dressing-room to a chamber which he denominated his cabinet. He was a man of about 50 years of age, and had evidently been very handsome, but his countenance was now colourless, haggard, and painfully indicative of some deeply seated disease which was preying upon his vitals. His eyes were sunken and lustreless, his cheeks were hollow, and yet seldom had an individual of his age possessed so splendid a set of teeth, the whole of which were perfect. So thin and wasted was his form that, although he was naturally of a powerful and portly structure, the dressing gown which he had on hung as loosely about him as if on a skeleton. And how rapidly had these ravages of an unknown and unaccountable malady worked their terrific influence on a man who had lately appeared to possess that constitutional vigour and robustness of health which predicate a long life. 3 months previously to the time of which we are writing, had Lord Ravensworth first experienced a change in his physical energies which began to alarm him. He was then staying, with his young and beautiful wife, to whom he had only then been married half a year, at his town mansion, and when the primal symptoms of his malady appeared, evidencing themselves in want of appetite, intervals of deep lethargic languor, and an apathetic listlessness in respect to everything passing around him, his physicians advised him to essay the bracing air and change of scene of Ravensworth Park. His lordship was, however, unwilling to remove his young wife, the lovely Adeline, from the gaieties of London, at that season when all the fashionable world was returning to the metropolis after the autumnal visits to their country seats or favourite watering places, and he had accordingly persisted in passing the Christmas holidays at his town residence. But he rapidly grew worse. His appetite totally failed him, and it was with the greatest difficulty that he could force himself to take the sustenance necessary to sustain life. He had always been a great smoker, and his only solace now appeared to be his meerschaum. Alone in his own private apartment, he would sit for hours, with no other companion than the eternal pipe. He was fond of Oriental tobacco, because the Turkish and Persian weeds possessed a peculiar aroma which rendered their use a habit comparatively inoffensive to others. And here we may observe that the only reciprocal attentions which had taken place for years between Lord Ravensworth and his younger brother, the Honourable Gilbert Vernon, consisted in the annual interchange of presents. Thus, as Gilbert had resided in Oriental climes, he was in the habit of sending Lord Ravensworth every year a small chest containing the most rare and excellent samples of tobacco grown in Asia Minor and Persia, and in return he received from his elder brother a box filled with all the newest English publications, and a variety of choice articles for the toilette, such as Gilbert could not have procured in the East. Thus it was that, when the nobleman found a strange and insidious malady growing upon him, he naturally sought relief, both mental and physical, in his favourite recreation. And never had the present of his brother seemed more valuable to him than when he forgot his ailments in the soothing enjoyments of the aromatic Turkish or mildly flavoured Persian tobacco. For 2 months had he been subject to a mysterious and deeply rooted disease, which one physician treated as atrophy, and which another honestly confessed he could not comprehend, when about the beginning of the year he had yielded to the entreaties of his wife and removed to Ravensworth Hall. There he appeared to rally for a few days, taking powerful exercise on horseback and on foot, and indulging but little in the luxury of the meerschaum. One day, however, the weather was so intemperate that he could not stir abroad, and he passed several hours in his cabinet, with his favourite meerschaum. From that period, the apathy which he had to some extent shaken off returned with increased power. His manner seemed more lethargic and different than it had yet been, and the companionship of his pipe grew more welcome to him than ever. He now spent the greater portion of each day in his cabinet, with positive orders that he was not to be disturbed, and there he enjoyed that baleful comfort which is experienced by the Teriyaki or Oriental opium eaters. Reclining in a capacious arm-chair, with the tube of his meerschaum between his lips, Lord Ravensworth forgot the world without, remembered not his wife, thought not of the infant that she bore in her bosom, and even seemed insensible to the fearful wasting away which his physical strength was rapidly undergoing. He refused to allow his physician to prescribe for him, and though the work of enfeeblement and decay progressed with alarming velocity, he seldom appeared to reflect that he must shortly be numbered with the dead. It is due to Adeline to state that, attached to pleasure and gaiety, and fond of society as she was, she endeavoured to arouse her husband as much as she could from that mortal apathy which, even in her presence, shrouded all his sensibilities as if it were in a premature grave. His case presented the remarkable and mysterious anomaly of a man in the noon of lustihood, and without any apparent ailment of a specific kind, passing out of existence by a geometrical progression of decay. Such was the condition of Lord Ravensworth at the period when we introduce our readers to the Hall. A few words will explain the motive which had induced him to rise at so unusually early an hour on the 1st of February, and which also led him to a temporary, and alas, very feeble exertion to shake off the torpor of listlessness and the opiate influence of his mortal apathy. Lady Ravensworth's cousin, the Honourable Miss Maria Augusta Victoria Amelia Hyacintha Villiers, was, in fashionable language, to be that morning led to the hymeneal altar. This young lady was rich only in her names. She was a portionless orphan, and the cold calculation of her guardian, Lord Rossville, Adeline's father, had induced him to consent to the sacrifice of the poor girl to a suitor whose wealth and title of baronet were his only recommendations. Miss Maria Augusta Victoria Amelia Hyacintha Villiers had been residing with her cousin Adeline ever since the marriage of the latter with Lord Ravensworth, and it was to consummate the sacrifice ere now alluded to that all the grand preparations before mentioned were in progress. Lord and Lady Rossville and Lady Ravensworth all conceived that Lord Ravensworth would be benefited by the excitement attending the assemblage of a marriage party at the Hall, and their expectations appeared to be in some measure justified. His lordship descended at an unusually early hour to his cabinet, and instead of having recourse to his meerschaum, he summoned the butler, to whom he gave instructions relative to the service of particular wines. For nearly a month past, his lordship had not meddled in any of the affairs of the household, and the venerable servant was overjoyed to think that his noble master was giving unequivocal signs of recovery. This idea seemed to acquire confirmation from the circumstance that the nobleman afterwards returned to his dressing-room without smoking a single pipe, and, aided by his valet, attired himself with unusual precision and care. "Your lordship is better this morning," observed the valet deferentially. "Yes, I am a little better, Quentin," returned the nobleman; "and yet I hardly know that I have ever felt actually ill. Want of appetite is the principal ailment which affects me. It makes me grow thin, you perceive. But am I so very thin, Quentin?" "Oh no, my lord," answered the valet, who belonged to a class that never tell disagreeable truths so long as their wages are regularly paid. "Your lordship is certainly not as stout as your lordship was, but—" "But what, Quentin?" "I think, if your lordship would not be offended, that I am acquainted with the cause of that want of appetite, which prevents your lordship from taking proper sustenance." "Go on, Quentin. I shall not be offended. I know you are a faithful fellow," exclaimed the nobleman. "What do you think is the cause?" "With your lordship's permission, I should say that smoking too much—" began the valet timidly. "Pooh, pooh! Nonsense!" interrupted Lord Ravensworth impatiently. "I have always been a great smoker. You know I have. I began to smoke when I was only 14, and I was so long a bachelor, during the best years of my life indeed, I had no reason to curb myself in my favourite recreation. It would be different, perhaps, if I used the filthy tobacco which you buy in England, or if I smoked strong Havana cigars. But that mild and aromatic plant, which is reared in the East, cannot injure a soul. A child might smoke it." "Your lordship knows best," observed the valet, feeling that he was treading on delicate ground. "But I think your lordship has smoked more lately than—" "I dare say I have," again interrupted the nobleman, with some little petulance. "But the last chest of tobacco which my brother sent me is so much better than all the former ones, and there is such a delightful, soothing influence in the samples of Turkish and Persian, that I cannot lay aside my pipe when once I take it up. Let me see. 'Twas only last October, yes, and at the end of October too, that I received the chest, and I have already made a deep inroad into it." "Is the Honourable Mr. Vernon still in Turkey, my lord?" inquired the valet. "Yes, at least, when I heard from him last. That was when he sent me the chest of tobacco in October. He stated in his letter that he should yet remain abroad for 2 or 3 years. He seems devoted to the East. But you know, Quentin, that he and I are not upon the very best of terms, although we occasionally correspond and interchange little civilities every now and then. However, I can scarcely blame myself for any coldness that may subsist between us. I have behaved to him as an elder brother ought to a young one, and because I would not consent to minister to his extravagant propensities, he took umbrage. When I espoused her ladyship last May, I wrote to Mr. Vernon, who was then at Beyrout, acquainting him with that event, and his reply, which accompanied the chest of tobacco in October, was more kind and conciliatory than I could have expected, considering his gloomy and morose character. "I am glad that he exhibited a proper feeling towards your lordship," said Quentin, by way of making some observation, because his master had paused. "And so am I," continued the nobleman. "Then I wrote to him again in November, to inform him that Lady Ravensworth was in a way that gave promise of a continuation of our name. The name of Ravensworth is a very ancient one, Quentin." "Yes, my lord. I believe your lordship can trace it back to the invasion of Britain by the Romans?" "No, not quite that," returned the nobleman, "but to the conquest by William the Norman. However, I wrote to my brother, as I have informed you, and I received no answer. I therefore conclude that he has renewed his travels throughout Asia Minor." The toilet of Lord Ravensworth was now complete, and he hesitated for a moment whether he should repair to his cabinet and take just one little pipe, or whether he should hasten to the drawing-room at once. The valet understood what was passing in the nobleman's mind, but as he was really attached to his master, and moreover entertained a belief that the too liberal use of tobacco had reduced him to his present wretched physical condition, he hastened to exclaim, "The company are already assembled, my lord, in the drawing-room, and her ladyship will be quite delighted to see your lordship looking so very well to-day." Once more Lord Ravensworth, who for a moment was about to relapse into a state of listless apathy, brightened up, and wrestled with the fatal influence that was creeping over him, and in this improved state of mind and body he proceeded to the drawing-room. End of section 68.
Section 69 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 69. The Bride and Bridegroom. A brilliant assembly was collected in the principal saloon of Ravensworth Hall. Lord Rossville, a tall, thin, stern-looking man, and Lady Rossville, a very short, stout, and affected dame, were amongst the most conspicuous by rank and station. Lady Ravensworth seemed as beautiful as Lydia Hutchinson had described her, and as she was rather pale and delicate in consequence of being in an interesting situation, she was really a being who might be termed, without any poetical exaggeration, sweetly fascinating. But no one who there beheld the elegant and proud peeress, doing the honours of her splendid mansion to a circle of noble guests, would have imagined that, when plain Miss Adeline Enfield, she had played the wanton at so tender an age, and given birth to a child in a miserable garret. The Honourable Miss Maria Augusta Victoria Amelia Hyacintha Villiers was a beautiful but timid and retiring girl of 17. And as she now appeared in the virginal white which custom had compelled her to assume for the consummation of a sacrifice which she felt, oh, how keenly felt, it was easy for a benevolent eye to perceive that she was a victim to cold calculation, and not a happy bride about to accompany to the altar one whom she loved. But there were no benevolent eyes there. There seldom are in fashionable life, and in such cases. The expression of blank despair which marked the countenance of the young bride was regarded only as the token of maidenly reserve and bashfulness. Not that she loved another. No, her heart was entirely her own, but she was about to be given to a man whom she abhorred. Why did she not remonstrate with her guardian? Asks the innocent reader. Remonstrate with a staunch Tory and high church supporting peer like Lord Rossville? Ridiculous! He who believed that the people are mere machines formed to toil for the aristocracy was not likely to listen with even common patience to the remonstrances of a young maiden for whom he believed he had arranged a splendid destiny. But then poor Maria might have opened her heart to Lady Rossville, says that self-same innocent reader. Equally ridiculous. A mother who had intrigued so well as to foist her own daughter upon an elderly noble like Lord Ravensworth, and who imagined that matrimony was nothing more nor less in respect to young ladies than catching at the first rich man who offered himself, was very far from being the proper person at whose hands the orphan and portionless Maria could obtain a reprieve of the death sentence which had been pronounced upon her heart. In high life, how many matrimonial connections are based on the calculations of sordid interest instead of the sympathies of the soul? And then the hoary peer or the decrepit nabob is surprised that his young wife proves unfaithful to his bed, and declaims against the profligacy of her conduct in yielding to the temptations of a deeply seated love for another. A love which was perhaps engendered before the ignominious sacrifice of her person to the sexagenarian husband was ever thought of. But to return to the drawing-room at Ravensworth Hall. Amongst the select party assembled, we must especially mention the Honourable Miss Wigmore and the Honourable Miss Helena Sophia Alexandrina Wigmore, the bridesmaids, who looked as if they had much rather have been principal instead of secondary actresses in the matrimonial ceremony. There also was the newly appointed Bishop of the Caribbee Islands, solemn in lawn sleeves and pompous in the display of his episcopal importance. Lounging near the chair of a very pretty girl, with whom he was conversing, stood Count Swindeliski, a refugee who sported enormous whiskers, who had found his way into fashionable society no one exactly knew how, and who had the extraordinary but not altogether uncommon knack of living at the rate of 5,000 a year, upon nothing. Then there were several members of Parliament, who had collected together near a window, and were disputing with all their talent whether there ought to be a duty of 1 halfpenny or 3 farthings per hundred on foreign brickbats. Near an open piano was gathered a group of very young ladies, engaged in an edifying discussion on the character of some other very young lady who was not present. Conversing with Lord Rossville was the owner of half a county, who could return 6 members to Parliament with the greatest ease, but could not for the life of him return a sensible answer to even the plainest question. Standing apart from all the rest was a young country clergyman, who kept turning up the whites of his eyes as if in a constant agony of some kind or another, but really because he was in the presence of a bishop, although the said bishop never once cast his reverend eyes that way. Then there was the Dowager Countess of Brazenfoss, who had got off 7 out of 9 red-haired daughters, and had brought the 2 remaining single ones with her, just to see if they could not make an impression somewhere or another. There also was the celebrated German philosopher Baron Torquemdef, who had written a work in 14 quarto volumes to prove that there is no such thing as matter, that we do not really exist, but that we ourselves and everything else are mere ideas. This learned man was, as might be supposed, a very valuable acquisition to a bridal party. Seated next to Lady Rossville was the Honourable Mrs. Barramany, who had seen 5 husbands consigned to the tomb, and was looking out for a 6th. It was, however, probable that she was doomed to look long enough, inasmuch as she had no fortune, and had already reached the comfortable age of 53. Lastly, there was the elegant and accomplished Miss Bluestockin, who was known to have written a volume of poems which had an excellent circulation amongst the butter shops, and who was suspected of having perpetrated a novel. These are all the stars whom it is worth while to signalize amidst a galaxy of some 50 personages. The bridegroom had not yet arrived. He was expected to make his appearance at about 8:30. When Lord Ravensworth entered the room, everyone who had not lately seen him was shocked at the dreadful change which had taken place in him; but of course the guests, one and all, assured him that they had never seen him look so well before. Adeline sighed deeply, for she could not help thinking that it was a miserable mockery for a gaunt and almost fleshless skeleton thus to deck itself out in an apparel befitting a bridal. Moreover, the idea that if her yet unborn offspring should prove a girl, the broad lands and noble hall of Ravensworth would pass away to another, was ever uppermost in her mind. To conceal her emotions, she hastened to the side of poor Maria Villiers, to whom she said, "It is very strange that the lady's maid whom you have hired did not come last evening, as promised." "It is indeed very annoying," observed Maria, whose sorrows were, however, too deep to permit her mind to be even ruffled by that trifling source of vexation. "But never mind," continued Lady Ravensworth in a whisper, "you shall take my maid Flora with you, and I will either find another at my leisure, or keep the one whom you have engaged, should she make her appearance after you have left." "This is very kind of you, Adeline," said Maria mechanically. "I am afraid you did not manage well in your first essay in choosing dependents, dear Maria," observed Lady Ravensworth. "You were attracted by the advertisement in the Morning Herald, whereas I never should think of taking a lady's maid who advertises. Then, as you yourself told me, you went to some out-of-the-way place in the city for the young woman's character." "Oh, I was perfectly satisfied, Adeline," interrupted Maria, to whom this conversation appeared trivial in the extreme on an occasion so fraught with solemnity to herself. Lady Ravensworth was about to make some reply, when Lord Rossville, who had been standing at the window for the last few moments, exclaimed, "Here's the bridegroom!" A cold shudder passed over Maria's frame, and it seemed as if her heart had been suddenly swathed in ice. She alone retained her place. All the other persons present hurried to the window. And sure enough, the bridegroom was in view, and a very funny view it was. Perched upon the back of an enormous bright bay horse, the happy man never appeared more miserable in his life. He was tugging at the reins with all his might, but the huge animal galloped furiously along in spite of the efforts made to restrain its speed. The bridegroom's feet were thrust as far as they could go into the stirrups. His hat was rammed tight down over his eyes to prevent it from blowing away. His form was bent, or rather crouched up, like that of a monkey. With his right hand he held fast by the horse's mane, and with his left he continued tugging at the bit and bradoon. The poor animal itself seemed to wonder, like John Gilpin's steed, what sort of a thing it had got upon its back, for its eyes glared and its nostrils dilated with affright, while its whole body was covered with a greasy perspiration, and white flakes of foam kept falling from its mouth. In this manner did the bridegroom rush madly, but with involuntary speed, through the spacious park towards the hall. At a short distance behind him rode another cavalier, who managed his horse well, and amused himself by maintaining a succession of shouts and hurrahs after the bridegroom, whereby that unfortunate individual's steed was only affrighted all the more. A third person on horseback appeared at a greater distance still, but this was the bridegroom's servant. "A most unchristian-like and decidedly unhallowed manner for a bridegroom to comport himself," said the Bishop of the Caribbee Islands, as he contemplated this ludicrous display of horsemanship. "It certainly is strange," observed Lord Rossville, "but perhaps our young friend is anxious to display his skill." "No such a ting, my lord, no such a ting!" ejaculated Count Swindeliski, caressing his whiskers. "Dat young gentleman's von great humbug, and if me was there, me hit him some kick for his pain." "Ah, he doesn't ride so well as my poor dear Forth," said Mrs. Berrymenny, with a profound sigh, as she thus alluded to one of her husbands. "It's all vanity and vexation of spirit," observed the young clergyman, glancing deferentially towards the Bishop. "No, sir, it is not, sir," said the Bishop sternly. "It is sheer bad riding, sir, and nothing else." The Right Reverend Father in God had been a fox hunter in his time. "For my part," cried a member of Parliament, "I move that we repair to the young gentleman's assistance." "And I beg to second the motion," said another member. "Ah, by heaven, that's serious!" ejaculated Lord Rossville, turning abruptly away from the window. And so it seemed, for the horse suddenly stopped near the entrance of the mansion, and pitched the bridegroom clean over its head into a clump of evergreens. All the ladies who beheld this catastrophe screamed aloud. But at the very next moment he rose from his ignominious position, and with difficulty removing his battered hat from over his eyes, saluted the company assembled at the windows of the drawing-room. "It's noting at all," said Baron Torkemdeff. "He only tink himself hurted. You only tink dat a horse what did seem to run way with him. It all the idea, all the fancy." Then, while Lord Rossville and others hastened to meet the bridegroom and assure themselves that he was not hurt, Baron Torkemdeff caught hold of the great county landowner by the buttonhole, and began to expatiate upon the folly of yielding to sensations of pain and other afflictions, as not only those sensations but also we ourselves were only so many of substantial ideas. Meantime, poor Maria Villiers had remained in a sort of listless reverie in her seat, and it was only when Lady Ravensworth assured her that the bridegroom had sustained no injury, that she learnt he had been in any peril at all. In 10 minutes the door opened, and Lord Rossville returned to the room, ushering in the bridegroom, who had been cleansed in the meantime from the effects of his fall, and who endeavoured to put a smiling face upon the matter, although still terribly disconcerted. Then Lady Adeline advanced to meet him, and said in a most gracious tone, "We have been painfully excited on your account, Sir Cherry Bounce." End of section 69. Recording by Kathi Reynolds, Albany, New York. Section 70 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds, Section 70. The Breakfast. Yes, it was to this individual that Maria Villiers was to be sacrificed. It was to him that the cold and selfish policy of Lord Rossville was about to consign a beautiful, an artless, and an amiable girl. Sir Cherry's mother had paid the debt of nature about a year previously, and the young baronet found himself the possessor of an immense fortune. Lord Rossville only looked upon his orphan niece Maria as an encumbrance while she remained single, or as a means of increasing the wealth, and in his idea, the strength, of the family when she married. Sir Cherry had met her in the brilliant sphere of the West End society. He had courted her, and, the moment Lord and Lady Rossville observed his attentions, they commanded her to receive them with favour. She, poor, timid, friendless girl, was half persuaded into the idea that the match was really to her advantage, and half bullied, for we can actually use no other term, into an acquiescence in the views of her guardian. Thus she had not dared to utter a negative when the effeminate and insipid baronet had solicited her hand, and, her silence being taken for a ready consent, the preliminaries were hurried on, without any further reference to the inclinations or wishes of the victim. "We have been painfully excited on your account, Sir Cherry Bounce," said Lady Ravensworth, advancing to receive the bridegroom. "The truth was that my friend Manolakes insisted on my riding the new horse I bought yesterday," exclaimed the baronet; "and as he don't seem to be very well broken in, the result was that I nearly got a broken head." "I never saw such a guy on a horse before, strike me!" ejaculated Major Manolakes Dapper, who had followed his friend into the room. "He would keep in advance of me the whole way, and although I called after him to rein in, strike him, he would not listen to me." "It was that shouting and hooaying that frightened my horse," observed Sir Cherry, casting a sulky look towards Manolakes. "At all events, you are not hurt, and that is the essential," said Lord Rossville. "Hurted! No, of course the good gentleman's not hurted," exclaimed Baron Torkemdef. "It nothing at all but the idea, the fancy. You know very well, sir, that you not really exist, that you only think you do exist." Sir Cherry Bounce, to whom these words were addressed, cast so ludicrous a look of surprise, mingled with dismay, upon the philosopher, that Major Manolakes Dapper burst into an immoderate fit of laughter, so that Baron Torkemdef was for a moment disconcerted. Lord Rossville seized this opportunity to lead Sir Cherry Bounce towards Miss Villiers, who received her intended husband with a manner which to the superficial observer might appear excessive bashfulness, but which to the penetrating eye was the expression of blank, dumb, soul-crushing despair. "I was just as timid with my first as Maria is," whispered Mrs. Berrymenny to the Countess of Brazenplas. "With my second, I was a little more gay. With my third—" "Dear Mrs. Berrymenny," interrupted the Countess, impatiently, "pray do not talk of your seconds and thirds, when here are my two youngest daughters who haven't even yet got their firsts." Two footmen in gorgeous liveries now entered the room and threw open a pair of folding doors, thus revealing an inner apartment where the nuptial ceremony was to take place by special license. Then Sir Cherry Bounce took Maria's hand and led her slowly into the next room, the Honourable Mrs. Wigmore attending her in the capacity of bridemaids. The remainder of the company followed in procession, and now the Bishop takes his place near the table and opens the book. The ceremony begins. Pale as marble, and almost insensible to what is passing around her, Maria Villiers hears a sort of droning mumbling, but cannot distinguish the words. And yet the Bishop read the prayers in a clear, distinct, and impressive manner. One of the bridemaids whispered in Maria's ear, and the young victim mechanically repeated the answer thus prompted. But she was scarcely aware of the tenor of what she had said. Every moment the scene became less comprehensible to her mind, and she was on the point of uttering a wild cry, so alarming was the confusion of her thoughts, when there was a sudden movement amongst the assembly. Warm lips touched her forehead for a moment and were instantly withdrawn, and then her ears rang with the congratulations of her friends. The chaos of her ideas was immediately dispelled, and the appalling truth broke suddenly on her. The ceremony was over, and she was a wife. Upon her marble brow the kiss of a husband had been imprinted. By one of those strange efforts of which the soul is sometimes capable, when the worst has arrived and the bitterness of death has passed, Maria recovered her presence of mind, and even smiled faintly in acknowledgment of the congratulations which she received. "That young lady seem ver happy now," whispered the German philosopher to Mrs. Berrymenny, "but it all nothing more than the idea. We all idea. That Reverend Bishop, this room, that book what he was readin', everything." "Do you mean to persuade me, sir," asked Mrs. Berrymenny, with an indignant glance at Baron Torkemdef, "that it is all mere fancy on my part that I have had 5 husbands? If so, sir, all I can say is that I should like to have a 6th opportunity of putting your theory to the test." And with these words, the widow of 5 experiments of the marriage state joined the procession, which was now on its way to the breakfast room. The table in this apartment was spread with all the delicacies which were calculated to tempt the appetite even of satiety. Sir Cherry thought it necessary to whisper some soft nonsense into the ears of his bride as he conducted her to a seat, and Maria turned upon him a vacant glance of surprise. Then, suddenly recollecting the relation in which she stood towards him, her head drooped upon her bosom, and she made no reply. "Cherry," whispered Major Dapper, "you are not half lively enough, blow you! You look like a fool, but I suppose you can't help it." "Hold your tongue, Thmilach," returned Sir Cherry, colouring to such an extent that the deep red was visible beneath his light hair. "You than't tweet me like a child any more." And now began the bustle of the breakfast table, and the excitement of the scene appeared to produce the most beneficial effects upon Lord Ravensworth, who did the honours of the table, conjointly with Adeline, in a manner indicative of more gaiety and spirit than he had exhibited for some time. "Lord Ravensworth is certainly improving," said the Countess of Brazenphace, apart to Mrs. Berrymenny. "My second used to deceive me in the same manner," was the reply, also delivered in an undertone. "He was always dying, and always getting better, for at least 3 years before he went off altogether. My fourth—" "Oh! you have told me all about him before," hastily interrupted the Countess, who was alarmed lest the widow should inflict upon her a narrative of oft experienced tediousness. "Dat ver excellent bird, how you call him? Peasant, ah!" observed Baron Torkemdef to the young clergyman, who, like a child, saw, heard, but said nothing. "But after all, it no use for to praise one ting or to blame another, 'cause dem each de idea, de fancy. There really no table, no peasant, no wine, no peoples, it all the imagination." And while the philosopher went on expatiating in this manner, the viands disappeared from his plate, and the wine from the decanter near him with a marvellous rapidity, so that the young clergyman could not help muttering to himself, "I wonder whether the Baron's appetite is an idea also." "Seraphina," whispered the Countess of Brazenphace to one of her daughters, "if you look so much at Count Swindeliski, I shall be very angry. He has got no money, and is not a match for you. There is the member for Boyamup cum Rhino sitting on your right, and he is a wealthy bachelor." "But, dear mamma," returned Miss Seraphina, also in a whisper, "he is at least 60. "So much the better," was the prompt reply. "He is the easier to catch. Now mind your P's and Q's, miss." This maternal advice was duly attended to, and by the time he had tossed off his 3rd glass of champagne, the member for Boyamup cum Rhino had grown very tenderly maudlin towards the red-haired young husband-hunter. "Miss Bluestocking, dear," cried the elder Miss Wigmore, "have you composed nothing appropriate for the present occasion? No sweet little poem in your own fascinating style?" "Oh, dear Miss Wigmore, how unkind!" said the literary young lady, in an affected and languishing manner. "I could not have believed it of you, to appeal to me before so many. If I have told you in confidence, or if it be indeed generally known that the poetic nosegay was written by me, and if it had a very large circulation, I do not think it is fair to expect—" "Ah, Miss Bluestocking," exclaimed Miss Wigmore, "we are all aware that your pen is seldom idle." "It is really quite provoking to find oneself known to fame," said the literary lady, with increasing affectation of manner, and in a drawling, insipid tone. "I wish I had never written at all. Not that I have ever been induced to acknowledge the authorship of that novel which was so successful last year, The Royal Fiddlestick, I mean. No, but the time may come—" and here the literary lady shook her head in so mysterious a way that if she intended to be incomprehensible, she certainly was most successful in the endeavour. "Who is that lady?" inquired the Bishop of Lord Rossville. "Miss Bluestocking, the celebrated authoress," was the reply. "Oh!" said the Bishop, in a dry, laconic way, which proved that however celebrated Miss Bluestocking might be, the trumpet of her renown had never sounded in his ears before. "Talk of de poetry and de novel!" exclaimed the German Baron. "What are all dem to de researches of de philosophe? Was your lordship ever read my von Grand Vork on de ideality of the universe?" "I cannot say that I have ever read it, sir," answered the Bishop with a frown. "I have heard of it, sir, and I consider its doctrines to be opposed to the Bible, sir. I believe it is in 14 large volumes, sir? Well, sir, then all I have to observe upon it is that so many quartos are themselves too substantial to be a mere idea." "But they are one idea!" exclaimed the Baron angrily. "They do not really exist, me lord, in spite of what your lordship shall say. Everything is the idea. We be ourselves all the walking, moving idea. There no such thing as joy, no such thing as pain. They mere sensation." At this moment the learned philosopher started from his seat with a yell of agony, and began stamping on the floor in a furious manner. The fact was, that while he was gesticulating in order to bestow additional emphasis on the enunciation of his principles, his hand, raised in the air, came in contact with a cup of coffee which a domestic was about to place before the young clergyman, and the scalding fluid was poured forth on the bald head and down the back of the philosopher. "Pray do not mind it, sir," said the Bishop dryly. "It is merely an idea." "Yes, it the idea, no doubt," ejaculated Baron Torkemdef, as he wiped his head with his pocket handkerchief, while the domestic murmured an apology and slunk away. "But the idea was come in the unpleasant shape, that nothing against my doctrine, 1,000 devils, how him do burn." And particularly disconcerted, the learned man sank back into his seat, where he consoled himself with a renewed application to the decanter near him. Meanwhile, Count Swindeliski was rendering himself very amiable to the Honourable Miss Helena Sophia Alexandrina Wigmore, next to whom he sat. "Poland, then, must be a very beautiful country?" said the young lady, duly impressed by a most graphic description which the Count had just terminated. "It ver fine, returned the fascinating foreigner. "The ancestral castle of the Swindeliskis, ver grand, touch the clouds, so long that when you do stand at the one end you shall not see the other, so wide that horses shall always be kept saddled for to cross the court. My father was keep 3,000 dependents. Me not choose for to spend the revenue in that way. Me only may keep 1,000. "And can you prefer England to your own beautiful country?" inquired Miss Helena Wigmore. "Me shall not prefer England," answered the Count. "Me shall choose wife of the English ladies. They ver beautiful, ver fine, ver clever. Then me take my wife to Poland, where she shall be one ver great lady indeed." And as he spoke, he threw a tender glance at his fair companion. But Miss Helena Sophia Alexandrina Wigmore knew full well that every word the Count uttered concerning his fortune and castle was false. She was, however, too polite not to seem to believe him, and she was, moreover, pleased at engrossing the attentions of the handsomest man in the room. She therefore permitted herself to flirt a little with him, especially as her mother was not present to control her actions; but, like all young ladies in fashionable circles, she was too astute and wary to entertain the least idea of a more serious connection. The breakfast was now over. A carriage and 4 drove up to the front of the mansion, and the hour of departure had arrived for the happy couple. Maria withdrew for a few moments in company with Lady Ravensworth and the 2 bridemaids, and when she returned she was dressed for travelling. "Happy fellow!" whispered Major Dapper to his friend. "Blow you!" "Fooleth, Manolakes," returned Sir Cherry Bounce. "But I am really very happy, except that cursed ride on the fast-trotting horse. Good-bye. I shall write to you in a few days." The farewells were all said, and Maria resigned her hand to him who was about to bear her away from the hall. She wept not, she sighed not, but despair was written on her marble visage, though none present could read that sombre and melancholy language. "I have directed Flora to accompany you," whispered Lady Ravensworth, "and you can keep her altogether if you choose. Should the young woman whom you have hired make her appearance, I will retain her and give her a trial. But what is her name? I had forgotten to ask you." Maria gave an answer, but there was such a bustle in the room at the moment, and such a confused din of many voices, that the name escaped Adeline's ears. Sir Cherry at the same instant led Maria towards the stairs, and in a few minutes the carriage, containing the newly married pair, was rolling away from Ravensworth Hall on its journey to Cherry Park in Essex. "I wish I was bound on a similar trip with a 6th," thought Mrs. Berrymenny, as she watched from the window the departure of the carriage. I wish I could get off my 8th and 9th as easily as the Rossvilles have done with Maria, thought the Countess of Brazenphace. But I am afraid that the member for Boyamupcomrino will not bite. I wish I had not eulogized the single state in my poems, thought Miss Bluestocking with a profound sigh. Me wish me shall soon find the agreeable lady that will make me the one happiest of men, said Count Swindeliski to Miss Helena Sophia Alexandrina Wigmore. After all, said Baron Torquemdef, who had recovered his equanimity by dint of frequent libations, the marriage only the idea, the fancy, like any other thing. That handsome chariot do not actually exist, it only the idea, and that loving pair which shall sit in it are only idea as well. All is idea, me an idea, and that Lord Bishop with the lawn sleeves only an idea. Where is Lord Ravensworth? Inquired Adeline of a domestic. His lordship felt suddenly unwell a few moments ago, my lady, and has retired to his cabinet. Ah, a reaction, a recurrence to the meerschaum, murmured Lady Ravensworth, a cloud passing over her brow. Please your ladyship, said the servant, a young woman has just arrived from London. She says that she was hired by Miss Villiers, Lady Bounce, and that an accident to the vehicle in which she came to the Hall has delayed her. Oh, she is to remain with me, returned Adeline. Tell her that I will take her into my service on the same terms that were arranged between her and Lady Bounce. She is to replace Flora. Very good, my lady, and the servant was about to retire. One moment, William, said Adeline, beckoning him back. Did this young woman mention her name? For as yet I am really ignorant of it. Yes, my lady, answered the domestic. Her name is Lydia Hutchinson, and the servant withdrew. Lydia Hutchinson, murmured Lady Ravensworth, turning deadly pale and tottering to a seat. Are you unwell, Adeline? inquired Lady Rossville, approaching her daughter. No, a sudden indisposition. It is nothing, replied Adeline, and she hastened from the room. End of section 70. Recording by Kathi Reynolds, Albany, New York. Section 71 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds, Section 71. The Patrician Lady and the Unfortunate Woman. Lady Ravensworth retired to her boudoir, and throwing herself upon a voluptuous ottoman, she burst into a flood of tears. The wife of one of England's wealthiest nobles, mistress of a splendid mansion and numerous household, young, beautiful, and admired, with a coronet upon her brow and all the luxuries and pleasures of the world at her command, this haughty and high-born lady now trembled at the idea, now shrunk from the thought, of meeting an obscure young woman who was forced to accept a menial place in order to earn her daily bread. It was a strange coincidence that thus brought Lydia Hutchinson beneath the roof of Lady Ravensworth, whom the young woman was very far from suspecting to be that same Adeline Enfield who had been her companion, nay, her tutoress, in the initiative of wantonness and dishonour. Mrs. Chichester had manifested a sisterly kindness towards the unfortunate Lydia, and instead of shrinking in disgust, as so many others would have done, from the young woman who had been urged by stern necessity to ply a loathsome trade, she had endeavoured, by the most delicate attentions, to reclaim the mind of society's outcast from the dark ocean of despair in which it was so profoundly plunged. The reader has doubtless seen that Lydia Hutchinson had never courted vice for vice's sake. She was not naturally of a depraved nor lascivious disposition. Circumstances, amongst which must be reckoned the treachery exercised by Lord Dunstable to accomplish her seduction, and the accident which threw the poor creature upon the tender mercies of Mrs. Harpy, had conspired, fearfully conspired, to brand her with infamy, and to drag her through the filth and mire of the various phases which characterize the downward path of a career of prostitution. Necessity had made her what she was. Mrs. Chichester comprehended all this, and she was not one of those who believe that there is no sincere penitence, no reformation for the lost one. She longed to afford Lydia an opportunity of entering on a course of virtue and propriety. She would have willingly afforded the poor creature a permanent asylum, as a matter of charity, and even to ensure a companion to cheer her own species of semi-widowed loneliness. But she was well aware that eleemosynary aid of such a kind, by retaining its object in a condition of idleness and of dependence, was of a most demoralizing nature. She wished to give Lydia an opportunity of retrieving her character in her own estimation, and of regaining a proper confidence in herself, and she resolved that no excess of indulgence, nor extreme of charity on her part, should permit the young woman to live in an indolence that might unfit her for any occupation in case of ultimate necessity, and that would thus fling her back upon the last and only resource, a recurrence to the walks of ignominy and crime. To reclaim and reinstate, as it were, the unfortunate Lydia Hutchinson, was Viola Chichester's aim, and the object of this humane solicitude was deeply anxious to second, by her own conduct, the intentions of her generous benefactress. As time wore on, Lydia improved greatly in mental condition and personal appearance. Her thoughts became settled and composed, and her form resumed much of the freshness which had characterized her youth. She speedily began to express a desire to exert herself in some honest employment to gain her livelihood. She also felt that indolence and dependence, even in the presence of the best moral examples, produce a vitiated frame of mind, and she revolted from the mere idea of a relapse into the horrible path from which a friendly hand had redeemed her, as the most appalling catastrophe that her imagination could conceive. Mrs. Chichester felt so persuaded of Lydia's firmness of purpose in pursuing a career of rectitude, that she resolved to take a step which only the extreme urgency of the case and a settled conviction of the young woman's inclination to do well could justify. This was to obtain her a situation in some family. Lydia was overjoyed at the proposal. An advertisement was accordingly inserted in a newspaper, and a few days brought many written answers. Miss Villiers, now Lady Bounce, called personally, and was so pleased with Lydia's manner that she put no special questions to Mrs. Chichester. Viola, however, addressed Miss Villiers thus: "The young woman who now stands before you has been unfortunate, very unfortunate, and hers has been the fate of the unfortunate. She is most anxious to eat the bread of industry and honesty. I am persuaded that a kind hand stretched out to aid her in this desire will raise her to happiness and ensure her lasting gratitude." Miss Villiers was a young lady of an excellent heart. She did not completely understand all that Mrs. Chichester meant, but she comprehended enough to render her willing to assist a fellow creature who sought to earn her livelihood honourably, and who seemed to possess the necessary qualifications for the employment desired. Thus the bargain was hastily concluded, and when Miss Villiers desired Lydia to join her on a certain day at Ravensworth Hall, the young woman entertained not the least idea that her school friend Adeline Enfield was Lady Ravensworth, the mistress of that lordly habitation. We will now return to Adeline, whom we left weeping in her boudoir. The presence of Lydia in that house was indeed enough to alarm and embarrass her. Not that she precisely feared exposure at Lydia's hands in respect to the past, especially as it would be so easy to deny any derogatory statement of the kind; but Adeline felt that she should now possess a dependent before whom her dignity and self-confidence would ever be overwhelmed by the weight of that dread secret of which Lydia's bosom was the depository. Such a prospect was most galling, most humiliating, most degrading to the mind of the haughty peeress. "But of what avail are tears?" said Adeline suddenly. "The danger is here. The evil is before me. We must meet. It were better that I should see her at once. Doubtless she is unaware in whose abode she is now a menial." Adeline wiped her eyes, rang the bell, and reseating herself, assumed as composed a manner as possible under the circumstances. In a few moments she heard footsteps approaching. "This is my lady's apartment," said the housekeeper in the passage. "Thank you," replied another voice. Oh, how Adeline's heart beat! The well-remembered tones of Lydia Hutchinson had just met her ears. Then she heard the retreating sounds of the housekeeper's footsteps, and there was a gentle knock at the door of their boudoir. "Come in," said Adeline, in a half-stifling voice. The door opened, and Lydia Hutchinson entered the room. Lady Ravensworth's countenance was averted towards the fire, and it was not until she heard the door close that she turned towards Lydia, who was in a state of trembling anxiety mingled with curiosity as to what might be the disposition of her mistress. But no pen can describe the astonishment of the young woman, when by that pale but beautiful countenance, which was now suddenly turned towards her, she recognised her whom she had so much reason never to forget. Staggering towards the mantel for support, and with her eyes fixed almost wildly upon her mistress, she exclaimed, "Miss Enfield, is it indeed you?" "I am Lady Ravensworth," was the somewhat haughty answer. "Oh, now I understand it all!" cried Lydia, an expression of sincere gratitude animating her countenance, while she clasped her hands fervently together. "You have taken compassion on me at length. You discovered where I was residing. You sent some friend to engage me as if for herself; and you were determined to surprise me by this proof of your goodness, this token of your kind remembrance of me." "No," returned Adeline, "accident alone has brought you into my service; and you must well understand that I am not over well pleased with the coincidence. In a word, name the sum that will satisfy you for the loss of a good place, and take your departure. You can leave to me the invention of some proper excuse." "Is it possible?" ejaculated Lydia. "This cold, heartless, ungrateful reception——" "Do you recollect to whom you were speaking?" demanded Adeline, the colour mounting to her cheeks. "Oh! yes, I know that full well—too well," said Lydia, again clasping her hands, and casting her eyes upwards, as if in appeal to heaven against the ingratitude of the world. "I stand in the presence of one to save whose good fame I sacrificed my own—to shield whom from the finger of scorn and reproach I allowed myself to be made a victim. Yes, proud Lady of Ravensworth, so many years have not elapsed since, in my cold and cheerless garret, in the depth of a winter night, you gave birth——" "Silence, Lydia!" ejaculated Adeline, her lips quivering, and the colour coming and going on her cheeks with rapid alternations. "Let us not refer to the past. The present——" "No," interrupted Lydia in a solemn tone, "you cannot—you shall not deter me from talking of the past; for you, lady, are so highly exalted above myself, that it is almost impossible for you to shape the least, the faintest, the most remote idea of the depth of misery into which I have been plunged. And yet I pant—I long—I feel a burning desire to make you comprehend all I have suffered; because to my acquaintance with you, to my fatal connexion with you at the seminary, may be traced all the sorrows, the profound, ineffable woes, the degradations, the terrible afflictions that have since marked my career. I will not hear more. I cannot permit you thus to insult—to upbraid me," faltered Lady Ravensworth, her bosom agitated with the most cruel emotions. "Oh! I have longed for this opportunity to meet you face to face, and tell you all I have suffered, and all I now feel," exclaimed Lydia; "and it is not likely that I will abandon so favourable an occasion. No: you have triumphed over me long enough. You have used me as a tool when it suited your convenience; and you spurned me when I had ceased to be useful. Though maintaining your own outward respectability, honour, and good name upon the wreck of mine, you dare to treat me with the blackest ingratitude. Lady Ravensworth, I said that all I have endured was traceable to you. When I first met you at the Kensington Seminary, I was pure, artless, innocent. You were already initiated in the secrets of intrigue. You were even then, at that tender age, a wanton in your heart." "Lydia! Miss Hutchinson! Oh! my God!" exclaimed Adeline, covering her face with her hands. "Yes, you were already trembling on the verge of dishonour. You were courting seduction and all its consequences," continued the unfortunate woman, upbraiding that proud peeress with a remorselessness, a bitterness, and a feeling of delighted vengeance that made her language the more terrible and its effect more overwhelming. "I even remember still—oh! how well I remember—that you were the first who opened my eyes to the existence of female frailty. Yes, I, who went to that school as a teacher, was taught by a pupil. And merciful heavens! what did you teach me? You led me on step by step in the path of duplicity and dishonour. You made me the companion of your own amours, and we became victims to our seducers on the same day." "Oh, spare me," moaned Adeline. "My God, if we were overheard, I should be lost, ruined, undone." "Rest tranquil on that head. It does not suit my present purposes to betray you, and I will explain my reason shortly. In the meantime," continued Lydia Hutchinson, "I must recall to your recollection all those circumstances which led me to sacrifice myself to save you." "No, I remember everything. Say no more, Lydia," cried Lady Ravensworth. "Tell me what you require, what I can do for you. Will you have money, or—" "Peace! Silence!" said Lydia, eyeing the patrician lady with a glance of ineffable scorn. "Oh!" she added, almost wildly, "I have sold myself for gold; but never may that occur again, either bodily or morally. Your ladyship declares you remember all that has ever passed between us? Then does your ingratitude become infinitely the more vile and contemptible. For when you lay writhing in the agonies of maternity, I was there in that cold and cheerless garret, to minister unto you. And when the lifeless form of your babe was discovered concealed amongst my clothes, in my room, and in my box, I did not turn to the schoolmistress and say, 'It is not mine, it is Miss Adeline Enfield's.' When, too, I saw that you were so weak, so feeble, and so suffering that the cold night air would kill you, I took your child, and like a thief, I stole away from the house to sink the corpse in a distant pool. For you had said to me, 'Keep my secret, dearest Lydia. The honour of a noble family depends upon your prudence.' My prudence! Oh, no! The honour of your family depended on the sacrifice of mine; and I did sacrifice my family to save you. For to all that I did for you may be traced the broken heart of my poor father and the assassination of my brother by the hand of the duellist." "Oh, spare me, spare me!" again exclaimed Lady Ravensworth. "I have been very ungrateful, very unkind. But now, Lydia, I will endeavour to compensate you for all that has passed." "One being alone can so compensate me, lady," said Miss Hutchinson in a solemn tone; "and that being is God. No human power can give me back my poor father or my much-loved brother. No human agency can obliterate from my mind those infamies and degradations to which I have been subject. What amount of gold can reward me for days of starvation and nights of painful wanderings amidst the creatures of crime, without a place to repose my aching, shivering limbs, and sometimes amidst the overwhelming crowd of sorrows that so often drove me to the river's bank, or made me pause on the threshold of the chemist's shop where poison was to be procured, I saw, from time to time, your name mentioned in the newspapers. Oh, what memories did those occasions recall! On the very day that you were presented at court, I had not a crust to eat, and twice on that day did I seek the river's brink, whence I turned away again, afraid of changing even the horrible certainties of this life's sufferings for the more appalling uncertainties of another world. "Lydia, you are killing me!" exclaimed Lady Ravensworth. "Pity me, if not for myself, for the sake of the innocent child which I bear in my bosom. Tell me what I can do for you, what you require." "My views are soon explained," interrupted Lydia. "I demand permission to remain in the service of your ladyship." "Oh! no, impossible!" said Adeline, in an imploring tone. "It must be as I say," observed Lydia coolly. "Insolent menial!" ejaculated Lady Ravensworth, losing all command over herself. "Leave me! Quit this house! Go!" "Do you dare me?" said Miss Hutchinson. "I assured your ladyship ere now that it did not suit my present plans to expose you, because I seek to remain in your service. But if you essay again to triumph over me, to spurn me from your presence, I will, remorselessly and fearlessly, proclaim the past." "And who will believe you?" cried Adeline, trembling with mingled alarm and rage. "Who will believe you? The whole world will denounce you as an impostress. Nay, more, I will punish you. Yes, I will punish you for your insolence. I will declare that you have attempted to extort money from me by means of the most diabolical threats." "Think not that I am to be intimidated by your ladyship's miserable subterfuges," interrupted Lydia, who grew, if possible, more cold and contemptuous in her manner, in proportion as the proud patrician became excited and indignant. "Are there no witnesses to speak to collateral faces? Could Cholmondeley and Dunstable prove nothing against you?" "They would not raise their voices against a noble lady's fame," said Adeline impatiently. "They would speak the truth when placed on their oaths in a court of justice," exclaimed Lydia confidently; "for it is to a court of justice that your ladyship threatens to drag me. And now, proud peeress, I dare you to the public investigation. Throw open the door, summon your domestics, send me to a jail, but the day of fair and searching scrutiny must come, and I should await in confidence the reply that a British judge and a British jury would give to the vile calumny of even a lady so highly exalted as yourself." "Enough!" cried Adeline, now almost purple with rage, and every vein on her forehead swollen almost to bursting. "I accept your challenge, for I well know that I can rely upon the honour of Lord Dunstable and Colonel Cholmondeley. Yes, they would sooner perjure themselves than attaint the honour of a peeress." "There is one other consideration, then," said Lydia, still completely unruffled; "and perhaps the ingenuity of your ladyship will devise a means of frustrating that test also." "To what do you allude?" demanded Adeline. "I mean that when you summon your domestics to drag me to a jail on a charge of extortion," replied Lydia contemptuously, "that moment do I proclaim the history of the past. Then will medical experience speedily prove whether Lady Ravensworth now bears her first child in her bosom." Adeline uttered a faint shriek and fell upon the sofa, overwhelmed by this dread menace. That shriek was accompanied by a low moan that seemed to come from the passage outside. Lydia hastened towards the door; but ere she had half crossed the room, it was thrown violently open, and Lord Ravensworth entered the boudoir. "My husband!" screamed Adeline, in a frantic tone. Then, flinging herself on her knees before him, she cried, "Mercy! mercy!" End of Section 71. Recording by Kathi Reynolds, Albany, New York. Section 72 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds, Section 72. The Husband, the Wife, and the Unfortunate Woman. "Mercy! mercy!" were the words that burst from the lips of the affrighted lady, ere she paused to reflect whether the preceding conversation had been overheard or not. "Rise," said Lord Ravensworth, his quivering lip, flashing eye, hectic cheek, heaving chest, and clenched hand denoting a more powerful excitement than he had experienced for a long, long time. "Rise, madam. This is a subject which cannot be disposed of in passionate ejaculations. It requires a calmer deliberation, for the honour of two noble families is now at stake." "Then you know all!" cried Adeline, in an agonizing tone, as she embraced her husband's knees. "Yes, I overheard enough to enable me to comprehend the whole truth," returned the nobleman, who for the time being seemed to have altogether thrown off the apathetic lethargy which had characterized him lately with such few intermissions. Then, as he was yet speaking, he forcibly raised his wife from her suppliant position and placed her upon the ottoman. Taking a chair near her, he pointed to another, and, glancing towards Lydia, said in a tone rather mournful than angry, "Young woman, be seated." Lydia obeyed mechanically, for she herself was alarmed at the serious turn which the affair had taken. "Adeline," said the nobleman, after a short pause, during which he evidently endeavoured to compose his feelings as much as possible, "before we enter upon this sad topic, I must in justice to myself observe that I did not seek your chamber to play the eavesdropper. I felt unwell in the drawing-room ere now, and I retired to my own cabinet to solace myself in the usual manner with the meerschaum. But it struck me that I had been better during all the early part of the morning than for some weeks past, and after a long struggle with myself, I resolved to renounce the pipe. On my return to the drawing-room, I heard that you were suddenly indisposed, and I came hither to inquire after you. But at the moment I reached your door, I overheard words which struck me as with a thunderbolt. Then I listened, and overheard much, too much." "And now you hate—you despise me!" cried Adeline wildly. "You will thrust me forth from your dwelling—you will cover me with shame. No, no!" she added hysterically. "Death—death before such a fate!" "Calm yourself, Adeline," said Lord Ravensworth, who evidently suppressed his own feelings with great difficulty. "I before observed that there is the honour of 2 families to preserve, that of Rossville and of Ravensworth. Give me your Bible." "My Bible!" exclaimed Adeline, in astonishment mingled with alarm. "Yes, your Bible. Where is it?" "There, there!" said Adeline in a faint tone, for she was at a loss to divine the meaning or intention of her husband, and that mysterious uncertainty filled her with vague fears. Lydia rose, and taking the Bible from a small bookcase to which Lady Ravensworth pointed, handed it to the nobleman. "Will you swear, Adeline," he said, in a solemn and impressive tone, "will you swear upon this volume which contains the Word of God, that the child you now bear in your bosom is mine, and that since your marriage you have never forgotten the fidelity due to a husband? Will you swear this, Adeline?" "I will! I will!" she exclaimed, in almost a joyful tone, as if she were satisfied that her conjugal faith should be put to such a test. "Swear, then," said Lord Ravensworth, "and invoke God to cast you dead this minute at my feet, if you swear falsely." "I do, I do!" cried Lady Ravensworth. Then, taking the holy volume in her hand, she said in a calmer and more measured tone, "I swear, as I hope for future salvation, that I have never been unfaithful, even in thought, to my marriage vow, and that the child I bear in my bosom is my husband's. This I swear by everything sacred and holy. And if I have sworn falsely, may the great God cast me dead at your feet." She then kissed the book. There was a solemn pause. Lady Ravensworth was now perhaps the most composed of the 3, for she saw that her husband was satisfied in all that concerned his own honour since the day he had led her to the altar. As for Lydia, she was overawed and even alarmed at that imposing ceremony of a husband administering an oath to his wife, and Lord Ravensworth remained for some moments absorbed in deep thought. "Yes," he suddenly exclaimed, as if continuing aloud the thread of his silent thoughts, "the honour of 2 families must be preserved. And after all, perhaps I am rightly served. A man of my years should have sought a partner of a fitting age. But it is the fault, the error, the curse of elderly men, to believe that their rank and wealth warrant them in seeking some young girl who may thus become, as it were, a victim. Then mothers take advantage of that longing to obtain a wife of comparatively tender years, and those worldly-minded parents—" my lord, spare my feelings!" ejaculated Adeline, now painfully excited. "My mother knew not of her daughter's frailty." "Well, enough on that head," said Lord Ravensworth, somewhat impatiently. "The past cannot be recalled. Let us secure the honour of the future. You have erred in your girlhood, Adeline, and there," he added, indicating Lydia, "is one who knows that sad secret. You have been ungrateful to her, by her accusations and your acknowledgment, and she holds you in her power. Not you alone, but she holds your family and mine, for an exposure would create a scandal that must redound upon us all." "I have no wish to avail myself of the possession of that secret for such an object," said Lydia. "I have 2 motives for desiring to remain at least a year in her ladyship's service." "Never!" cried Adeline emphatically. "It is you who have made all this mischief." "Silence, Adeline," said Lord Ravensworth sternly. Then, turning towards Lydia, he added, "Young woman, proceed, and speak frankly." "I stated that I had 2 objects to serve in being anxious to remain in her ladyship's service for 1 year," continued Lydia. "In the first place, I have been so unfortunate, so very, very miserable, that I wish to earn my livelihood by servitude; and it is my hope to remain here until her ladyship can conscientiously give me such a character as will ensure me a good situation elsewhere." "That is naturally understood," observed Lord Ravensworth. "What is your second motive?" "My second motive?" repeated Lydia, with the least accent of bitterness. "Oh, that I will explain to her ladyship in private, and she will be satisfied." "Now listen to me," said the nobleman. "Lady Ravensworth dislikes the idea that you should remain here. I will give you the means of settling yourself comfortably for life, if you will leave forthwith and promise solemnly to preserve that fatal secret which you possess." "My lord," answered Lydia, respectfully but firmly, "I return you my most sincere thanks for that bounteous offer, which I am compelled to decline. Were I to accept your lordship's conditions, my aims would not be answered. In respect to my first object, I have determined to earn a character that may to some extent retrieve the past. For as your lordship must have gathered from the conversation which you overheard, I have been unfortunate, very unfortunate." "Merciful heavens!" exclaimed Adeline. "How can I retain you in my service? You have belonged to a class— Oh, no, it is impossible, impossible!" "I do not wish to insult your feelings, young woman," said Lord Ravensworth, "especially since you manifest so praiseworthy a desire to retrieve your character. But you must perceive the impossibility, as her ladyship observes, of retaining you in our service. You might be known—recognised—" "I understand your lordship," interrupted Lydia bitterly. "I might be recognised as an unhappy creature who had once earned a livelihood by parading the public streets. That is scarcely probable. I am much changed since then. The kindness of an excellent lady has enabled me to recruit my strength and to recover a healthy appearance. Yes, I must be altered, for your lordship does not perceive in me the poor miserable starving wretch who some few months since accosted her ladyship in St. James Street." "Ah, I recollect," exclaimed the nobleman, as the incident flashed to his mind. "I only observed you for a moment on that occasion; but still, so miserable was your appearance, it made an impression on my mind. Yes, you are indeed changed. Nevertheless, those who saw you in an unhappy career before you became so reduced as you were on the occasion which you have mentioned, might recognise you; and, pardon my frankness, young woman, but the subject admits not of the measurement of words. What would be thought of me, of my wife, of all the other members of my household, if I were seen in your establishment, your lordship would add," exclaimed Lydia. "I admit the truth of all your lordship states. Still, my wish to remain a member of that establishment is unchanged; for as your lordship may have ere now gathered from our conversation, it was her ladyship who first placed me in those paths which led to my ruin; and it must be her ladyship who shall aid me in earning an honourable character once more." "But this punishment is too severe!" exclaimed Adeline, almost wringing her hands, for she perceived how completely the honour of two families was in Lydia's power. "Consider, I implore you, the position of my wife," said the nobleman. "In a few weeks she will become a mother." "My lord, her ladyship never had any consideration for me from the first moment that I ceased to be useful to her," returned Lydia, with inexorable firmness; "and I cannot consent to sacrifice what I consider to be my own interests to her ladyship's wishes now." Then Lydia Hutchinson rose, as if to intimate that her determination was unchangeable, and that obscure girl was enabled to dictate her own terms to the noble peer and the proud peeress. "It must be so, then: it must be so," said Lord Ravensworth, with a vexation of manner which he could not conceal. "You shall have an apartment in my establishment and handsome wages. All I exact is that you do not force your attentions on her ladyship save when she demands them." "If I remain here, it must be in the capacity of her ladyship's principal attendant," returned Lydia. "Otherwise I could not fairly earn a good character in the eyes of the other dependents of your lordship." "Perdition, young woman!" exclaimed the nobleman. "You demand too much." "More than I will ever concede," added Lady Ravensworth, unable to restrain a glance of malignity and desperate hate towards Lydia Hutchinson. "Then your lordship will permit me to take my departure," said she calmly, and she moved towards the door. "My God! she will reveal everything!" almost shrieked Lady Ravensworth. "Yes, everything," said Lydia, returning the look which Adeline had cast on her a few moments before. "Stay, young woman, this may not be!" ejaculated Lord Ravensworth. "You exercise your power with a fearful despotism." "The world has been a fearful despot towards me, my lord," was the firm but calm reply. "And with your tyranny in this respect you will kill my wife—kill my yet unborn child!" exclaimed the nobleman, rising from his seat and pacing the room in a state of desperate excitement. "But the honour of the Rossvilles and the Ravensworths must be preserved, at any sacrifice, at any risk. Yes, though you bring misery into this house, here you must remain, since such is your inflexible will. Were an exposure to take place, the consequences, my God, would be awful—crushing. The finger of ridicule and scorn would point at me, the elderly man who espoused the young and beautiful girl, and who was so proud that he had won her for a wife. And then, should the child of which she is so soon to become a mother prove a son, although the law would recognise him as the heir to my name and fortune, yet the scandalous world would throw doubts perhaps on his legitimacy. Ah, the thought is maddening! And my brother too!" Lord Ravensworth checked himself in the midst of those musings, into the audible expression of which the agitation of his mind had hurried him. He checked himself, for the convulsive sobs which came from his wife's lips suddenly reminded him that every word he was uttering pierced like a dagger into her soul. "Oh, God have mercy upon me!" she exclaimed, in a voice scarcely audible through the convulsions of her grief. "How dearly, dearly am I now paying for the errors of my youth!" "Does that sight not move you, woman?" muttered the nobleman between his grinding teeth, as he accosted Lydia, and pointed to the lamentable condition of his wife. "My lord, I lost all by serving the interests of her who is now Lady Ravensworth, and it is time that I should think only of my own." This reply was given with a frigid, stern, and inexorable calmness that struck despair to the heart of the unhappy nobleman and his still more wretched wife. "Then be it all as you say—be it all as you wish, despotic woman!" cried Lord Ravensworth. "Remain here—command us all—drive us to despair, for our honour is unhappily in your remorseless hands." With these words, the nobleman rushed from the room in a state bordering on distraction. A few minutes of profound silence elapsed. Lydia remained standing near the mantel, gazing with joyful triumph on Adeline, whose head was buried in her hands, and whose bosom gave vent to convulsive sobs. Suddenly Lady Ravensworth looked up, and gazed wildly around her. "He is gone, and you are still there," she said in a low and hoarse voice. "Now we are alone together, and doubtless I am to look upon you as one determined to drive me to despair. What other motive had you for insisting upon remaining here?" "Lady, I will now explain myself," returned Lydia, speaking slowly and solemnly. "It pierced me to the heart to cause so much grief to that good nobleman, of whom you are so utterly unworthy. But for you I have no kind consideration, no mercy. Adeline, I hate you! I loathe you! I detest you!" "Merciful heavens!" exclaimed Lady Ravensworth; "and you are to be constantly about my person?" "Yes; and my second motive for remaining here to enjoy that privilege," continued Lydia bitterly, "is vengeance." "Vengeance!" repeated Adeline, recoiling as it were from the terrible word, and clasping her hands frantically together. "Vengeance! Vengeance!" continued Lydia Hutchinson. "Before the rest of the world I shall appear the humble and respectful dependant—yes, even in the presence of your husband; but when alone with you, I shall prove a very demon, whose weapons are galling reproaches, ignominies, insults, and indignities." "Oh! this is terrible!" cried Adeline, as if her senses were leaving her. "You cannot be such a fiend." "I can—I will," returned Lydia. "Have I not undergone enough to make me so? And all was occasioned by you. When I was your wretched tool, you promised me the affection of a sister. And how did you fulfil your pledge? You came to me at a house where I was a governess, and whence I was anxious to remove from the importunities of the master, and there you threw off the mask. I then saw the hollowness of your soul. My father died of a broken heart, and my brother perished in a duel, in consequence of my iniquity. But who had made me criminal? You! I called upon you at Rossville House at a time when a little sympathy on your part might have still saved me, for I should have felt that I had one friend still left. But you scorned me—you even menaced me; and I then warned you that I was absolved from all motives of secrecy on your account. Your black ingratitude drove me to despair, and I immediately afterwards fell to the lowest grade in the social sphere—that of a prostitute. Yes, for I need use no nice language with you. All the miseries I endured in my wretched career I charge upon your head; and ere now you menaced me again. You threatened to accuse me falsely of a crime that would render me amenable to the criminal tribunals of the country. It only required that to fill the cup of your base ingratitude to the very brim. And think you that your malignant, your spiteful glances, your looks of bitter burning hate, were lost upon me? No, you would doubtless assassinate me if you dared. Oh! I have long detested you—long loathed your very name; but never until we met in this room ere now, did I believe that my hatred against you was so virulent as it is; and never until this hour did I appreciate the sweets of vengeance. At present I can revel in those feelings. I can wreak upon you, and I will, that revenge which my own miseries and the death of those whom I held dear have excited in my heart. Your ladyship now knows the terms of our connection for 1 year, and at the expiration of that period you will be glad, oh, too glad, to rid yourself of me by giving me a character that will never fail to procure for me a place in future." With these words, Lydia Hutchinson left the room. Lady Ravensworth sank back in convulsions of anguish upon the ottoman; and Lord Ravensworth, who throughout the morning had experienced so much lightness of heart and mental calmness that he resolved to wrestle in future with that apathy and gloom which drove him to his pipe, had shut himself up in his private cabinet to seek solace once more in the fatal attractions of the Oriental tobacco. Thus had the presence of Lydia Hutchinson, once despised, scorned, and trampled on, brought desolation and misery into that lordly dwelling. "Oh, Adeline, Adeline, thou wast now taught a bitter lesson, illustrative of the terrible consequences of ingratitude. The aristocracy conceives that it may insult the democracy with impunity. The high-born and the wealthy never stop to consider, when they put an affront upon the lowly and the poor, whether a day of retribution may not sooner or later come. The peer cannot see the necessity of conciliating the peasant. The daughter of the nobility knows not the use of making a friend of the daughter of the people. But the meanest thing that crawls upon the earth may some day be in a position to avenge the injuries it has received from a powerful oppressor. And the mightiest lord or the noblest lady may be placed in that situation when even the friendship of the humblest son or the most obscure daughter of industry would be welcome as the drop of water to the lost wanderer of the desert. Yes, most solemnly do I proclaim to you, O suffering millions of these islands, that ye shall not always languish beneath the yoke of your oppressors. Individually ye shall each see the day when your tyrant shall crouch at your feet, and as a mass ye shall triumph over that proud oligarchy which now grinds you to the dust. That day, that great day, cannot be far distant, and then shall ye rise, not to wreak a savage vengeance on those who have so long coerced you, but to prove to them that ye know how to exercise a mercy which they never manifested towards you. Ye shall rise, not to convulse the state with a disastrous civil war, nor to hurry the nation on to the deplorable catastrophe of social anarchy, confusion, and bloodshed, but ye shall rise to vindicate usurped rights and to recover delegated and misused power, that ye may triumphantly assert the aristocracy of mind and the aristocracy of virtue. End of section 72. Recording by Kathi Reynolds, Albany, New York.
Section 73 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 73. The Resurrection Man's House in Globetown. Return we to the house of the Resurrection Man in Globetown, the house where we have already seen such diabolical mischief concocted, and much of which was actually perpetrated, that house where the gloomy subterraneans had echoed to the moans of Viola Chichester. It was about 7 o'clock in the evening when the Resurrection Man suddenly emerged from that very same cell in which Viola had once been confined. He held a lantern in his hand, and the feeble rays glanced upon a countenance convulsed and distorted with deep, malignant rage. On the threshold of the dungeon he paused for a moment, and turning towards the interior of that living tomb, he growled in a savage tone, "By all the powers of hell, I'll find means to cure you of this obstinacy." A hoarse and stifled moan was the only answer. "Then try another night of it," exclaimed the Resurrection Man, and he closed the door violently. The heavy bolt grated upon the ears of another victim to the remorseless cruelty of this fiend-like miscreant. Muttering maledictions to himself, the Resurrection Man slowly left the subterranean, and extinguishing his lantern, secured the doors of the lower part of his dwelling. As he was about to ascend the steep staircase leading to the upper floor, a person in the street called after him in a low and tremulous tone, "Mr. Tidkins! Mr. Tidkins, is that you?" "Rather so," replied the Resurrection Man, who had immediately recognised the voice. "Walk up, Mr. Tomlinson." If you have no objection," stammered the stockbroker, who evidently had some cause of alarm, "I would much prefer—that is, I should like to speak to you down here, because my time is precious, and—" "And you are afraid to trust yourself with me," added the Resurrection Man gruffly. "Why, what an infernal fool you must be! I don't suppose that you've come with your pockets full of gold, and if you haven't, you certainly ain't worth robbing and murdering. So walk up, I say, and no more of this gammon. Shut the door and bolt it after you." The stockbroker did not like to offer any farther objection, so deep was his dread of irritating a man of whom he entertained a vague and horrible apprehension. He accordingly closed the door, and followed Tidkins up the precipitate steps to the back room on the first floor; for the Resurrection Man had converted this one into his parlour, to avoid the necessity of having a light in the front chamber, the windows of which looked upon the street, the Miscreant being compelled to adopt as many precautions as possible to prevent his numerous enemies from discovering a trace of his whereabouts. "Sit down, and don't be afraid, Mr. Tomlinson," said Tidkins. "There, sir, draw near the fire, and here's brandy, rum, or gin, if you like to take anything." "Nothing, I thank you," faltered the stockbroker, casting a hurried glance of alarm around him as he sank upon a chair. "You wrote to desire me to call this evening at 7 o'clock, or I might repent." "Yes, and so you would repent the consequences," added the Resurrection Man. "But as you have come, it is all right. I dare say you thought I had forgotten you. You were deceived, you see, for I never lose sight of old friends. When I want to use them, I am sure to find them out again." "And what can I do for you, Mr. Tidkins?" asked the stockbroker in a tremulous tone, for he felt a desperate alarm lest the Resurrection Man should have discovered the one secret which he had taken so much pains to conceal, the secret of the abode of Michael Martin. "I have but two wants in the world at any time," answered the Resurrection Man, lighting his pipe. "Money most often, vengeance now and then. But it is money that I want of you." "Money? Money?" murmured Tomlinson. "Do you think I am made of money? I have had hard struggles, losses, expenses." "I dare say you have," observed the Resurrection Man drily. "I do not mean to be hard upon you, but something I must have. You see, I have got a little amount put by, how obtained is neither here nor there, and I want to scrape together as much as I can, so that in a few months, when I have settled the different matters I have on hand, I may leave England for America, or some such place, and then you will never hear of me any more." "That will be a great blessing," thought Tomlinson, but he did not say so. "And under all circumstances you must help me to make up the sum I want," added the Resurrection Man. "You are too hard upon me, Mr. Tidkins," said Tomlinson. "If I had employed you on any business, it would be different. But—" "But if you have a secret that I have found out, and that's worth keeping?" exclaimed Tidkins significantly. "Oh, then it is as I feared," murmured Tomlinson, pressing his feverish hand to his forehead, through which a sudden pain seemed to shoot, producing a sensation as of tightness on the brain. "Surely this man must be Satan himself, who comes at intervals to goad the wicked to desperation for their sins." "What's that you say about Satan?" asked Tidkins. "Nothing," replied the stockbroker hastily. "I was only thinking to myself that Satan took a delight in persecuting me." "I know nothing about that," observed the Resurrection Man. "All I care for is the cash that you will have the goodness to bring me down to-morrow evening at this same hour." A sudden idea struck Tomlinson. Was the Resurrection Man really acquainted with Martin's present place of abode, or was he endeavouring to extort money merely upon the strength of his knowledge, some time previously obtained, as our readers will remember, that the old clerk, though generally believed to have absconded, had actually remained concealed in London? "And wherefore should you press me in this way?" said the stockbroker. "Did I not satisfy your demands on a former occasion?" "And have I not kept my pledge?" cried Tidkins. "Has a word ever escaped my lips to do you an injury? Why, there is still a reward of £3,000 to be got." "No, no," interrupted Tomlinson. "You are wrong. My affairs are all wound up in respect to the bank, and a dividend has been paid." "A precious small one, I'll be bound," observed Tidkins. "However, reward or no reward, it wouldn't place you in a very comfortable situation if I was to take a policeman with me and just call at a particular house in Thomas Street, where an old gentleman named Nelson——" "Enough!" cried Tomlinson. "I see you know all. My God, when shall I be released from this peril? When shall I know a moment's comfort?" "When you have brought me down a couple of £100 to-morrow night," answered the Resurrection Man, knocking the ashes from his pipe. "And then, if you like to make it worth my while, I tell you what I'll do for you." "What?" asked the stockbroker, gasping for breath. "I'll entice the old fellow down here, and either lock him in one of my cells, or else settle his hash in such a way that he shall only be fit to sell to the surgeons," returned the Resurrection Man, fixing his snake-like eyes on the stockbroker's countenance, as if to ascertain the precise impression which this proposal made. "Monster!" ejaculated Tomlinson, shrinking from the bare idea of such an atrocity. For he was more or less attached to Michael Martin in consequence of the immense sacrifice which the old man had made on his account. "No, never will I imbrue my hands with blood, nor suborn another to play the assassin's part for me. To-morrow evening you shall receive the amount you demand, and heaven grant that all connection between us may cease." "Be it so," observed the Resurrection Man coolly, as he brewed himself a glass of grog. "You have nothing more to say to me?" asked Tomlinson, rising to depart. The reply was a negative, and the stockbroker hurried away from a dwelling where crime seemed to proclaim its presence trumpet-tongued, where every hook that eyes shot forth, and every word that lips uttered, and every thought that brains conceived, all appeared to feel the noxious atmosphere of blackest turpitude. In a house where a person has lately died, everything seems to exhale a sickly odour as of a corpse, and if you touch the wall with your finger, you feel a clammy and fetid moisture which makes your blood run cold within you. So it was with the dwelling of the Resurrection Man. The taint of crime impregnated the very atmosphere, and Tomlinson shook himself when he gained the open air, as if he could thus throw off some pestilential influence which had seized hold of him. Tomlinson had not left the house many minutes when a low but peculiar knock at the door brought the Resurrection Man down to answer the summons. "Who is it?" he demanded ere he opened. "Me," growled a voice which Tidkins immediately recognised to be that of the Lully Prig. This individual was forthwith admitted, and when the two villains were seated by the fire in the back room, the Resurrection Man asked, "What news?" "Just as you wished," was the reply. "I called at the chandlery shop in Pitfield Street, Hoxton, and asked for an ounce of bacca. The woman served me, and I soon see she was alone. Then says I, 'If so be no one's within hearing, I want a word with you.' She looked frightened, but said nothing whatsomever. 'All I have to tell you is just this,' says I. 'Tony Tidkins knows where you be, and all about you. But he says he, that if you take no notice of him in case you sees him, and says nothing to nobody in case you hears of him, he'll leave you alone.' Lor, how she did turn pale and tremble when I mentioned your name, and she seemed so glad when I told her that you wouldn't do her no harm, if so be she didn't try to do you none. 'If he won't come near me, I'll never even breathe his name,' she says. 'And you'll never utter a word about the crib in Globe Town?' says I. 'Never, never,' says she. 'Well then,' says I, 'all will go on well, and you can sleep as sound in your bed as if there wasn't such a man as Tony Tidkins in the world. But if so be you peaches or says a word,' says I, that may get Tony into trouble. He's got plenty of friends as will avenge him, and the first is me." So she swore eyes and limbs she'd keep all close, and in that way I left her. "So far, so good," observed the Resurrection Man. "She's frightened and will keep a close tongue. That's all I want. When I have finished the different things I have in hand, and don't care about staying in London any longer, I will punish her for what she did to me, but my revenge will keep for the present. Now, what about Cranky Jem?" "He still lives in the court in Drury Lane, and stays at home all day," answered the Lully Prig. "But at night he goes out for some hours, and I can't find out where. For 3 evenings following I watched him, and every time I missed him at last somehow or another." "Which way did he go?" demanded the Resurrection Man. "Different ways, but always up one street and down another, now here, then there, as if he hadn't no particular motive, but merely went out a-walking for the fun of it." "I tell you what it is, Lully," said the Resurrection Man gloomily, "you're not so wide awake as I am. That feller has some object in wandering about zigzag and crosswise in that manner. He has got a scent of me, and he's following it up, but at the same time he's afraid that I may have a scent of him. So he dodges about. It's as clear as daylight, 'cause it's just what I should do." "And you're a downy cove enough, Tony," observed the Lully Prig, "although I do think arter all you've let that damned parley-woo French feller do us about them bank-notes." "It's very strange the Buffer doesn't return," said the Resurrection Man. "I'd take my Davy that he wouldn't chouse us out of our reglars, but time will show. Now, look here, Lully, as you've made that same remark a dozen times since the thing took place, and just see how the matter stood. We got £4,000 clear." "Yes, 1,000 apiece," said the Lully Prig assentingly, "and a precious jolly catch it was." "Well," continued the Resurrection Man, "the bank-notes were of no more use to us than so much waste paper, because Greenwood was sure to stop them the moment he got back to London. At least, I should think so. Now, when that French fellow Lafleur offered to let you, me, the Buffer, and Long Bob share the gold, and he would go to France to smash the notes at the money-changers that he told us about in Paris, and then take his 1,000 beyond his 5th share of the produce of the notes, it was the best thing we could do to accept his proposal, particularly as he said that any one of us might go with him." "But if he sticks to the whole £16,000, what a deuced good pull he has over us," observed the Lully Prig. "So he has," said the Resurrection Man, "and again I tell you that if he hadn't offered to go to France and change the notes, we must have destroyed them in the very chalk-pit where we divided the swag. They were no use to us, but a great danger. It was better to trust the chance of Lafleur doing the thing that's right, and if he don't, the Buffer will drop down on him, in spite of all the guillotines and Johnny Darmies in France." "Well, we won't quarrel about it, Tony," said the Lully Prig. "You and the Buffer let me in for a good thing, and I ought not to grumble. You see, I've followed your advice, and kept the blunt in the safe place without wasting it as Long Bob is doing. He's never been sober since the thing took place." "Where is he now?" asked the Resurrection Man. "Oh, he's knocking about at all the flash cribs, spending his tin as fast as he can," answered the Lully Prig. "Don't let him know of this place of mine for the world," said Tidkins. "A drunken chap like that isn't to be trusted in any shape. I only hope he won't wag his tongue too free about the business that put all the money into his pocket." "Not he," cried the Lully Prig. "He's as close as the door of Newgate about them kind of things, even when he's drunk as a pig. But I don't want to have nothing more to do with him. I'll stick to you and the Buffer, and when you've settled all the things you say you have in hand, we'll be off to Ameriky." "So we will, Lully. But this fellow Cranky Jem annoys me. You must go on watching him. Or p'raps it would be better to get the Grand Bully to get some of his 40 thieves after him," added the Resurrection Man. "No, no," cried the Lully Prig, whose pride was somewhat hurt at this suggestion, which seemed to cast doubt upon his own skill and ability in performing the service required. "Leave him in my hands, and I'll find out what dodge he's upon sooner or later." Scarcely were these words uttered when a knock at the front door fell on the ears of the two villains. The Resurrection Man descended, and, to the usual inquiry ere the door was opened, the well-known voice of the Buffer answered, "It is me." "Well, what luck?" demanded the Resurrection Man hastily. his avarice prompting the question, even before his accomplice in iniquity had scarcely time to utter a reply to the first query. "Sold, regularly sold, done brown," returned the Buffer, closing and bolting the door behind him. "Damnation!" cried the Resurrection Man, who, now that the faint hope of obtaining a further share of the plunder of Greenwood's tin case was annihilated, manifested a fiercer rage than would have been expected after his cool reasoning with the Lully Prig upon the special point. "You may well swear, Tony," said the Buffer, sulkily, as he ascended the stairs, "for we never was so completely done in all our lives. That snivelling Mounseer was one too many for us." "Ah, I see how it is," observed the Lully Prig, when the two men entered the room where he had remained, "and I can't say it's more than I expected. But how did he do it?" "Why, he gave me the slip at last," answered the Buffer, pouring himself out half a tumbler of raw spirit, which he drank without winking, just as if it were so much water. "You see, he kept me humbugging about in Paris week after week, always saying that it wasn't prudent to begin smashing the notes yet awhile, and I stuck to him like a leech. I shan't make a long story on it now. I'm too vexed. All I tell you at present is that 4 days ago he gave me the slip, and so I twigged that it was all gammon. He's done us brown, that was very clear, and so I come back." We shall leave the three villains to discuss this disappointment, together with divers other matters interesting to themselves, and continue the thread of our narrative in another quarter. It is, however, as well to observe that all these comings and goings at the house of the Resurrection Man were watched by an individual who for several nights had been lurking about that neighbourhood for the purpose, but who had exercised so much caution that he was never perceived by any one of the gang. This person was Cranky Jem. End of section 73. Section 74 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 74. Alderman Sniff, Tomlinson and Greenwood. It was 11 o'clock in the forenoon on the day following the incidents just related. The scene is Mr. Tomlinson's office in Tokenhouse Yard. The stockbroker was seated at his desk. His manner was nervous, and his countenance expressive of anxiety. He had, indeed, passed a sleepless night, for he saw in the conduct of the Resurrection Man the renewal of a system of extortion which was not likely to cease so long as there was a secret to be hushed up. The careful aspect of the stockbroker was not, however, noticed by Mr. Alderman Sniff, who was lounging against the mantel, with his back to the fire, and expatiating on his own success in life, a favourite subject with this civic functionary, who considered success to be nothing more nor less than the accumulation of money from a variety of schemes and representations so nearly allied to downright swindling that it was impossible to say what a jury would have thought of them had they come under the notice of a criminal tribunal. "But how have you managed to do it all?" asked Tomlinson, by way of saying something, although his thoughts were far removed from the topic of Mr. Alderman Sniff's discourse. "You see, I began life with plenty of money," returned the alderman. "I mean I had a decent fortune at the death of my father, which took place when I was about 22. But that soon went, and I was glad to accept an offer to go out to India. On my arrival at Madras, I was inducted into a situation as clerk in a mercantile establishment, and there I was making some little money, when I was foolish enough to issue a prospectus for the General Boa Constrictor Killing and Wild Beast Extirpation Joint Stock Company, a project which was not so well relished as I could have wished. My employers discharged me, and, deeply disgusted with the ignorance of the English settlers and the natives, who could not understand the magnitude of my designs, I came back to England. My trip to India was, however, very useful to me, for on my return to this country I lived splendidly on the Deccan prize money for 4 years." "Lived on the Deccan prize money?" exclaimed Tomlinson. "Why, what claim had you to any of it?" "None," replied Mr. Sniff. "I never was in the Deccan in my life. But I declared that I had claims to I can't remember how many lakhs of rupees, and it was very easy to obtain loans from friends and get bills cashed on the strength of the assertion. Of course this had an end. The settlement of the Deccan prize money affairs was interminable, but the facility for procuring cash on the strength of it was not equally lasting. However, as I just now observed, I lived comfortably on my alleged claims for 4 years, and then I started the Universal Poor Man's Cornplaster and Blister Gratuitous Distribution Society. I got several philanthropic and worthy men to join me in this laudable undertaking. We took splendid offices in King Street, Cheapside, and the enterprise progressed wonderfully. How well I remember our first annual meeting at Exeter Hall! The great room was crowded to excess. I was the secretary, and it was my duty to read the report of the committee. That document had been drawn up in most pathetic language by some poor devil of an author, whom I employed for the purpose, and it produced a wonderful effect. It was really quite touching to see how the ladies, poor dear creatures, wept tears of the most refreshing philanthropy when I enumerated the blessings which this society had conferred upon vast numbers of individuals. 9,667 cornplasters and 11,214 blisters had been distributed gratuitously during the year to as many poor suffering creatures who had all been thereby cured of corns previously deemed inveterate, and of chest complaints that until then had received no medical attention. The report dwelt upon the gratitude of thousands of poor families for the relief thus dispensed, and congratulated the members of the society on the claims they possessed, to the applause of the whole Christian world. Subscriptions rained in upon me in perfect torrents, and there was not a tearless eye throughout that vast hall. "How was it that so excellent an institution became extinct?" asked Tomlinson, awaking from his reverie when the alderman paused. "I really can scarce tell you," was the reply. "Whether it was that the public thought there could not possibly be any more corns to cure, or pulmonary complaints to heal, or whether it was in consequence of a proposition which I made, in an unlucky hour, to extend the benefits of the society to the poor savages in the islands of the Pacific, I can't say. It is, however, certain that the subscribers were very backward in coming forward at the 3rd annual meeting, and so the institution dwindled into nothing. I had nevertheless saved some little money, and I was not long idle. My next spec was the Metropolitan Poor Families Sunday Dinner Gratuitous Baking Association. You perceive that I am fond of dealing in humane and philanthropic enterprises. My idea was to establish numerous baking houses all over London, and to cook the poor man's Sunday joint and potatoes for him, the society reserving to itself the dripping, which, being sold, and the profits added to the voluntary subscriptions received from the charitable, would support these most useful institutions. At the end of a year, however, I was compelled to dissolve the association after having gone to the expense of building no less than 60 enormous ovens in as many different parts of London. "How came that project to fail?" asked Tomlinson, "when it was calculated to benefit so many poor families?" "Simply because so few of those poor families ever had any Sunday dinners to cook at all," replied Alderman Sniff. "Nevertheless, the subscriptions which were received paid all the outlay, and remunerated me for my trouble. I therefore met with some little encouragement in all I did for the benefit of my fellow creatures. And, more than that," added the philanthropist, slapping his left breast, "I enjoyed the approval, Mr. Tomlinson, of my conscience." The stockbroker sighed. Not that he envied any inward feeling which Mr. Alderman Sniff could have experienced as the result of the speculations referred to, but the thoughts occasioned by the mere mention of the word conscience aroused painful emotions in the breast of James Tomlinson. "While I was thus engaged in the behoof of the poorer classes of the community," continued Alderman Sniff. "I was gaining influence with my fellow citizens. I became the treasurer of no end of charitable institutions, was elected churchwarden of my parish, and soon became deputy of the ward. Fortunately, my parish, as you well know, is governed by a select vestry, properly consisting of 3 individuals. But as 2 of the last elected trio have died, and as I have ever steadfastly and successfully opposed the nomination of other parishioners to replace the deceased, we have now a select vestry of 1. This gentleman is my most intimate friend, and it would do your heart good to see the parochial solemnity and official dignity with which he annually proposes me to himself as a candidate for the place of churchwarden, and then proceeds to second the nomination, put the question, lift up his hand, and declare me duly elected without a dissentient voice. In due time I was chosen alderman of the ward, and everything has gone well with me. I have been eminently successful. My British Marble Company was a glorious hit, as well you know." "Yes, a glorious hit for you," said Tomlinson, with a faint smile. "You yourself were managing director, and you sold your quarry, or rather your supposed quarry, to yourself. You were auditor and secretary, and consequently examined and passed your own accounts. You were also the treasurer, and paid yourself. You had the best of it in every way." "Come, Mr. Tomlinson," exclaimed Sniff, chuckling audibly, "I allowed you to reap a decent profit on the shares which you sold, so you need not complain." "Oh, I do not complain," observed the stockbroker. "But how do you get on with the accounts of your parish?" "Mr. Tomlinson," said the alderman, almost sternly, "I never will give any accounts at all to those refractory parishioners of mine. The select vestry of 1 has met regularly every year, and resolved himself into a committee to investigate my accounts, and that is sufficient. And after all," added the civic functionary, sinking his voice to a mysterious whisper, "even if the accounts were produced, although they run over such a long period of years, you might put them all into your waistcoat pocket without finding it stick out more than it now does with your small French watch." With these words Mr. Alderman Sniff, who had merely looked in to have a chat and talk of himself to one with whom there was no necessity to maintain any secrecy in respect to his antecedents, Mr. Alderman Sniff retired. A few minutes afterwards Mr. Greenwood was introduced. "My dear Tomlinson," he said, "I am quite delighted to find you within. I have made a hit, and shall retrieve myself with ease. The £10,000 which Holmesford lent me are now 20,000. "You are a lucky fellow," observed Tomlinson with a sigh. "Adversity has no effect upon you, whereas with me—" "Why, what is the matter now?" interrupted Greenwood. "Always complaining?" "I have good cause for annoyance," returned the stockbroker. "That precious acquaintance of yours——" "Who?" demanded Greenwood sharply. "The lunatic asylum keeper, as your friend Chichester supposed him to be. But the resurrectionist, thief, extortioner, villain, and perhaps murderer, as I take him to be," said Tomlinson. "That scoundrel, Tidkins, in a word, has discovered poor old Michael's address, and menaces me." "Ah!" said Greenwood, coolly. "It is your own fault. You should have got Martin out of the way. Even if you had painted him black, shipped him to the United States, and sold him as a slave." "Ridiculous!" cried Tomlinson sternly. "I never will cease to be a friend, a grateful friend, to that poor old man." "Well," observed Greenwood, after a pause, "I can do you a service in this respect. I was at Rottenborough yesterday, amongst my intelligent and independent constituents, and I learned that the situation of porter to the workhouse in that truly enlightened town is vacant. Now if——" "Enough of this, Greenwood," exclaimed Tomlinson. "I was wrong to mention the old man's name to you. What can I do for you this morning? Have you made up your mind to take the loan which my friend consented to advance to you about a month ago, and which you——" "Which I declined then and decline now," said Greenwood hastily, as if the allusion awoke unpleasant reminiscences in his mind. "I never could understand your conduct on that evening," observed Tomlinson in his quiet manner. "You came at the appointed hour to terminate the business. The money was ready. The deed was prepared. My friend was here, and when you put your hand into your pocket for the securities, you turned on your heel and bolted off like a shot." "Yes, yes," said Greenwood, with increased impatience. "I had lost my pocket-book. But—" "And have you found it since?" asked the stockbroker. "I have, but I do not require the loan," returned Greenwood shortly. "So far from that, I wish you to lay out these £7,000 for me in a particular speculation, which I will explain to you. I have prepared the way for certain success, but cannot appear in it myself." Greenwood then counted the bank notes upon the table for the sum named, and gave Tomlinson the necessary instructions for the disposal of the amount. "Any news to-day?" he asked, when this business was concluded. "Here is a second edition of the Times, with another telegraphic dispatch from Castelcicala," said Tomlinson. "I know you are interested in the affairs of that country, by the way you have lately spoken to me on the subject." "Yes, I am indeed," exclaimed Greenwood earnestly, as he seized the paper, in which the following article appeared in a bold type: "Castelcicala. Proclamation of Alberto I. Formation of the new Ministry. The French Government have received the following telegraphic dispatch from Toulon. The Alessandro steamer has just arrived from Montoni. The Marquis of Estella proclaimed the Grand Duke Alberto I. in the evening of the 24th, instead of in the morning of that day, which was his original intention. This was merely occasioned by the delay of the Marquis in entering the capital. The Marquis has formed the following ministry: Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs, Signor Gaetano; Minister of the Interior, Signor Terlizzi; Minister of War, Colonel Corsario; Minister of Marine, Admiral Contarino; Minister of Finance, Signor Viviani; Minister of Justice, Baron Manzoni; Minister of Commerce, Chevalier Grachia. The Times newspaper, commenting upon this administration, reminded its readers that Signors Gaetano and Terlizzi were the chiefs of the Provisional Committee of Government during the revolution in Castelcicala; that Colonel Corsario was the second in command of the glorious army that had achieved Castelcicalan freedom; and Signor Viviani was the well-known banker of Pinalla; and that Chevalier Grachia was the nephew of the deceased general of that name. "Thus it is that Richard can now make a ministry in a powerful state," murmured Greenwood to himself. "Oh, what a sudden elevation! What a signal rise! And I——" "What are you muttering about to yourself, Greenwood?" asked Tomlinson. "Ah!" cried the Member of Parliament, suddenly, and without heeding the stockbroker's question, for his eyes, wandering mechanically over the surface of the paper which he held in his hand, had settled upon a paragraph that excited the liveliest emotions of surprise. "Who couldst have believed it? Oh! now I recall to mind 1,000 circumstances which should have made me suspect the truth." "The truth of what?" demanded Tomlinson. "That Count Alteroni and Prince Alberta were one and the same person," exclaimed Greenwood; "and he is now the Grand Duke of Castelcicala." "Then you have had the pleasure of including a sovereign prince amongst the number of your victims," observed the stockbroker coolly. Greenwood made no reply, but remained plunged in a deep reverie, the subject of which was the brilliant destiny that appeared to wait Richard Markham. As soon as he had taken his leave, Tomlinson also began musing, but it was upon a far different topic. "Oh! what a hollow-hearted wretch is that Greenwood!" he said within himself. "And how would he have treated Michael Martin, had the poor old man been dependent upon him? Greenwood would indeed be capable of sending him to the United States as a slave, were such a course practicable. Ah! the United States!" cried Tomlinson aloud, as a sudden idea was created in his mind by the mention of the name of that glorious republic. "And why should not Michael Martin visit the States, and with me too? Yes, I am wearied of London, wearied of this city where all hearts seem to be eaten up with selfishness, wearied of supporting the weight of that secret which the merest accident may reveal, and which places me at the mercy of that ferocious extortioner. Oh, if that secret were discovered, if it were ascertained that Michael Martin was really in London, he would be dragged before the tribunals, and I must either appear against him as a witness, or proclaim his innocence and thereby sacrifice myself. No, no, I could not do either. Never, never. I know that I am weak, vacillating, timid, but God also knows how unwillingly I have departed from the ways of rectitude. But how many bitter tears have marked the paths of my duplicity! And now I will be firm, yes, firm to commit one last crime. Oh, I will prove myself a worthy pupil of my great master Greenwood. He shall be amply repaid," continued the stockbroker bitterly, "for all the kind lessons he has given me in the school of dishonour. Yes, and repaid, too, in his own coin. £7,000 added to my own little stock. This will be sufficient fund wherewith to begin an honourable avocation in another clime. Yes, America is the country for me. There I can begin the world again as a new man, and perhaps I may retrieve myself even in my own estimation." Tomlinson's resolution was now irrevocably fixed. He would emigrate to the United States, accompanied by his faithful old clerk. Greenwood's money should constitute the principal resource to which he must trust as the basis whereon to establish a fortune in the place of the one he had lost. Nor did he hesitate a moment. Weak, timid, and vacillating as he was in ordinary circumstances, to self-appropriate those funds thus entrusted to him. He had no sympathy for Greenwood, and, moreover, he had many an act of insolence on the part of that individual, many an instance of oppression to avenge. Ere the failure of the bank, Greenwood had taken advantage of his necessities to wring from him enormous interest for loans advanced, and had, moreover, made him his instrument in defrauding the Italian prince. Since the establishment of the office in Tokenhouse Yard, Greenwood had continued to use Tomlinson as a tool so long as his own fortunes had remained prosperous, and even latterly, since the condition of Greenwood's finances had levelled some of those barriers which the necessities of the one and the wealth of the other had originally raised between them. Even latterly, the manner of the Member of Parliament towards the fallen banker had been that of patronage and superiority. Then the frequent and heartless allusions which Greenwood had made to the poor old clerk rankled deeply in the mind of Tomlinson. And all these circumstances armed that naturally weak and timid man with a giant's strength of mind when he contemplated the possibility of at length punishing Greenwood for 1,000 insults. Tomlinson was not naturally a vindictive man. Persons of his quiet and timid disposition seldom are. But there are certain affronts which, when oft-spreaded and dwelt upon in their aggregate, form a motive power that will arouse the most enduring and the weakest mind to action, especially, too, when accident throws a special opportunity of vengeance in the way. James Tomlinson was a strange compound of good and bad qualities, the latter arising from his constitutional want of nerve, and his deficiency in moral energy. Had he been mentally resolute, he would have proved a good and great man. The conflicting elements of his character were signally demonstrated on this occasion, when he had determined to fly from the country. Having given his clerks positive orders that he was not to be interrupted for some hours, he sealed up in different parcels the small sums of money which his various clients had placed in his hands to purchase scrip or other securities, and addressed the packets to those to whom the sums respectively belonged, omitting, however, Greenwood in this category. He next computed the salaries due to his clerk, and set apart the amount required to liquidate those obligations also. These duties being accomplished, he locked all the parcels up in one of the drawers of his writing-table, and placed the key in his pocket. Greenwood's deposit he secured about his person. When it grew dusk in the evening, he repaired to the lodging which Michael Martin occupied in Bethnal Green. As soon as Tomlinson had made known his scheme to the old man, but, of course, without betraying the fact of his intention to self-appropriate Greenwood's money, Michael took a huge pinch of snuff and reflected profoundly for some minutes. "And what's the meaning of this all of a sudden?" demanded the ex-cashier at length. Tomlinson explained, with great frankness, that the Resurrection Man had by some means discovered the secret of Michael's abode, and was again playing the part of extortioner. He moreover expressed his invincible dislike for a city where he had experienced such painful reverses, and declared his resolution of no longer living in such a state of suspense and anxiety as he was kept in by the constant dread of an exposure in respect to his faithful old clerk. "You need not leave London on that account," said Martin gruffly. "I have long made up my mind how to act in case of detection." "How?" asked Tomlinson, with a foreboding shudder. "I should put an end to my life," returned the old man, filling his nose with snuff. "I am well aware that you would not have the courage to appear against me in a court of justice and boldly accuse me of having embezzled your funds." "The courage!" exclaimed Tomlinson, wiping away a tear. "No, nor the heart, my good, faithful old friend." "Well, well, don't be childish now," said Michael, who was obliged to take several pinches of snuff to conceal his own emotions. "If you are really desirous to leave England and go to America, I will accompany you. Of course I will. You know I will," he added, more hastily than he was accustomed to speak. "There is no time for delay," said Tomlinson, rejoiced at this assent which he had wrung from his faithful servitor. "We will repair to Dover this very night, and thence proceed to France. The distance from Calais to Havre is not very great, and from the latter port ships are constantly sailing for America." "Let me proceed alone to Havre," said old Martin, "and you can follow me openly and at your leisure." "No," replied Tomlinson, "that would only compromise your safety, perhaps. We will part no more." The advice of the stockbroker was acted upon, and the fugitives succeeded in leaving the kingdom in safety. But that night the Resurrection Man vainly awaited the arrival of James Tomlinson. And on the following day, Mr. Greenwood discovered, to his cost, that the effects of those lessons of duplicity and dishonour which he had inculcated in respect to the stockbroker practically redounded upon himself. End of section 74.
Section 75 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Manolakes. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. 75. Chapter 210. Holford's Studies. It was midnight. In a garret, belonging to a house in the same court where Cranky Jem resided, sate Henry Holford. He was alone. His elbow rested on the table, and his hand supported his feverish head, for dark thoughts filled the brain of that young man. The flickering light of a single candle fell upon the pages of an old volume, which he was reading with intense interest. His cheeks were pale, his lips were dry, his throat was parched, and his eyeballs glared with unnatural luster. He did not feel a thirst, else there was water handy to assuage the craving, nor did he hear his heart beating violently, nor experience the feverish and rapid throbbing of his temples. No, his whole thoughts, his entire feelings, his every sensation, all were absorbed in the subject of his study. And that the reader may fully comprehend the nature of those impulses which were now urging this strange young man on to the perpetration of a deed that was destined to give a terrible celebrity to his name, we must quote the passage on which his mind was so intently fixed. The assassination of Gustavus III of Sweden. The nobles were discontented with the general conduct of the king, and a conspiracy was planned against him under his own roof. His wars had compelled him to negotiate large loans, and to impose upon his subjects heavy taxes. The nobles took advantage of that circumstance to prejudice the minds of many of the people against the sovereign who had labored so long for their real good. On the 16th of March, 1792, he received an anonymous letter warning him of his immediate danger from a plot that was laid to take away his life, requesting him to remain at home and avoid balls for a year, and assuring him that if he should go to the masquerade for which he was preparing, he would be assassinated that very night. The king read the note with contempt, and at a late hour entered the ballroom. After some time he sat down in a box with the Count of Essen, and observed he was not deceived in his contempt for the letter, since, had there been any design against his life, no time could be more favourable than that moment. He then mingled, without apprehension, among the crowd, and just as he was preparing to retire with the Prussian ambassador, he was surrounded by several persons in masks, one of whom fired a pistol at the back of the king, and lodged the contents in his body. A scene of dreadful confusion ensued. The conspirators, amidst the general tumult and alarm, had time to retire to other parts of the room, but one of them had previously dropped his pistols and a dagger close by the wounded king. A general order was given to all the company to unmask, and the doors were immediately closed, but no person appeared with any particular distinguishing marks of guilt. The king was immediately conveyed to his apartment, and the surgeon, after extracting a ball and some slugs, gave favourable hopes of his majesty's recovery. Suspicions immediately fell upon such of the nobles as had been notorious for their opposition to the measures of the court. The anonymous letter was traced up to Colonel Lillehorn, major in the king's guards, and he was immediately apprehended. But the most successful clue that seemed to offer was in consequence of the weapons which had fallen from the assassin. An order was issued directing all the armourers, gunsmiths, and cutlers in Stockholm to give every information in their power to the officers of justice concerning the weapons. A gunsmith who had repaired the pistols readily recognized them to be the same which he had repaired some time since for a nobleman of the name of Ankarstrom, a captain in the army, and the cutler who had made the dagger referred at once to the same person. The king languished from the 17th to the 29th of March. At first, the reports of his medical attendants were favourable, but on the 28th a mortification was found to have taken place, which terminated his existence in a few hours. On opening his body, a square piece of lead and 2 rusty nails were found unextracted within the ribs. During his illness, and particularly after he was made acquainted with the certainty of his approaching dissolution, Gustavus continued to display that unshakable courage which he had manifested on every occasion during his life. A few hours before his decease, he had made some alterations in the arrangement of public affairs. He had before, by his will, appointed a council of regency, but convinced by recent experience how little he could depend on the attachment of his nobles, and being also aware of the necessity of a strong government in difficult times, he appointed his brother, the Duke of Sudermania, sole regent, till his son, who was then about 14, should have attained the age of 18 years. His last words were a declaration of pardon to the conspirators against his life. The actual murderer alone was accepted, and he was accepted only at the strong insistence of the regent, and those who surrounded his majesty in his dying moments. Immediately on the death of the king, the young prince was proclaimed by the title of Gustavus IV. Ankarstrom was no sooner apprehended than he confessed with an air of triumph that he was the person who had endeavoured to liberate his country from a monster and a tyrant. Suspicions at the same time fell upon the Counts Horn and Ribbing, Baron Pechlin, Baron Ehrenswald, Baron Hartzmandorf, von Engerstrom, the royal secretary, and others, and these suspicions were confirmed by the confession of Ankarstrom. After a very fair and ample trial, this man was condemned to be publicly and severely whipped on 3 successive days, his right hand and his head to be cut off, and his body impaled, which sentence he suffered on the 17th of May. His property was given to his children, who, however, were compelled to change their name. "Ankarstrom was a martyr, a hero!" exclaimed Holford aloud, his imagination excited by the preceding narrative, and all the morbid feelings of his wrongly biased mind aroused at the idea of the terrible renown that attached itself to the name of a regicide. Then, although the garret in which he sat was so cold that ice floated on the water in the pitcher, and the nipping chill of a February night came through the cracked panes and ill-closed lattice, while the snow lay thick upon the slanting tiles immediately above his head. That young man's entire frame glowed with a feverish heat, which shone with sinister luster in his eyes, and appeared in 2 deep red hectic spots, which marked his cheeks. "Yes, Ankerstrom was a hero," he exclaimed. "Oh, how he must have despised the efforts of the torturers to wring from him a groan! How he must have scorned the array of penalties which were sought to be made so terrible! And Ravaillac, the regicide beneath whose hand fell Henry IV of France! Oh, how well is every word of his history treasured up in my mind! But Francis Damien, his fate was terrible indeed, and yet I am not afraid to contemplate it, even though such a one should be in store for me." Then, hastily turning to the History of France in the volume which he was reading, he slowly and in measured terms repeated aloud the following passage. Attempted assassination of Louis XV of France. In the year 1757, one Francis Damien, an unhappy wretch, whose sullen mind, naturally unsettled, was inflamed by the disputes between the king and his parliament concerning religion, formed the desperate resolution of attempting the life of his sovereign. In the dusk of the evening, as the king prepared to enter his coach, he was suddenly, though slightly, wounded with a penknife between the 4th and 5th ribs, in the presence of his son and in the midst of his guards. The daring assassin had mingled with the crowd of courtiers, but was instantly betrayed by his distracted countenance. He declared it was never his intention to kill the king, but that he only meant to wound him, that God might touch his heart, and incline him to restore the tranquillity of his dominions by re-establishing the Parliament, and banishing the Archbishop of Paris, whom he regarded as the source of the present commotions. In these frantic and incoherent declarations he persisted, amidst the most exquisite tortures, and after human ingenuity had been exhausted in devising new modes of torment, his judges, tired out with his obstinacy, consigned him to a death the inhumanity of which might fill the hearts of savages with horror. He was conducted to the common place of execution, amidst the vast concourse of the populace, stripped naked and fastened to the scaffold by iron manacles. One of his hands was then burnt in liquid flaming sulphur. His thighs, legs, and arms were torn with red-hot pincers. Boiling oil, melted lead, resin, and sulphur were poured into the wounds, and to complete the terrific catastrophe, he was torn to pieces by horses. "And they call him an unhappy wretch!" exclaimed Holford, pushing the book from him. "No, no, he must have had a great and powerful mind to have dared to attempt to kill a king. And his name is remembered in history. Ah, that thought must have consoled him in the midst of those infernal torments. What is more delightful than the conviction of emerging from vile obscurity and creating a reputation, although one so tarnished and disfigured that the world shrinks from it with loathing? Yes, better to be a Turpin or a Barrington, a Claude Duval or a Jack Sheppard, than live unknown, and die without exciting a sensation. But it would be glorious. Oh, how glorious to be ranked with Ankerstrom, Ravaillac, Damien, Felton, Guy Fawkes, Fieschi, and that gallant few who have either slain or tempted the lives of monarchs or great men. I am miserable, poor, obscure, and without a hope of rising by legitimate means. I have seen the inside of a palace, and am doomed to drag on my wretched existence in this garret. I have partaken of the dainties that came from the table of a sovereign, and were I hungry now, a sorry crust is all that my cupboard would afford. I have listened to the musical voice of that high-born lady whose name I scarce dare to breathe even to myself. And now the cold blast of February comes with its hoarse sound to grate upon my ears in this miserable, miserable garret. Oh, why was my destiny cast in so lowly a sphere? What has been my almost constant occupation, with some few brighter intervals, since I was 12 years old? A pot-boy, a low, degraded pot-boy, the servant of servants, the slave of slaves, forced to come and go at the beck and call of the veriest street sweeper that frequented the tap-room. Ah, my God, when I think of all this humiliation, I feel that my blood boils even up to my very brain. My eyes and cheeks appear to be upon fire. I seem as if my senses were leaving me." And as he spoke, he clenched his fists and ground his teeth together with a ferocious bitterness, which indicated the fearfully morbid condition of his mind. For he was enraged against fortune which had made him poor and humble, against the world for keeping him so, and against royalty and aristocracy for being so much happier and so incomparably more blessed than the section of society to which he belonged. And in his vanity, for his soaring disposition made him vain, he conceived that he possessed elements of greatness, which the world, with a wilful blindness, would not see, or which adverse circumstances would not suffer to develop themselves. He deemed himself more persecuted than others moving in the same sphere. His restless, diseased, and excited mind had conjured up 1,000 evils to which he thought himself the marked, the special prey. He had seen, in his visits to the palace, so much of the highest eminence of luxury, pleasure, happiness, and indolent enjoyment, that he looked around with horror and affright when he found himself hurled back again into the lowest depths of obscurity, privation, and cheerlessness of life. He had at intervals feasted his eyes so greedily with all the fascination, the glitter, the gorgeousness, the splendor, the ease, and the voluptuousness of the court, that he could not endure the contemplation of the fearful contrast which was afforded by the everyday and familiar scenes of starvation, penury, misery, and ineffectual toil that marked the existence of the people. The moral condition of Henry Holford was a striking proof of the daring flights of which the human mind is capable. On the very first occasion of his visit to the palace, he had allowed himself to be carried away by all the wildest emotions and strangest impressions that were produced by the novelty of what he then saw and heard. Royalty had been ever associated, in his vulgar conception, with something grand and handsome in man, and something wonderfully beautiful in woman. Thus, when he first saw the Queen, he was prepared to admire her. He admired her accordingly, and that feeling increased to a degree the insolence of which at times overawed and terrified even himself. By another wayward inclination of his unhealthy but enthusiastic mind, he had from the first been prepared to dislike the prince, and this feeling increased in violence with those circumstances which each successive visit to the royal abode developed. At length, as if his evil destiny must infallibly hurry him on to some appalling catastrophe, he was discovered by the prince in the detestable condition of an eavesdropper, and was ignominiously driven forth from that dwelling where his mind had gradually collected the elements of a most unnatural excitement. He knew that any attempt to repeat his visits would be frustrated by the precautions which were certain to have been adopted to prevent future intrusions of a like nature, and he now felt precisely as one who was compelled suddenly to abandon a habit to which he had become wedded. Strange as it may appear, the morbid excitement attendant upon those visits to the palace was as necessary to Holford's mental happiness as tobacco, opium, snuff, or strong liquors are to so many millions of individuals. With a person in such a state of mind, the first impulse was bitter hatred against the one who had deprived him of a source of pleasurable excitement, and in that vengeful feeling were absorbed all those rational reflections which would have convinced him that his own insolent intrusion, his own unpardonable conduct, had provoked the treatment he had received. He never paused to ask himself by what right he had entered the palace and played the ignoble part of a listener to private conversation, and a spy upon the hallowed sanctity of domestic life. The dominant idea in his mind was his ignominious expulsion. "Fate has now filled my cup of bitterness to the brim," he would say to himself, "and all that remains for me to do is to avenge myself on him, whom my destiny has made the instrument of this crowning degradation." By degrees the mind of that young man found its gloomy broodings upon vengeance associating themselves with other sentiments. He gradually blended this idea of revenge with the ardent desire of breaking those trammels which kept his name imprisoned in the silent cavern of obscurity. The two sentiments at length united in his imagination, and his pulse beat quickly, and his eyes flashed fire, when he surveyed the possibility of gratifying his thirst for vengeance, and suddenly rendering his name notorious at the same moment, and by one desperate, fearful deed. The reader cannot now be at a loss to comprehend how this wretchedly mistaken young man was brought to study the history of those regicides who have gained an infamous renown in the annals of nations. And as he dwelt with an insane enthusiasm upon those narratives, the feeling of admiration, nay, adoration, which he had once experienced towards the Queen, was merged in the terrible longing for a diabolical notoriety that now became his predominating, his all-absorbing passion. "Yes," he exclaimed as he pushed the book away from him, that night on which we have introduced the reader to his garret. "I will be talked about. My name shall be upon every tongue. Obscurity shall no longer enshroud me. Its darkness is painful to my soul. I will do a deed that shall make the kingdom ring from one end to the other with the astounding tidings. The newspapers shall struggle with all the eagerness of competition to glean the most trivial facts concerning me. And when the day arrives for me to appear before my judges, the great nobles and the high-born ladies of England shall crowd in the tribunal to witness the trial of the pot-boy Henry Holford." The act on which the young man was now resolved appeared not to him in its real light as an atrocious crime, a damnable deed that would arouse a yell of execration from one end of the land to the other. It seemed, on the contrary, a glorious achievement of which he would have reason to be proud. Alas, how strangely constituted is the human mind, which, in any state of being, could cherish such monstrous delusions, such fatal aspirations. But is there no blame to be attached to society for this development of ideas, so morbid even on the part of one single individual? Is there nothing in the constitution of that society which gives encouragement, as it were, to those detestable sentiments? Let us see. Enough has been said in the more serious and reasoning parts of this work to prove that society is in a vitiated, a false, and an artificial condition. The poor are too poor, and the rich too rich. The obscure are too low, and the exalted too high. The upper classes alone have opportunities of signalizing themselves. The industrious millions have no chance of rising in the state. Interest procures rank in the navy, money buys promotion in the army, and interest and money united obtain seats in the legislative assembly. Interest and money, then, remain to the exclusive few. The millions have neither, nor are they even stimulated by a national system of education. An aristocrat of common abilities may rise to eminence in some department of the state, but with but little trouble. But a son of toil, however vast his natural talents, has not a single chance of starting from obscurity through the medium of their proper development. This is true, and we defy the most subtle reasoner on behalf of the oligarchy to refute those positions. Now, such being the case, with a dominant aristocracy on one hand, and the oppressed millions on the other, is it not evident that every now and then some member of the latter class will brood upon the astounding contrast until feelings of a deplorably morbid nature become excited in his mind? How could it be otherwise? Ireland, with its agrarian outrages and its frequent instances of assassination, proves the fact. England, with its incendiary fires and periods of deep distress, affords additional corroboration. We deplore that such should be the case, and not for a moment do we advocate such means of vindicating just rights against the usurpers thereof. But if these instances of outbreaking revenge, if these ebullitions of indomitable resentment do now and then occur, no small portion of the blame must be charged against that aristocracy which maintains itself on an eminence so immeasurably above the depths in which the masses are compelled to languish. And when the poor creature who is goaded to desperation does strike, can we wonder if, in the madness of his rage, he deals his blows indiscriminately or against an innocent person? He may even aim at royalty itself, although in every really constitutional country the sovereign is little more than a mere puppet, the prime minister of the day being the virtual ruler of the nation. From what we have said, it is easy to perceive how the contemplation of the splendid luxury of the palace first unhinged and unsettled the mind of Henry Holford. We must now go a step farther. Society manifests a most inordinate and pernicious curiosity in respect to criminals who perpetuate an unusual offense. This curiosity passes all legitimate bounds. The newspapers, with a natural attention to pecuniary interests, obey the cravings of that feeling by serving up the most highly seasoned food to suit the peculiar appetite. Portraits of the guilty one are exhibited in every picture shop. Apposite allusions are introduced into dramatic representations, and even the presiding genius of a Punch and Judy show mingles the subject with his humorous outpourings. If the criminal make an attack upon royalty, he goes through the important but mysterious ordeal of an examination at the Home Office, whence the reporters for the press are excluded. On his appearance at Bow Street, the magisterial tribunal is crowded with gentlemen and ladies who are accommodated with seats upon the bench, as the journals say, and when the finale comes at the Central Criminal Court, the fees for admission to the gallery rise to 2 or 3 guineas for each individual. Thus the criminal is made into a hero. Now, is not all this sufficient to turn the head of one whose mind is already partially unhinged? Society, then, is to blame in many ways for the development of those morbid feelings which, in the present instance, actuated Henry Holford in his desperate purpose. End of 75. Section 76 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Manolakes. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds, 76. Chapter 211, The Deed. Cranky Jem was at dinner, in the afternoon of the day which followed the night of Holford's sad historical studies, when the young man entered his room. "Oh, so you've turned up at last," said Jem, pointing to a seat and pushing a plate across the table in the same direction. "What have you been doing with yourself for the last 2 days? But sit down first, and get something to eat, for you look as pale and haggard as if you'd just been turned out of a workhouse." "I am not well, Jem," replied Holford evasively, "and I cannot eat. Thank you all the same. But I will take a glass of beer. It may refresh me." "Do. You really seem very ill, my poor lad," observed Cranky Jem, attentively surveying Holford's countenance, which was sadly changed. "If you have got no money left, my little store is at your service, as far as it goes, and you need not think of working in any way till you are better. I can easily make another boat or 2 more during the week, and so you shall not want for either medicine or good food." "You are very kind to me, Jem," said Holford, wiping away a tear. "If it hadn't been for you, I don't know what I should have done. You have supplied me with the means of getting a lodging, and—" "And you served me well by tracing the villain Tidkins to his nest in Globe Lane," interrupted the returned transport. "I have watched about that neighbourhood every night since you followed him there, and have seen something that has made me hesitate a little before I pay him the debt of vengeance I owe him. Now that he is in my power, I don't care about waiting a while. Besides, if I can find him out in something that would send him to the gibbet, I would sooner let him die that way, as a dog, with a halter round his neck, than kill him outright with my dagger." "And you suspect—" began Holford. Yes, but no matter now," cried Jem hastily. "You are not in the right mood today to listen to me, but either I am very much mistaken, or murder has been committed within the last few days at that house in Globetown. At all events, I saw a person taken by force into the place one night, and that person has never come out again since." "How do you know?" said Holford. "You only watch about the neighbourhood by night." "And is it likely that a person who was conveyed into that house by force during the night would be allowed to walk quietly out in the daytime?" demanded Cranky Jem. "No such thing. Tidkins is not the chap to play such a game. The person I speak of was blindfolded. I could see it all as plain as possible, for the moon was bright, though I kept in the shade. Now, being blindfolded," continued Jem, "it was to prevent her—" "What? Was the person a woman?" cried Holford, his interest in Jem's conversation somewhat increasing, in spite of the absorbing nature of his own reflections. "Yes, and as I was saying, the blindfolding was of course to prevent her knowing whereabouts she was. So it isn't likely that Tidkins would let her go away again in the broad daylight." "Neither does it seem probable that he took her there to make away with her," said Holford, for as the dead tell no tales, there was not any use in binding her eyes." "That also struck me," observed Cranky Jem, "and it's all those doubts and uncertainties that make me watch him so close to find out what it all means. And mark me, Harry, I will find it all out, too. I'm pretty near as cunning as he is. Why, what a fool he must take me for if he thinks I can't see that he has got a great hulking chap to dog me about. But I always give him the slip somehow or another, and every evening when I go out I take a different direction. So I'll be bound that I've set Tidkins and his man at fault. The night afore last, I saw the spy, as I call him, I mean the chap that is set to dog me, go to Tidkins' house, and about an hour afterwards a man I once knew well, one Jack Wicks, who is called the Buffer, went there also. There's a precious nest of them." "I say, Jem," exclaimed Henry Holford, abruptly, "I wish you would lend me your pistols for a few hours." "And what do you want with pistols, young feller?" demanded the returned convict, laying down his knife and looking Holford full in the face. "A friend of mine has made a wager with another man about hitting a halfpenny at 30 paces," said Henry, returning the glance in a manner so confident and unabashed that Jem's suspicions were hushed in a moment. "Yes, you shall have the pistols till this evening," said he, "but mind you bring 'em back before dusk." With these words he rose, went to a cupboard, and produced the weapons. "I'll be sure to bring them back by the time you go out," said Holford. "Are they loaded?" "No," answered Jem, "but here's powder and ball, which you can take along with you." "I wish you would load them already," observed Holford. I don't think my friend knows how." "Not know how to load a pistol, and yet be able to handle one skilfully?" ejaculated Jem, his vague suspicions returning. "Many persons learn to fire at a market Copenhagen House, or a dozen other places about London," said the young man, still completely unabashed, "and yet they can't load a pistol for the life of them." "Well, that's true enough," muttered Jem. Still, he was not quite reassured, and yet he was unwilling to tax Holford with requiring the pistols for any improper purpose. The young lad's reasons might be true, they were at least feasible, and Jem was loath to hurt his feelings by hinting at any suspicion which the demand for the weapons had occasioned. Moreover, it would be churlish to refuse the loan of them, and almost equally so to decline loading them, and the returned convict possessed an obliging disposition, although he had been so much knocked about in the world. He was also attached to Henry Holford, and would go far to serve him. Nevertheless, he still hesitated. "Well, won't you do what I ask you, Jem?" said Holford, observing that he wavered. "Is it really for your friends?" demanded the man, turning short round upon the lad. "Don't you believe me?" cried Holford, now blushing deeply. "Why, you cannot think that I'm going to commit a highway robbery or a burglary in the daytime, even if I ever did at all." "No, no," said Jem, "but you seemed so strange, so excited when you first came in." "Ha, ha!" cried Holford, laughing. "You thought I was going to make away with myself. No, Jem, the river would be better than the pistol, if I meant that." "Well, you must have your will, then," said Cranky Jem, and turning to the cupboard, he proceeded to load the pistols. But still he was not altogether satisfied. Holford rose from his seat with an assumed air of indifference, and approached the table where the little models of the ships were standing. A few minutes thus elapsed in profound silence. "They're all ready now," said Jem at length, "and as your friends don't know how to load them, it's no use your taking the powder and ball. I suppose they'll fire a shot each, and have done with it?" "I suppose so," returned Holford, as he concealed the pistols about his person. "I shall see you again presently. Good-bye till then." "Good-bye," said Jem. But scarcely had Holford left the room a minute, when the returned convict followed him. The fact was that there shot forth a gleam of such inexpressible satisfaction from Holford's eyes at the moment when he grasped the pistols, that the vague suspicions which had already been floating in the mind of Cranky Jem seemed suddenly to receive confirmation, or at least to be materially strengthened, and he feared lest his young friend meditated self-destruction. "The pistols are of no use to him," muttered Jem as he hastened down the stairs, slouching his large hat over his eyes. "But if he is bent on suicide, the river is not far off. I don't like his manner at all." When he gained the street, he looked hastily up and down, and caught a glimpse of Holford, who was just turning into Russell Street, leading from Drury Lane towards Covent Garden. "I will watch him at all events," thought Cranky Jem. "If he means no harm, he will never find out that I did it. And if he does, I may save him." Meantime, Holford, little suspecting that his friend was at no great distance behind him, pursued his way towards St. James's Park. Now that his mind was bent upon a particular object, and that all considerations had resolved themselves into that fixed determination, his countenance, though very pale, was singularly calm and tranquil, and neither by his face nor his manner did he attract any particular notice as he wandered slowly along. He gained the park, and proceeded up the Mall towards Constitution Hill. Cranky Jem followed him at a distance. "Perhaps, after all, it is true that he has got some friends to meet," he muttered to himself, "and it may be somewhere hereabouts that he is to join them." Holford stopped midway in the wide road intersecting Constitution Hill, and lounged in an apparently indifferent manner against the fence skirting the Green Park. There were but few persons about in that particular direction at the time, although the afternoon was very fine, and the sun was shining brightly through the fresh, frosty air. It was now 3 o'clock, and some little bustle was visible amongst those few loungers who were at the commencement of the road, and who were enabled to command a view of the front of the palace. They ranged themselves on one side, there was a trampling of horses, and in a few moments a low, open phaeton, drawn by 4 bays, turned rapidly from the park into the road leading over Constitution Hill. "They are coming," murmured Holford to himself, as he observed the equipage from the short distance where he was standing. Every hat was raised by the little group at the end of the road as the vehicle dashed by, for in it were seated the Queen and her illustrious husband. By a strange coincidence, Her Majesty was sitting on the left hand of Prince Albert, and not on the right as usual. She was consequently nearest to the wall of the palace gardens, while the Prince was nearest to the railings of the Green Park. And now the moment so anxiously desired by Holford was at hand. The phaeton drew nigh. He hesitated. Yes, he hesitated, but it was only for a single second. "Now to avenge my expulsion from the palace! Now to make my name a subject for history!" were the thoughts that, rapid as lightning, flashed across his mind. Not another moment did he waver, but, advancing from the railings against which he had been lounging, he drew a pistol from his breast and fired it point blank at the royal couple as the phaeton dashed past. The Queen screamed and rose from her seat, and the postilions stopped their horses. "Drive on!" cried the Prince in a loud tone, as he pulled Her Majesty back upon the seat, and his countenance was ashy pale. Holford threw the first pistol hastily away from him, and drew forth the second. But at that moment a powerful grasp seized him from behind, his arm was knocked upwards, the pistol went off into the air, and a well-known voice cried in his ears, "My God, Harry, what madness is this?" Several other persons had by this time collected on the spot, and the most cordial shouts of "God save the Queen! God save the Prince!" burst from their lips. Her Majesty bowed in a most graceful and grateful manner. The Prince raised his hat in acknowledgment of the sympathy and attachment manifested towards his royal spouse and himself, and the phaeton rolled rapidly away towards Hyde Park, in obedience to the wishes of the Queen and the orders of the Prince. "What madness is this, I say, Harry?" repeated Cranky Jem, without relaxing his hold upon the would-be regicide. But Holford hung down his head and maintained a moody silence. "Do you know him? Who is he?" were the questions that were now addressed to Cranky Jem from all sides. But before he could answer his interrogators, 2 policemen broke through the crowd and took Holford into custody. "We must take him to the Home Office," said one of the officers, who was a sergeant, to his companion. "Yes, Mr. Crisp," was the reply. "And you, my good feller," continued the sergeant, addressing himself to Cranky Jem, "had better come along with us, since you were the first to seize on this here young miscreant." "I'd rather not," said Jem, now terribly alarmed on his own account. "Oh, nonsense," cried Mr. Crisp. "The Home Secretary is a very nice gentleman, and will tell you how much obliged he is to you for having seized—" "But I say," added Mr. Crisp, changing his tone and assuming a severe look as he gazed on the countenance of the returned convict. "What the deuce have we here?" "What, Mr. Crisp?" said the policeman who had charge of Holford. "Why, if my eyes don't deceive me," cried the sergeant, "this here feller's one James Cuffin, generally known as Cranky Jem, and he's a escaped felon." With these words Mr. Crisp collared the poor fellow, who offered no resistance. But large tears rolled down his cheeks. Policemen and prisoners then proceeded across the park to the Home Office, followed by a crowd that rapidly increased in numbers as it rolled onwards. End of 76. Section 77 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Manolakes. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. 77. Chapter 212. The Examination at the Home Office. On the arrival of the two prisoners and the two policemen at the Home Office, they were shown into a small room joining the one in which the Secretary of State for that department was accustomed to receive individuals or deputations, and where we have already seen him in an earlier portion of this work. But on the present occasion the Home Secretary had to be fetched from the Foreign Office, where he was sitting with his colleagues in a cabinet council. The police officers and the prisoners were therefore left alone together for nearly half an hour in the room to which some subordinate official had ordered them to be conducted, upon the motives of their presence there being made known to him. The crime of which Holford was accused seemed too grave and serious for even the tamperings of policemen. Still, as these gentry are not merely content with having a finger in almost every pie, but must thrust a whole hand in when once they find the opportunity, it was impossible that either Mr. Crisp or his colleague could leave Cranky Jem as well as the would-be regicide unassailed with questions. The common policeman placed a chair against the outer door of the room, and seated himself in it with the air of a man who meant to say, as plainly as he could, "Escape now if you can." Holford sank upon a seat and fell into a profound reverie, but it was impossible to gather the nature of his thoughts from the now passionless and almost apathetic expression of his countenance. Cranky Jem also took a chair, but his nervous manner, the pallor of his face, the quivering of his lip, and the unsettled glances of his eyes betrayed the fearful condition of his mind. The poor wretch already imagined himself transported back amongst the horrors of Norfolk Island. As for Mr. Crisp, he walked once or twice up and down the room, surveying himself complacently in a mirror, and then, advancing towards Cranky Jem, said with a sort of official importance, "Well, my fine fella, you've done it pretty brown again, you have." Jem Cuffin cast upon him a look of deep disgust. "Remember," continued Mr. Crisp, in no way abashed at this unequivocal expression of feeling, "whatever you says to me now will probably transpire in another place, as we officials express it. But if you choose to tell me anything by way of unbosoming yourself and easing your conscience, why, I don't think there'd be no harm in it, and it might do you good with authorities. At the same time, it's no part of my duty to pump you." "I have nothing to say to you," observed Cranky Jem. "Well, perhaps that's prudent, 'cause I'm official after all," said Mr. Crisp. "But if so be you was to tell me how you got away from transportation, how long you been in England, and what you been doing with yourself since your return, I don't see that you could prejudge yourself." "As you've had the trouble of taking me, policeman, you'd better go to the extra trouble of finding out what you want to know about me," said Jem. "You needn't be uppish with me, because I did my duty," returned Mr. Crisp. "Remember, I don't ask, but I suppose you've been living in London, eh?" "Well, and if I have—" "There, I knowed you had," cried Crisp. "I didn't say so," observed Jem Cuffin angrily. "No, but you can't deny it, though. Well then, as you have been living in London, according to your own admission," continued Mr. Crisp, In course you must have hung out in some particular quarter. Remember, I don't ask you, but I dare say it was in the Holy Land." "I dare say it wasn't," returned Jem dryly. "Then it was in the Mint, I'll be bound," cried Crisp. "I don't ask, you know, but wasn't it in the Mint?" "No, it wasn't," said Cranky Jem, with a movement of impatience. "Not the Mint, eh? Well, if you says so, it must be true, 'cause you should know best. But I suppose you won't deny that it was somewhere in Clerkenwell." "You're out again," returned Cranky Jem. "The devil I am!" exclaimed Crisp, rubbing his nose. "And yet I'm a pretty good-handed a guess, too. Now, it isn't my wish or my duty to pump a prisoner, but I should like to be resolved as to whether you haven't been living in the Happy Valley." "No," cried Jem, "and now leave me alone." "Not the Happy Valley, eh?" proceeded the indefatigable Mr. Crisp then. Perceiving that his endeavours to find out the prisoner's place of abode were useless, he went upon another tack. "Well, it isn't my business to pump you, but I am really at a loss to think how you could have been such a fool as to go back to your old tricks and break into that house there, down yonder, I mean. You know where. Come now." And Mr. Crisp fixed a searching eye upon Cranky Jem's countenance. "I tell you what it is," exclaimed the prisoner, seriously irritated at length. "You want to entrap me, if you can, but you can't. And for a very good reason, too, because I haven't broken into any house at all, or done a thing I'm ashamed of since I came back to England." With these words, Cranky Jem turned his back upon the baffled Mr. Crisp, and looked out of the window. Almost at the same moment, an inner door was thrown open, and one of the under-secretaries for the Home Department beckoned Mr. Crisp into the adjacent room, where the principal secretary was already seated, he having arrived by the private entrance. Crisp remained with the minister for about 10 minutes, and then returned to the anteroom, but it was merely to conduct Henry Holford and Cranky Jem into the presence of the Home Secretary and the Chief Magistrate of Bow Street. "You may withdraw, Mr. said the Home Secretary, addressing the police officer. "Crisp, my lord. Crisp is my name." "Oh, very good, Mr. Frisk. You may withdraw, Mr. Frisk," repeated the minister. And the police officer retired accordingly, marveling how the examination could possibly be conducted in a proper manner without his important presence. The magistrate commenced by informing Henry Holford of the accusation laid against him by Crisp, and then cautioned him in the usual manner to beware of what he said, as anything he uttered might be used in evidence against him. "I have no desire to conceal or deny a single particle of the whole truth," returned Holford. "I acknowledge that I fired at the Queen and Prince Albert, and with pistols loaded with ball, too." "No, there you're wrong," exclaimed Jem, "for I loaded the pistols myself, and I took good care only to put powder into them." Holford cast a glance of unfeigned surprise on his friend. "Yes," continued the latter, "what I say is the truth. Your manner was so strange when you came to me to borrow the pistols, that I feared you meant to make away with yourself. I did not like to refuse to lend you the weapons, particularly as I knew that if you was really bent on suicide, you could do it in other ways. But I was resolved that my pistols should not help you in the matter, and I only charged them with powder. And then I followed you all the way down to the park, and as you did not stop anywhere, I know that you couldn't have either bought balls or altered the charge of the pistols." "This is important," said the magistrate to the Home Secretary. "Very important," answered the latter functionary, who, from the first moment that Holford entered the room, had never ceased to gaze at him in the same way that one would contemplate an animal with 2 heads or 4 tails in the zoological gardens. "It is very evident that the man was no accomplice in the proceeding," remarked the magistrate in an undertone. The words did not, however, escape Holford's ears. "He an accomplice, sir?" cried the youth, as if indignant at the bare idea. "Oh, no, he has been a good friend to me, and would have advised me quite otherwise, had I mentioned my purpose to him. He was the first to rush upon me, and, I remember now, knocked up my arm when I was about to fire the second pistol." Crisp and the other policemen were called in separately and examined upon this point. Their evidence went entirely to prove that James Cuffin could not have been an accomplice in the deed. When the policeman had withdrawn, the Home Secretary and the magistrate conversed together in a low tone. "This man Cuffin's evidence will be absolutely necessary, my lord," said the magistrate. "And yet, as a condemned felon, and with another charge, namely, that of returning from transportation, hanging over him, he cannot be admitted as a witness." "You must remand him for farther examination," returned the Home Secretary, "and in the meantime I will advise Her Majesty to grant him a free pardon." "And Henry Holford will stand committed to Newgate, my lord?" said the magistrate inquiringly. The minister nodded an assent. The policemen were readmitted, the depositions were signed, and the necessary instructions were given for the removal of the prisoners. 2 cabs were procured. Holford was conducted to one and conveyed to Newgate, but not before he had shaken hands with Cranky Jem, who shed tears when he took so sad a farewell of the lad, whom he really liked. He himself was shortly afterwards removed in the other cab to the new prison, Clerkenwell. End of 77.
Section 78 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 78. The Tortures of Lady Ravensworth. A week had now elapsed since Lydia Hutchinson entered the service of Lady Ravensworth. The service! Oh, what a service was that, where the menial had become the mistress, and the mistress had descended to the menial. From the moment that Lydia had expressed her unalterable resolution to remain at the Hall, Lord Ravensworth scarcely ever quitted his private cabinet. He had a bed made up in an adjoining room, and secluded himself completely from his wife. Vainly did Adeline seek him, go upon her knees before him, and beseech him, with the bitterest tears and the most fervent prayers, to return to an active life. He contemplated her with an apathetic listlessness, as if he were verging, when but little past the prime of life, into second childhood. Or if he did manifest a scintillation of his former spirit, it was merely to command his wife to leave him to his own meditations. And again did he have recourse to the pipe. In fact, he was never easy now, save when he lulled his thoughts into complete stupefaction by means of the Oriental tobacco. Even when, in the midst of her earnest prayers, his wife implored him to come forth again into the world, to live, in fine, for the sake of his as yet unborn babe, the fire that kindled in his eyes was so evanescent that an acute observer could alone perceive the momentary, and only momentary, effect which the appeal produced. The guests had all taken their departure the day after the bridal, and the splendid mansion immediately became the scene of silence and of woe. To all the entreaties of his wife, to all the representations of his favourite page Quentin, that he would engage eminent medical assistance, Lord Ravensworth turned a deaf ear, or else so far roused himself as to utter a stern refusal, accompanied with a command that he might be left alone. Thus he was rapidly accomplishing his own destruction, committing involuntary suicide by slow, certain, and yet unsuspected means, even as his brother, the Honourable Gilbert Vernon, had declared to the Resurrection Man. Adeline had no inclination to seek the bustle and excitement of society. Her love of display and ostentation was subdued, if not altogether crushed. She was so overwhelmed with sorrow, so goaded by the tyranny of Lydia Hutchinson, so desperate by the mere fact of having to submit to that oppression, and by the consciousness that she dared not unbosom her cares to a single sympathizing heart, that she at times felt as if she were on the point of becoming raving mad, and at others as if she could lay herself down and die. We will afford the reader an idea of the mode of life which the once proud and haughty Lady Ravensworth was now compelled to lead beneath the crushing despotism of Lydia Hutchinson. It was on the 7th morning after the arrival of the latter at Ravensworth Hall. The clock had struck 9 when Lydia repaired to the apartment of her mistress. Until she reached the door, her manner was meek and subdued, because she incurred a chance of meeting other domestics in the passages and corridors. But the moment she entered Adeline's apartment, the moment the door of that chamber closed behind her, her manner suddenly changed. No longer meek, no longer subdued, no longer wearing the stamp of servitude, Lydia assumed a stern expression of countenance, so terrible in a vengeful woman, and in an instant clothed herself, as it were, with an appearance of truly fiend-like malignity. Adeline slept. Approaching the bed, Lydia shook her rudely. Lady Ravensworth awoke with a start, and then glanced hastily, almost frantically, around. "Ah! you here again!" she murmured, shrinking from the look of bitter hatred which Lydia cast upon her. "Yes, I am here again," said the vindictive woman. "It is time for you to rise." "Oh! spare me, Lydia!" exclaimed Adeline. "Allow me to repose a little longer. I have passed a wretched—a sleepless night. See, my pillow is still moist with the tears of anguish which I have shed, and it was but an hour ago that I fell into an uneasy slumber. I cannot live thus. I would rather that you should take a dagger and plunge it into my heart at once. Oh! leave me to rest for only another hour." "No, it is time to rise, I say," cried Lydia. "It has been my destiny to pass many long weary nights in the streets in the depth of winter, and with the icy wind penetrating through my scanty clothing till it seemed to freeze the very marrow in my bones. I have been so wearied, so cold, so broken down for want of sleep, that I would have given 10 years of my life for 2 hours' repose in a warm and comfortable bed. But still have I often, in those times, passed a whole week without so resting my sinking frame. Think you, then, that I can now permit you the luxury of sleep when your body requires it—of repose when your mind needs it? No, Adeline, no! I cannot turn you forth into the streets to become a houseless wanderer, as I have been; but I can, at least, arouse you from the indolent enjoyment of that bed of down." With these words Lydia seized Lady Ravensworth rudely by the wrist, and compelled her to leave the couch. Then the revengeful woman seated herself in a chair, and said in a harsh tone, "Light the fire, Adeline. I am cold." "No, I will not be your servant," exclaimed Lady Ravensworth. "You are mine, and it is for you to do those menial offices." "Provoke me not, Adeline," said Lydia Hutchinson coolly, "or I will repair straight to the servants' hall, and there proclaim the astounding fact that Lord Ravensworth's relapse has been produced by the discovery of his wife's frailty ere their marriage." "Oh! my God! what will become of me?" murmured Adeline, wringing her hands. "Are you a woman, or are you a fiend?" "I am a woman, and one who, having suffered much, knows how to revenge deeply," returned Lydia. "You shall obey me, or I will cover you with shame." Adeline made no reply, but with scalding tears trickling down her cheeks, she proceeded—yes, she, the high-born peeress—to arrange the wood in the grate, to heap up the coals, and to light the fire. And while she was kneeling in the performance of that menial task—while her delicate white hands were coming to contact with the black grate—and while she was shivering in her night gear, and her long dishevelled hair streamed over her naked neck and bosom, there, within a few feet of her, sate the menial, the servant, comfortably placed in an arm chair, and calmly surveying the degrading occupation of her mistress. I have often, oh, how often, longed for a stick of wood and a morsel of coal to make myself a fire, if no larger than sufficient to warm the palms of my almost frostbitten hands," said Lydia, after a short pause. "And when I have dragged my weary limbs past the houses of the rich, and have caught sight of the cheerful flames blazing through the area windows of their kitchens, I have thought to myself, oh, for 1 hour to sit within the influence of that genial warmth! And yet you, the proud daughter of the aristocracy, recoil in disgust from a task which so many thousands of poor creatures would only be too glad to have an opportunity of performing." Adeline sobbed bitterly, but made no reply. The fire was now blazing in the grate. Still the high‐born peeress was shivering with the cold, for ere she could put on a single article of clothing, she was forced to wash the black dirt from her delicate fingers. Then that lady, who, until within a week, had never ever done so much as take, with her own hands, a change of linen from the cupboard or select a gown from the wardrobe, was compelled to perform those duties for herself. And all the while her servant, her hired servant, to whom she had to pay high wages and afford food and lodging, that servant was seated in the arm chair warming herself by the now cheerful fire. "Do not be ashamed of your occupation, madam," said Lydia. "It is fortunate for you that there is a well-stocked cupboard to select from, and a well-provided wardrobe to have recourse to. Your linen is of the most delicate texture and of the most refined work. Your feet have never worn anything coarser than silk. For your gowns you may choose amongst 50 dresses. One would even think that your ladyship would be bewildered by the variety of the assortment. And yet you are indignant at being compelled to take the trouble to make your selections. For how many long weeks and months together have I been forced, at times, to wear the same thin, tattered gown, the same threadbare shawl, the same well-darned stockings. And how many thousands are there, Adeline, who dwell in rags from the moment of their birth to that of their death? Ah! if we could only take the daughters of the working classes and give them good clothing, enable them to smooth their hair with fragrant oil, and to wash their flesh with perfumed soaps, and provide them with all those accessories which enhance so much the natural loveliness of woman, think you not that they would be as attractive, as worthy of homage, as yourself? And let me tell you, Adeline, that such black ingratitude as I have encountered at your hands is unknown in the humble cottage. The poor are not so selfish, so hollow‐hearted as the rich." While Lydia Hutchinson was thus venting her bitter sarcasm and her cutting reproach upon Lady Ravensworth, the latter was hurriedly accomplishing the routine of the toilet. She no longer took pride in her appearance. She scarcely glanced in the mirror as she combed out those tresses which it was Lydia's duty to have arranged. Her sole thought was to escape as speedily as possible from that room where insults and indignities were so profusely accumulated upon her. But her ordeal of torture was not yet at its end. So soon as Lady Ravensworth was dressed, Lydia Hutchinson said in a cool but authoritative tone, "Adeline, you will comb out my hair for me now." "Provoke me not, vile woman—provoke me not beyond the powers of endurance," almost shrieked the unhappy lady, "or I shall be tempted—oh! I shall be tempted to lay violent hands upon you. My God! what will become of me?" "I am prepared to stand the risk of any ebullition of fury on your part," said Lydia, in the same imperturbable manner in which she had before spoken. "Lay but a finger upon me to do me an injury, and I will attack you—I will assault you—I will disfigure your countenance with my nails—I will tear out your hair by handfuls—I will beat your teeth from your mouth, for I am stronger than you, and you would gain nothing by an attempt to hurt me." "But I will not be your servant," cried Adeline, fire flashing from her eyes. "I tended your ladyship when you lay upon the humble couch in my garret, in the agonies of maternity," replied Lydia; "and your ladyship shall now wait upon me." "No, you would make me a slave—a low slave—the lowest of slaves!" ejaculated Adeline, wildly. "You degrade me in my own estimation—you render me contemptible in my own eyes." "And you have spurned and scorned me," interrupted Lydia. "You have made me, too, the lowest of slaves, by using me as an instrument to save you from shame; and now it is time that I should teach you, the proud peeress, that I, the humble and friendless woman, have my feelings, which may be wounded as well as your own." "Lydia, I beg you—I implore you—on my knees I beseech you to have mercy upon me!" cried Adeline, clasping her hands together in a paroxysm of ineffable anguish, and falling at the feet of the stern and relentless woman whom she had wronged. "I can know no mercy for you," said Lydia Hutchinson, now speaking in a deep and almost hoarse tone, which denoted the powerful concentration of her vengeful passions. "When I think of all that I have suffered—when I trace my miseries to their source, and remember how happy I might have been in the society of a fond father and a loving brother,—when I reflect that it was you who led me astray, and having blighted all my prospects, demanding even the sacrifice of my good name to your interests, thrust me away from you with scorn,—when I ponder upon all this, it is enough to drive me mad. And yet you ask for mercy! No, never! I cannot pity you, for I hate—I abhor you!" "Do not talk so fearfully, Lydia, good Lydia!" cried Adeline, in a voice of despair, while she endeavoured to take the hands of her servant, at whose feet she still knelt. "Think not to move me with a show of kindness," said Lydia, drawing back her hands in a contemptuous manner. "Your overtures of good treatment come too late. But I will make amends for the past—I will henceforth consider you as my sister!" exclaimed Adeline, raising her eyes in an imploring manner towards the vengeful woman. "I will do all I can to repair my former ingratitude. Only be forbearing with me, if not for my sake, at least for the sake of my unborn babe." "Your maternal feelings have improved in quality of late," said Lydia, with a scornful curl of the lip; "for, as you must well remember, your first babe was consigned to me to be concealed in a pond, or thrust into some hole, you cared not how nor where, so long as it was hidden from every eye." "Of all the agonies which you make me endure, detestable woman," ejaculated Adeline, rising from her knees in a perfect fury of rage and despair, "that perpetual recurrence to the past is the most intolerable of all. Tell me, do you want to kill me by a slow and lingering death? Or do you wish to drive me mad? Mad?" she repeated, her eyes rolling wildly, and her delicate hands clenching as she screamed forth the word. The scene was really an awful one—a scene to which no powers of description can possibly do justice. The stern, inflexible tyranny of Lydia Hutchinson forced Lady Ravensworth to pass through all the terrible ordeal of the most tearing and heart-breaking emotions. Did the miserable peeress endeavour to screen herself within the stronghold of a sullen silence? The words of Lydia Hutchinson would gradually fall upon her, one after the other, with an irritating power that at length goaded her to desperation. Did she meet accusation by retort, and encounter reproach with upbraiding, the inveteracy of Lydia's torturing language wound her feelings up to such a pitch that it was no wonder she should ask, with an agonizing scream, whether the avenging woman sought to drive her mad? Or again, did she endeavour to move the heart of her hired servant by self-humiliation and passionate appeal, the coldness or the malignant triumph with which those manifestations were received, awoke within her that proud and haughty spirit was now so nearly subdued altogether. "Do you wish to drive me mad?" Lady Ravensworth had said. Then, when the accompanied paroxysm of feeling was past, she threw herself on a chair, and burst into an agony of tears. But Lydia was not softened. She suffered Adeline to weep for a few minutes, and when the unhappy lady was exhausted, subdued, spirit broken, the unrelenting torturess repeated her command: "You can now arrange my hair." Oh! bad as Adeline was at heart, selfish as she was by nature and by education, it would have moved a savage to have seen the imploring, beseeching look which, through her tears, she cast upon Lydia's countenance. "My hair!" said Lydia, imperatively. Then Lady Ravensworth rose, and meekly and timidly began to perform that menial office for her own menial. "I never thought," observed Lydia, "while I was a wanderer and an outcast in the streets—as, for instance, on the occasion when I accosted you, in the bitterness of my starving condition, in St. James's Street, and when your lackeys thrust me back, your husband declaring that it was easy to see what I was, and your carriage dashing me along the curbstone—little did I think then that the time would ever be when a peeress of England should dress my hair, and, least of all, that this peeress should be you. But when, in your pride, you spurned the worm, you knew not that the day could ever possibly come for that worm to raise its head and sting you. Think you that I value any peculiar arrangement which you can bestow upon my hair? Think you that I cannot even, were I still vain, adapt it more to my taste than my own hands? Yes, certainly I could. But I compel you to attend upon me thus. I constitute myself the mistress, and make you the menial, when we are alone together, because it is the principal element of my vengeance. It degrades you, it renders you little in your own eyes, you who were once so great, so haughty, and so proud." In this strain did Lydia Hutchinson continue to speak, while Lady Ravensworth arranged her hair; and each word that the vindictive woman uttered fell like a drop of molten lead upon the already lacerated heart of the unfortunate Adeline. At length the ordeal—that same ordeal which had characterised each morning since Lydia Hutchinson had become an inmate of Ravensworth Hall, was over, and Adeline was released from that horrible tyranny, but only for a short time. Section 77. Section 79 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 79. The Duellists. When Lady Ravensworth descended to the breakfast parlour, she summoned her husband's principal valet, Quentin, to her presence, and desired him to hasten and inform his lordship that the morning meal was served up. Quentin bowed and retired. But both Lady Ravensworth and the valet were well aware that this was a mere idle ceremonial which would only lead to the same ineffectual result as on the 6 preceding mornings, indeed, ever since the arrival of Lydia Hutchinson at the Hall. At the same time, the servant was very far from suspecting how large a share the new lady's maid enjoyed in the relapse of his master and the increasing sorrows of his mistress. In a few minutes Quentin returned. "His lordship requests you, my lady, to excuse his absence," was the message which he delivered, a message as formal as the one that had evoked it. "How is your lord this morning?" asked Adeline, with a profound sigh. "His lordship does not appear to be improving, my lady," was the answer. Adeline sighed once more, and remained silent. The valet withdrew, and the unhappy lady endeavoured to eat a morsel of food, but she had no appetite. Her stomach seemed to loathe all solid nourishment, and she pushed her plate from her. She then endeavoured to while away an hour or two with the most recently published novel and the morning's newspapers, but she found her imagination ever wandering to other and sadly painful topics. It was about midday when, as she was standing listlessly at the window, which commanded a view of the park, she suddenly caught sight of a carriage that was advancing rapidly towards the mansion. The livery of the servants belonging to it was unknown to her, and she hastily summoned a domestic to instruct him that she was not at home to any visitors. The vehicle drove up to the principal entrance of Ravensworth Hall, and although the domestic delivered the answer commanded by his mistress, it did not seem sufficient to cause the departure of the carriage. There was some conversation between the servant who gave that answer and the occupants of the vehicle, but Lady Ravensworth could not overhear a word that was said. In a few minutes, however, the domestic returned to Adeline's presence. "Please, your ladyship," he said, "there is a gentleman below who has just been dangerously wounded in a duel, and his companions earnestly request——" "I understand you," interrupted Lady Ravensworth. "This is quite another consideration. You must admit them by all means." The domestic once more hurried away, and Adeline shortly beheld from the window 2 gentlemen alight from the carriage, and then carefully remove a third, who appeared to be in a helpless condition. She did not, however, catch a glimpse of either of their faces. Lady Ravensworth now felt herself to be in a most unpleasant situation. Her husband, she knew, would not come forth from his private cabinet to do the honours of his mansion, and delicacy prevented her from hastening to receive persons who might be total strangers to her, and who arrived under such extraordinary circumstances. She did not, however, long hesitate how to act. Ringing the bell and summoning Quentin to her presence, she said to him, "You must make a fitting excuse for the non-appearance of Lord Ravensworth, and see that the wounded gentleman be conveyed to a chamber. Then assure his friends that they may command everything they require in this house, and state that I shall be happy to receive them in the drawing room in half an hour." Quentin retired to execute this commission. He had the wounded man borne to a bedroom, and offered to send a messenger on horseback to procure medical assistance from the nearest village. But one of the other 2 gentlemen proved to be a surgeon, whose services had been engaged in the usual manner by the duellists. In the meantime, Lady Ravensworth repaired to her boudoir to change her dress. She was immediately followed thither by Lydia Hutchinson. "I do not require your attendance," said Adeline, with a visible shudder, as the lady's maid closed the door behind her. "I care not for your wishes or aversions," returned Lydia. "Appearances compel me to wait upon you, or to have the semblance of waiting upon you. And moreover, I have something important to communicate. Oh! I feel such pleasure in being the bearer of good news to you." "What new torture have you in store for me, horrible woman?" cried Lady Ravensworth, affrighted by the malignant bitterness with which these last words were uttered. "Know you to whom your princely mansion has just afforded its hospitality?" demanded Lydia. "To a wounded duellist and his friends," replied Adeline. "Is this circumstance to be in any way rendered available to your fearful purposes of torture in respect to me?" "And that wounded duellist and one of his companions are well known to you," said Lydia, impressively. "Known to me!" ejaculated Adeline, who felt convinced that some fresh cause of anguish to herself lurked in the mysterious language of her torturess. "Oh! yes—known too well to yourself, and to me also," said Lydia, as if shuddering with concentrated rage. "Ah! my God! it would require but that to drive me to desperation!" exclaimed Adeline, a terrible suspicion darting across her mind. "Then despair must be your lot," said Lydia, fixing her eyes with malignant joy upon her mistress. For, as sure as you are called Lady Ravensworth, Lord Dunstable and Colonel Cholmondeley are inmates of this mansion." "May God have mercy upon me!" murmured Adeline, in a low but solemn tone; and she sank almost insensible upon the sofa. "Yes," continued the unrelenting Lydia, "he to whom you gave your honour, as one child might give a toy of little value to another, and he who stole my honour as a vile thief plunders the defenceless traveller upon the highway—those two men are beneath this roof. The villain who ruined me and slew my brother is now lying upon a bed from which he may never more be removed save to the coffin. His second was the gay seducer who rioted a while upon your charms, and then threw you aside—yes, you, the daughter of one of England's proudest peers—as he would a flower that had garnished his button-hole for an hour, and then failed to please any longer. These two men are beneath your roof." "Oh! if my errors have been great, surely my punishment is more than commensurate," murmured Adeline, in the bitterness of her heart. "Your punishment seems only to have just begun," retorted Lydia, ever ready to plunge a fresh dagger into the soul of the unhappy lady. "My God! you speak but too truly!" ejaculated Adeline, clasping her hands together. "Oh! that I could pass the latter half of my life over again! Oh! that I could recall the years that have fled!" "The years that have fled have prepared a terrible doom for those that are to come," said Lydia. "But hasten, my lady. This time I will aid you to change your dress," she added sneeringly; "for I long to see your meeting with Colonel Cholmondeley." "See! our meeting! You!" cried Lady Ravensworth, springing from the sofa in alarm. "Yes, I shall contrive that pleasure for myself," observed Lydia, calmly. Adeline made no reply. She felt convinced that all remonstrance would be useless. She accordingly addressed herself to the toilet, Lydia assisting her in that ceremony for the first time. "I have chosen the attire that best becomes you, and I have arranged your hair in the most attractive manner," said Lydia; "for I should be vexed were you not to appear to advantage in the presence of him who made you his mistress during pleasure." "Wretch!" cried Adeline, turning sharply round upon Lydia, whose bitter taunt touched the most sensitive fibre of her heart. "If I be a wretch, it is you who made me so," said Lydia, with imperturbable coolness. Adeline bit her lips almost till the blood came, to suppress the rage that rose as it were into her throat. She then hastily left the boudoir, followed at a short distance by Lydia Hutchinson. Lady Ravensworth knew that her torturess was behind her, knew also that it was vain to reason with her in respect to any particular line of conduct that she might choose to adopt. As the unhappy lady proceeded towards the drawing room, she endeavoured to compose both her countenance and her mind as much as possible; but she felt herself blushing at one moment and turning pale the next—now with a face that seemed to be on fire, then with an icy coldness at the heart. Since she was at school at Belvidere House she had never met Colonel Cholmondeley. He had been much abroad, and when he was in London, accident had so willed it that he did not once encounter the partner of his temporary amour. But that same chance was not for ever to be favourable to Adeline in this respect; and now she was at length about to meet that man of all the species in whose presence she had most cause to blush. Such an encounter was however necessary for the sake of appearances. What would her servants think if she remained in the solitude of her own chamber while visitors were at the mansion? What would the surgeon who attended the wounded duellist conjecture, if she refused the common courtesy which became the mistress of the mansion? The total retirement of Lord Ravensworth was already a sufficient reason to provoke strange surmises on the part of the newly arrived guests, although the existence of his extraordinary and unaccountable malady was well known in the fashionable world. But if to that fact were superadded the circumstance of a similar seclusion on the part of Lady Ravensworth, the most unpleasant rumours might arise. Thus was Adeline imperatively forced to do the honours of her house on this occasion. And now she has reached the door of the drawing-room. She pauses for a moment. How violently beats her heart! "This is foolish," she murmurs to herself. "The ordeal must be passed. Better to enter upon it at once." And she entered the drawing-room. One only of the guests was there, and he had his back towards the door at the moment. But full well did she recognise that tall, graceful, and well-knit frame. The sound of light footsteps upon the thick carpet caused him to turn hastily round, and then Adeline and her seducer were face to face. "Lady Ravensworth," said the Colonel, rather averting his glance as he spoke, for he experienced the full embarrassment of this encounter, "necessity, and not my wish, has compelled me to intrude upon your hospitality. My friend Lord Dunstable and another officer in the same regiment had an altercation last evening, which would permit of none other than a hostile settlement. The choice of time and place fell by the laws of honour to Lord Dunstable's opponent, and the vicinity of your abode was unfortunately fixed upon as the spot for meeting. My friend was grievously wounded with the first shot, and I had no alternative but to convey him to the nearest habitation where hospitality might be hoped for. Your ladyship can now understand the nature of that combination of circumstances which has brought me hither. I deeply regret that Lord Ravensworth should be too much indisposed to do the honours of his house in person," said Adeline, with her eyes fixed upon the ground and a deep blush upon her cheeks. "Is your friend's wound dangerous?" "Mr. Graham, a surgeon of known skill, is now with him," answered the Colonel, "and entertains great hopes of being enabled to extract the ball, which has lodged in the right side. It is true that I incur some risk by remaining in the neighbourhood of the metropolis, but I cannot consent to abandon my friend until I am convinced that he is beyond danger. It is the fashion in the aristocratic world to adhere to a friend, but to abandon the seduced girl when she no longer pleases," said Lady Hutchinson, who had entered the room unperceived by either Colonel Cholmondeley or Lady Ravensworth, and who now advanced slowly towards them. The Colonel stared at Lydia for a few moments, but evidently not recognising her, he turned a rapid glance of inquiry upon Adeline, who only hung down her head and remained silent. "I see that you do not know me, sir," continued Lydia, approaching close to Colonel Cholmondeley. Then, fixing her eyes intently upon him, she said, "Do you remember me now?" "My good young woman," replied the Colonel, with a mixture of hauteur and bantering jocularity, "I really do not think that you have served in any family which I have had the honour to visit; and even if you had, I must candidly confess that my memory is not capacious enough to retain the image of every lady's maid whom I may happen to see." "And yet it is not every lady's maid," said Lydia, with a scornful glance towards Adeline, who, pale and trembling, had sunk upon a seat. "It is not every lady's maid that can venture to talk thus openly, thus familiarly, in the presence of her mistress." While she was yet speaking, a light broke upon the Colonel's mind. Who but one acquainted with Lady Ravensworth's secret could be capable of such extraordinary conduct? This idea led him to survey Lydia Hutchinson's countenance more attentively than before; and although it was much altered—although it no longer bore the blooming freshness which had characterised it when he first knew her—still the expression and the features enabled him to recognise the young woman who had become the victim of his friend Lord Dunstable. "Ah! you know me now," continued Lydia, perceiving by a sudden gesture on the part of the Colonel that he had at length remembered her. "Think you that I have no reproaches to hurl at you, sir? Was it not at your house that my ruin was consummated? And were you no party to the infamous treachery which gave me to the arms of your friend? But you have no shame. You are a fashionable gentleman, a roué, one who considers seduction an aristocratic amusement, as well as wrenching off knockers or breaking policemen's heads. What to such as you are the tears of deceived and lost girls? What to you are the broken hearts of fond parents? Nothing, nothing. I know it well, and therefore it were vain for me to say another word, unless it be that I shall now leave you to make your peace as best you may with your cast-off mistress. There!" And pointing disdainfully at Adeline, who uttered a low scream and covered her face with her hands as those terrible words fell upon her ears, Lydia slowly quitted the room. Frightfully painful was now the situation of Lady Ravensworth and Colonel Cholmondeley. The former was crushed by the terrible indignity cast upon her. The latter was so astounded, and at the same time so hurt by all that had just occurred, that he knew not how to act. He felt that any attempt to console Lady Ravensworth would be an insult, and yet he experienced an equal inability to permit the scene to pass without some comment. Fortunately for them both, Mr. Graham, the surgeon, entered the room at this juncture. Adeline composed herself by one of those extraordinary efforts which she had lately been so often compelled to exert, and Cholmondeley, with the case of a man of fashion, who must necessarily be a thorough hypocrite, instantly assumed a manner that would even have disarmed suspicion, had any been excited. Having uttered a few ceremonial phrases upon his introduction to Lady Ravensworth, Mr. Graham said, "I am happy to state that Lord Dunstable is in as favourable a state as under the circumstances could be expected. I have succeeded in extracting the ball, and he now sleeps." "Thank God!" exclaimed Cholmondeley, not with any real piety, but merely using that common phrase as expressive of his joy to think that the matter was not more serious than it now appeared to be. "I am, however, afraid," continued the surgeon, turning towards Adeline, "that my patient will be compelled to trespass for some few days upon the kind hospitality of your ladyship." "In which case Lord Dunstable shall receive every attention that can be here afforded him," observed Adeline. "It would be but an idle compliment to you, sir, under the circumstances, to say that Ravensworth Hall will be honoured by your presence so long as you may see fit to make it your abode." The surgeon bowed in acknowledgment of this courteous intimation. "For my part," Colonel Cholmondeley hastened to say, "I shall not trespass upon her ladyship's hospitality, for, since I am assured that my friend is no longer in danger, I must attend to certain pressing business which calls me elsewhere." Adeline threw a glance of gratitude upon the Colonel for this expression of his intention to relieve her from the embarrassment of his presence; and accordingly, after partaking of some luncheon, Cholmondeley took his departure. But ere he left, Lydia Hutchinson had secretly placed a letter, containing a key, upon the seat of the carriage which bore him away. Section 79. Section 80 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 80. The Voices in the Ruins. It would be impossible to conceive the existence of a more wretched woman than Adeline Ravensworth, though wealth and title were hers, though every luxury and every pleasure were within her reach, though with jewels of inestimable value she might deck herself at will, and thus enhance her natural charms. Still was she the prey to a constant agony of mind, which rendered life intolerable. For it is not all the wealth of India, nor all the luxuries and pleasures of Oriental palaces, nor all the diamonds that ever sparkled over the brow of beauty. It is not these that can impart tranquillity to the soul, nor give peace to the conscience. Such was the bitter truth that Adeline was now compelled to acknowledge. Shortly after the departure of Colonel Cholmondeley, which occurred at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lady Ravensworth felt so deeply the want of undisturbed solitude for her meditations and of fresh air to relieve the stifling sensation which oppressed her, that she determined to take a long walk through the quiet fields. Hastily slipping on a plain straw bonnet and a thick warm shawl, she left the house unperceived by her torturess, Lydia Hutchinson. Passing through the spacious gardens at the back of the mansion, she gained the open fields, where the cold fresh breeze somewhat revived her drooping spirits. "Heaven grant that the babe which now agitates in my bosom may prove a son," she thought, as she cast a hasty but proud glance around, "or else the broad lands which I now behold, and the soil on which my feet now tread, will stand but poor chance of remaining long beneath my control. Yes, they would pass away to one whom I have never seen, whom I have never known save by name, and who could not possibly be supposed to entertain any sympathy for me. But if my babe should prove a boy, if he should live too, then adieu to all thy hopes and chances, Gilbert Vernon." These reflections led to a variety of others, all connected with Adeline's interests or her sorrows. So profoundly was she plunged in her painful reverie, and at the same time so invigorated did she feel by the freshness of the air, that she insensibly prolonged her walk until the shades of evening gathered around her. She had now reached the ruined remains of a gamekeeper's lodge, which marked the boundary of the Ravensworth estate in that direction. Feeling a sudden sensation of weariness come over her, she seated herself on a bench, which still existed near the dilapidated remnant of the cottage portico. Scarcely had she taken that place when a voice from the other side of the ruined wall caused her to start with sudden affright. But the words that met her ears conquered this first feeling of alarm, and inspired one of curiosity. She accordingly lingered where she was, and as the darkness was every moment growing more intense, she knew there was but little danger of being perceived. "I tell you that I am a man capable of doing anything for money," said the voice in an impatient tone. "If you think there is any squeamishness about me, you are deucedly mistaken. What I have promised you, I will perform when the time comes, and if there should be a necessity for such a step, I value a human life no more than I do that of a dog. If any one came to me and said, 'There is my enemy, and here is your price. Now go and kill him,' I should just count the money first to see that it was all right, and the remainder of the job would soon be done, I can assure you." "Well, well, I believe you," said another voice, whose deep tones rolled solemnly upon the silence of the dark evening. "To all that you have proposed I must assent. I have gone too far to retreat, but we must now separate." "And when shall I see you again?" demanded the first speaker, "because now that you have made me acquainted with the whereabouts, I shall constantly be ascertaining how things go on, and I ought therefore to be able to communicate very often with you. That is, I ought to see you frequently, for I hate doing business by letter." "Can you not give me your own private address?" asked the individual with a deep-toned voice, "and then I might call upon you every other evening." "Well said!" exclaimed the first speaker. Then, after a pause, during which Adeline distinctly heard the rustling sound of paper, he said, "Have you got a pencil in your pocket? For I can feel to write a few words in the dark." "Yes, here is a pencil," returned the deep-toned voice. There was another short pause. "All right," cried the first speaker at length. "That bit of paper contains the name and address of the most daring fellow that London ever produced," he added with a low chuckle. "Talk of your bravos of Spain or Italy! Why, they are nothing to me. And isn't it odd, too, that whenever a rich or great person wants anything queer done for him, it is sure to be me that he gets hold of somehow or another." "I have no doubt that you enjoy a most extensive patronage," said the deep‐toned voice, rather impatiently, and even haughtily. "But we must now separate. The day after to‐morrow, in the evening, I shall call upon you." "Good. I shall expect you," returned the other. The two individuals then separated, each taking a different way, but one came round the angle of the ruined wall, and passed so close to Adeline that she shrank back in a dreadful state of alarm lest her presence there should be discovered. For, mysterious as was the conversation which she had just overheard, there was one fact which it too intelligibly revealed, and this was the desperate nature of those two men's characters. But the individual who passed so closely did not observe her, for the evening was very dark, and she moreover was sitting in the still deeper obscurity of the ruined portico. Neither was she enabled to obtain a glimpse of his countenance. The outline of a tall and somewhat stout figure, as he hurried by her, was the extent of the view which she caught of him. In a few moments all was again silent. The sounds of the retreating footsteps no longer met her ears. She did not immediately leave the ruins. She paused to reflect upon the strange conversation which she had overheard. But all its details were dark and mysterious, save that one man was a wretch, who gloried in his readiness to perform any crime for a commensurate reward, and that the other was either his accomplice or his employer in some fearful plot that was in progress. There was one expression that had fallen from the lips of the former miscreant, and on which Lady Ravensworth principally dwelt. "Now that you have made me acquainted with the whereabouts, I shall be constantly ascertaining how things go on." Could the whereabouts or locality alluded to have any connexion with that neighbourhood? And if so, did the observation refer to the Ravensworth estate? Or were the two men merely discussing in those ruins matters which regarded some other and totally distinct spot? "The latter supposition must be the right one," said Adeline to herself, after a long meditation upon the subject. "The only person in the world who could have any interest in learning how things were going on in this neighbourhood is Gilbert Vernon, and he is in Turkey. Moreover, even were he in England, he would have no need to spy about in the dark. He is on friendly terms with his brother, and might present himself boldly at the Hall." Thus reasoning against the vague and temporary fears which had arisen in her mind, Adeline rose from the bench, and was about to retrace her steps homewards, when the moon suddenly appeared from behind a cloud, and in its rays fell upon a small white object that lay at the lady's feet. She mechanically picked it up. It was a piece of paper on which she could perceive, by the moonlight, that a few words were written, but she could not decipher them. Nevertheless, the mode in which the short lines were arranged struck her with the idea that this paper contained an address, and a natural association of facts immediately encouraged the belief that she held in her hand the one which the self-vaunted bravo had given ere now to his companion, and which the latter might probably have dropped by accident. Hastily concealing it in her bosom, Adeline retraced her steps to Ravensworth Hall. On her arrival she hurried to her boudoir, lighted the wax tapers, and examined the paper ere she even laid aside her bonnet and shawl. Yes, it contained an address, and the words were scrawled as they would be if written in the dark. There could be then no doubt that this was the address which one of the men had given to his companion in the ruins of the gamekeeper's lodge. "It is useful to know that such a villain as this can be hired for money," muttered Adeline to herself, as she concealed the paper in one of her jewel caskets. "What did he say? That if any one went to him and whispered, 'There is my enemy, and here is your price. Now go and kill him,' he would take the bribe and do the deed? And did he not boast that he was employed by the rich and the powerful? In what manner could such persons require his aid? Assuredly in no good cause. Ah! Lydia! Lydia! continued Adeline, her brows contracting and a dark cloud passing over her countenance as she spoke, "be not too confident. You are now in my power." But scarcely was the fearful thought thus implied when Adeline seemed to recoil from it with horror, for, covering her face with her hands, she almost shrieked out, "No, I could not do it!" "What can you not do, dearest?" said a low voice close by her ear, and almost at the same instant she was clasped in the arms of Colonel Cholmondeley. "Release me!" exclaimed Adeline, struggling to free herself from his embrace. "Not till I have imprinted another kiss upon those sweet lips," returned the Colonel. "Not till I have made my peace with you, dearest Adeline, in respect to the past. Else wherefore should I have come hither?" And as he uttered these words, he glued his lips to hers, although she still continued to resist his insolence to the utmost of her power. "Oh! my God!" she murmured in a faint tone, "am I to submit to this new indignity?" Cholmondeley supported her to the sofa: then, throwing himself at her feet, he took her hands in his, and said in a fervent tone, "Adeline, dearest Adeline, wherefore do you receive me thus coldly? Is it possible that you can have altogether forgotten those feelings which animated our hearts with a reciprocal affection some years ago? But perhaps my conduct—my ungrateful, my ungenerous conduct has completely effaced all those emotions, and excited hatred and disgust instead? Oh! I acknowledge that my conduct was ungrateful, was ungenerous. I abandoned you at a moment when you most required my counsel, my assistance. But was my fault so grave that it is beyond the possibility of pardon? When I found myself this morning brought by an imperious necessity, or rather by a strange chance, to this mansion, I thought within my breast, I shall now see Adeline once again, but we must be strangers unto each other. Cold ceremony must separate hearts that once beat in the reciprocities of love. And you know, Adeline, with what formal respect I sought to treat you. But when I beheld you so beautiful and yet so unhappy—when I saw that the lovely girl had grown into the charming woman—oh! I was every moment about to dash aside that chilling ceremony and snatch you to my breast. And now, Adeline, will you forgive me? Will you say that you do not quite detest me, even if you cannot call me your lover, your friend?" With her head drooping upon her bosom, with tears trembling upon her long dark lashes, and with her hands still retained in those of Colonel Cholmondeley, did Adeline listen to this specious appeal. The words "your friend" touched a chord which vibrated to her heart's core. "Oh! yes, I do require a friend to advise and console me," she exclaimed, "for I am very, very miserable." Cholmondeley was man of the world enough to perceive that his appeal was successful, that his victory was complete; and seating himself by Adeline's side, he drew her towards him, saying, "I will be your friend, dearest. I will advise you. I will console you. You shall pour forth all your sorrows to me as if I were your brother; and I swear most solemnly, beloved Adeline, that if it be your wish, I will never seek henceforth to be more to you than a brother." "Oh! if that were true—if I could rely upon your word!" cried Adeline, joyfully. "By every sacred obligation with which man can bind himself, do I vow the sincerity of that promise," returned Cholmondeley. Then, withdrawing his arm from her waist, as a tacit proof of his honourable intentions, but still retaining one of her hands in his own, he looked anxiously in her countenance to read the impression which his words and manner had created. "Again I say, that if I could believe you, I should think myself happy—nay, blessed in your friendship," returned Adeline; "for I am so miserable—so very, very wretched, that I feel the burden of such an existence too heavy to bear. All that has passed between us constitutes a reason to induce me to accept you as my friend, rather than any other. for I have lately seen so much of the fiend-like disposition of one woman, that I am declined to abhor the whole sex, yes, even though it be my own. And to you, moreover, I can speak frankly of those causes which have rendered me so very wretched." "Speak, dear Adeline, unburden your mind to me," said Cholmondeley, in a low but tender tone. "I must, however, inform you that I am already acquainted with many of the incidents regarding the connexion between Lydia Hutchinson and yourself, from the moment when Lord Dunstable and I so dishonourably wrote to you both to state that we were going abroad. Yes, Adeline, I have learnt how you were extricated from the embarrassments of that situation in which I shamefully left you; how, in a word, the offspring of our love was born dead and disposed of, and how your reputation was saved through the means of Lydia." "You know all those fearful particulars?" exclaimed Lady Ravensworth, profoundly surprised at what she had heard. "Yes, dearest; for Lydia, some time after she left the school, became the mistress of my friend Dunstable, and she told him all. He related those incidents to me. It was natural that he should do, seeing that we were mutually acquainted with each other's loves. And, oh! my dearest Adeline," continued the Colonel, "I can well understand how completely that odious woman is enabled to tyrannize over you." "And you can also comprehend how much I stand in need of a friend," said Lady Ravensworth; "for it is hard to be compelled to nurse one's griefs, to conceal one's sorrows, without being able to unburden to a single living soul a heart surcharged with woe." "I will be that friend, Adeline," replied Cholmondeley. "But oh! what dangers do I incur by seeing you—by receiving you here!" exclaimed Adeline; "and this thought reminds me that I am even yet ignorant of the means by which you gained access to my chamber." "Nay, Adeline," said Cholmondeley, in a tender tone, "do not attempt to disavow the encouragement which you so kindly gave me, and to which you now force me to allude." "Encouragement!" repeated Lady Ravensworth, with a tone and manner expressive of unfeigned surprise. "Yes, dearest. That key which I found in the post chaise, and the few words written upon the paper which enveloped it." "My God! there is some fearful mistake in all this!" cried Adeline, seriously alarmed. "But explain yourself quickly, I conjure you." Cholmondeley was now astonished in his turn, and hastily taking a paper from his pocket, he handed it to Lady Ravensworth, saying, "The key was enclosed in this." Adeline cast her eyes upon the paper, and read these words: "The key contained herein belongs to a door on the southern side of Ravensworth Hall, and that door communicates with a private staircase leading to the passage from which my own apartments open. I wish to converse with you in secret, if only for a moment, and though I have taken this imprudent, this unpardonable step, you will surely spare my feelings should you avail yourself of the possession of the key by forbearing my presence from any allusion to the means by which it fell into your hands." "Merciful heavens!" ejaculated Adeline, when she had hurriedly glanced over the paper. "I am ruined—I am undone! It must be that fiend Lydia who has thus paved the way for my utter destruction." There was the wildness of despair in the manner of Lady Ravensworth as she uttered these words, and Cholmondeley could not for another moment imagine that her distress was feigned. "What do you mean, Adeline?" he said. "Did you not send me the key? Did you not pen those lines? Surely the handwriting is yours." "As God is my judge, Cholmondeley," she answered emphatically, "I never sent you the key. I never penned those lines. No: it is Lydia who has done it. She knows my writing well. She has imitated it but too faithfully. Depart, Cholmondeley. Ruin awaits me, perhaps both." The Colonel dared not delay another moment. The almost desperate wildness of Adeline's manner convinced him that she spoke the truth, that she had not invited him thither. "At least let me hope to see you soon again, or to hear from you," he said, imprinting a hasty kiss upon her forehead. "Yes, yes, anything you will, so that you now leave me," she cried, in a tone of agonizing alarm. Cholmondeley rushed to the door. Adeline followed him into the passage, bearing a candle in her hand. The reader may conceive the relief which she experienced when, upon casting a rapid glance up and down, she found that her torturess was not there, either to expose her completely or to triumph over her alarms. "Farewell," whispered Cholmondeley, and he disappeared down the staircase. Adeline remained at the top until she heard the private door at the bottom carefully open and as gently close. Then she breathed more freely, and re-entered her own chamber. "What could Lydia mean by this perfidious plot?" she murmured to herself, as she sank upon the sofa, exhausted both mentally and bodily. "She was not there to enjoy my confusion. She did not come with the servants to behold what might have been considered the evidence of infidelity towards my husband. What then could she mean?" Scarcely had these words passed Adeline's lips when the door opened, and her torturess entered the room. Section 80.